Mic check, real quick. Shout out to you beautiful people tuning in. Mic check. Yes, we are. We are being heard through all the YouTube airwaves. We out here. Where's the link? Shout out to each and every single last one of you. I see you guys rolling in. Appreciate you all. One second. We almost there. It's not an all-nighter either. This is not an all-nighter. But this, how do I get this off? Let's go. First one in the building. I'm already laughing word of mouth. Shout out to Word. Let's go. As you guys can see here through your screen, you love it. I love it. We're here. As you can read by the title, Tua Tagovailoa is lighting it up with the Atlanta Falcons. And the Miami Dolphins is what's winning OTAs. I bet you guys started laughing with that title because if I would have told y'all, if a Tua near would have came up here a month ago and told all of us Tua Tagovailoa is going to light it up with the Atlanta Falcons and Malik Willis is going to be throwing pick sixes and OTAs, we would have ran him off the panel. We would have ran that beautiful soul off the panel, and all you Tua haters know it. But I want to give a salute and shout out to each and every single last beautiful fan tuning in today. Word of mouth, he's the first one. Word. I hope you're having a great time. I hope you're enjoying that right there. Shout out to Didi SCLA. Shout out to Didi. Didi in the building. Appreciate you. Is this real, chat? The chat can't tell you Malik Willis throwing touchdowns. We haven't heard a wide receiver catch a touchdown. But I tuned in on Twitter. You got Tua Tagovailoa. Atlanta Falcons must be trolling us at this point, guys. Atlanta Falcons, they have to be trolling the Miami Dolphins. Or if a Falcon fan comes up here, clicks that link and tells me, nah, Pete, you see what's going on in Atlanta is we're putting him on social media a lot to get that dog out of Michael Penix. We're trying to get that dog out of Michael Penix. So, yeah, we're going to post up to it. This is totally confusing. True Talk, first one in the building in the panel. Appreciate you, Cat in the Hat. What's up, fan? Nobody in the chat. Nobody. You're always somebody. Bless you and everybody out there. Jose, 123. What's going on, Jose? Tua is out here stealing jobs with his dead cap salary. And it's not even funny. When you put it like that, Jose, real Dolphin fans should be hurt by this right now. Real Dolphin fans should be hurt with this right now. This is incredible what we got going on. I told y'all Tua was going to ball out in Atlanta, says Jose123. Some of y'all did. And stand on it. Don't be afraid to click the link and scream at some of those guys that were saying otherwise. Just leave my name out of it for just stream's sake. That's all I ask for. But if you guys want to go at all the other Tua haters, Tua-neers, you're always welcome up here. This is the time for Tua-neers to shine right now. Malik, pick six. Tua, touchdown, Kyle Pitts. What's up with that? Pete, remember that Tua is the offseason training camp MVP. Shout out to the real ones in the chat. Shout out to the real ones in the chat. Scar, you onto something there. This is why I need you guys. I just needed to get balanced out. True Talk, you're back. Let me see if you got a mic. Shout out to True Talk. Roadrunner, I see you in the chat. Let me salute the chat for a second. Mr. Park, I see you, my guy. Roadrunner. 305 Boston, Miami, I see you. Tua ball out. I'm sorry, I pressed the mute button, True Talk, while I'm trying to go through the chat. My fingers. I see you, delusional Patriot fan, Jersey Dolphin, and it's about to get up right now. True talk. Let me ask you a question, bro. You there?
I'm here. I'm here.
Did you think for 1 second Tua was going to be lighting it up in Atlanta, right? Listen to look at the title. The title alone smells fishy in Miami. Tua is lighting it up with the Falcons, and who would have ever guessed? We had people on the panel crying, we don't got no secondary. We need Josh Downs, the safety out of Ohio. We need Delane. We need a corner. We need defense. Our defense needs help. This is why we got Halfley. And yet, the defense is what's winning the offseason in OTAs. True talk. Is
Well,
that not a bad look right now for our offense?
well, I always knew Tua was gonna do well.
What's up,
In
Cap?
OTAs in Atlanta, I knew he
What
was gonna
up?
win the starting job. I mean, Tua's going out there thinking he has something to prove. You know, he's trying to change the narrative on what people think of him. So I don't see anything that I didn't see that I didn't know was gonna happen already. So, no,
Did you
this is
see
not
that
surprising
report
to
from
me
the
at all,
reporter
Pete.
from the Falcons?
What is it?
The report came out from somebody on the Falcon side that they're noticing Tua be more mobile now. He's throwing on the run and he's
That'll
very
change though.
agile running.
But
But
Pete,
yet
we
the
know that's gonna
report came out.
change.
But I understand that you think now that it's going to change. But what's changed is Tua now being more mobile because the report out is that it was the organization that stopped Tua
Well, we
from
knew that.
being mobile because of we were so scared of him being injured.
Well, we knew that
And now the
McDaniel said
Falcons
that.
aren't scared. This is what the report says. I'm not even done. And the report says the Falcons aren't scared of Tua getting injured, so they're allowing him to be himself.
Well,
That's what I
that's
took
because
the most.
they're
Allowing
playing
Tua
with
to
house
be
money,
himself.
bro.
Well, Pete, also McDaniel did say that though. McDaniel did say that they've had conversations with Tua, and they've told him to not run the football. I mean, Chris Greer and McDaniel they were very clear on that he wasn't allowed to run the football. So that's nothing new. That's not anything new.
Welcome up, Mr. Park. Thank you for your time as well. But this is
He got a concussion though if he keeps running. So
Yeah, I mean, and that's where I was gonna go. Like, this is non-contact, and like running out to the right or running out to the left to throw a pass is it's not going to translate in real time football. Again, this is OTAs. I feel like you're definitely looking too much into
I
this.
also wouldn't be surprised
This
though
is
if
did you see the
OTAs
cow pitch
to
touchdown that Tua
Tagovailoa.
threw? Did
I
you
Listen,
just
also
see
but
the
you got to
latest
listen.
Falcon?
You got to understand what he's walking into. He's walking into a situation where there's already an offense that's built for a left-handed quarterback because of Michael Penix. We can all
but
agree. We were all agreeing last year that he was a better quarterback than Michael Penix. Of course, he's going to look
I
better.
disagree with that. No, he was not
Hold
a better
on, hold
quarterback than
on.
Michael Penix last year.
They're playing with house money. So if this dude gets injured, like they're not
Well,
losing
head in the hat, you're
anything
missing a
from that.
big point. You're missing a big point on what I want to go along with what you're saying. You're missing a big point of the fact that Tua's going out there trying to show something to prove. You get what I'm saying? He's
What's
out
up,
there.
John?
No, he's not.
Yes,
No,
he is.
I don't believe that. I've already seen him in the off season. Fucking not.
I
He's
wouldn't. All I'm saying is I
not
wouldn't be
working on his
surprised.
game.
I wouldn't be surprised if Tua finishes top five in MVP voting this year. I wouldn't be surprised.
Is that and
That's
if that
that's
and you know what,
a
True Talk?
high. That's
They're
I
not
can't get behind
clipping
that.
Michael Penix is
No,
out there practicing, by the way,
I
fellas.
I
They're
don't
not
believe that at
posting
all.
clips of Michael Penix as
I
much as they're
saw
doing
clips
for
of
Tua.
Michael
Tua
Penix.
is getting Tua is dividing that fan base in Atlanta right now based on his play
Tua nears. Yep.
alone.
Hmm.
Based on his play alone. It's none of the where are our clips, guys? Where is our clips of Malik throwing dimes and touchdowns to our receivers?
Well,
Where is it?
I don't
Why are
think
we getting Kyle Lewis, a fourth round draft pick, pick sixes?
Jeff Halfley did say in the if you watch the mic up, Pete, Jeff Halfley did say he told Malik Willis to throw that football there so that he would have a pick six.
Yeah.
So he he told Malik Willis to throw that football to Kyle Lewis so Kyle Lewis could run it back for a touchdown. He wanted to see if he could catch the football or not.
I'm telling. Do you guys?
No,
I'm telling you right now.
wasn't.
Malik Willis
Hold
has
on,
to
wasn't the
perform better
trader
than
pick
Tua
on
in
Malik Willis?
preseason. Do
I'm
you
pretty
guys
sure
not agree
the.
with that? Hi,
Hold
Liz.
on,
Thank you for coming up.
hold on. I'm pretty sure the Kyle Lewis pick and the AJ Green pick were on Gronkowski, and the trader pick was on Malik Willis.
Well, either way, Kyle Lewis. I was
Yeah.
I
told.
saw the clip. I know what you're
Yes.
talking about, and he told him to throw a touchdown.
No, he told him to
He,
throw it to Kyle Lewis.
no, he didn't. He
He
told him
said
to
throw it
throw
right at Kyle Lewis.
He
He
said
said
you're going
throw
to
it.
throw a touchdown here.
No, he said throw it right at Kyle Lewis. And what did he do? He threw it
I'll
at
be
him
going over the Twitter files
to
here in about
see
an hour or so.
to see
Trust
if
me,
he
I'll
would
show
catch the
you.
football or not, Cat. It's to see if he threw the football or not.
No,
This is wild to me. I
no.
don't think you guys see the bigger picture, bro. I
I'm gonna
don't
go
think you
find it right
guys
now.
realize how
Well,
There is
sad this
there.
is for our
but Pete,
organization
we
right
already knew
now.
this was
No,
gonna
it's not.
happen, though. This
It's
isn't
not
anything
Dude,
sad.
new.
dude,
It's not
we
sad.
we could have had Tua completing and getting to like hello, Tua
You were
should have been
wanting to
here
get
in
rid of Tua,
OTAs
weren't
teaching
you?
Malik, competing with Malik right now.
There ain't no competition.
Everybody was wanting to get rid of Tua.
There ain't no competition.
I mean,
And we could
But
have easily had Tua in OTAs competing with Malik,
Pete, you're missing a
competing with
huge
Quinn,
point.
with
You're
this regime,
no, we
and we
could
could have
not
got
because
draft
Tua had
capital.
$50 million. We couldn't afford
And
both.
Pete, you're missing a huge point. If we still had Tua, Tua would not have had he wouldn't have had what he has on his shoulders right now. He is out there trying to prove something. If he was still in Miami, he would have nothing to prove.
He
He's
ain't gonna
only
prove diddly
With a
squat.
new coach and a new GM, he still would have something to
he's
prove.
only playing this way because of the way that it ended in Miami. If he was still in Miami, he would be on the yacht right now, not in OTAs,
If
chilling
he
on the
ends
yacht.
up, if he ends up, this
Oh,
is my
fire
biggest
for him.
concern right here for this regime. This is going to backfire if Tua continues to light it up in Atlanta. These streams are not going to stop. The Dolphins will continue to be called out. Malik has to ball out. Don't forget, Tua was still on our team and under contract. It was this regime that decided to cut Tua.
Good
Well,
riddance.
I'm
Tua
glad.
also
You can say
requested
I'm
good
Tua
actually
riddance,
requested a
glad they
trade
but
did.
if
though.
our quarterback
Okay.
isn't winning games and Tua is, good riddance what? We're going to be
Good.
saying good riddance to the GM. We're going to be saying good riddance to Jeff Hafley.
That's
That's
not
Hey,
what
gonna
is good
happen,
riddance.
Well,
Pete.
Tua
No.
also requested a
Not
trade
in
as
a
well, though,
million
Pete.
years. Tua sucks, plain and simple. He's not gonna do
Yeah.
diddly squat this year.
Liz, you guys are
So if
missing the
Tua
point that
sucks,
Tua has he has
so
something
how
on his
bad is
shoulders
our
now.
quarterback? Have you guys seen Malik Willis or throwing touchdowns? Like have y'all seen that? OTAs?
I haven't seen
Has
any
he
Still?
clips.
needed to?
I haven't seen any clips. No.
Have y'all? I mean, I'm asking for a
Has
friend
he
here,
needed
Dolphin
to?
friends.
All I've
John,
seen so far
John,
on
this
OTAs.
is the worst second. I was told this is the worst secondary in the NFL.
Well,
I
that's
was
not true
told this
though.
is the worst defensive line in the NFL. And you're telling me Malik can't score a touchdown? We haven't even had a highlight run, John. What are you smoking, John?
Well,
Yes, we
Is that
have to,
all I've
especially when our ex quarterback
you?
is
You mean
lighting it up.
Atlanta has
You
a
don't think
worse
Atlanta and the
secondary?
Dolphins should be going blow for blow on social media right now?
all I've seen about OTAs for the Dolphins is Malik Willis overthrowing Caleb Douglas. That's all I've heard. That's all I've seen. All I've heard was the overthrow, and then it was an interception by Dante Trader, I believe. That's all I've heard about the Malik Willis situation.
And
Okay.
you know what else I've heard from Malik Willis? Tutu Atwell opened deep 2 times, missed them twice.
That was
Not on a
yours. That was
no,
yours,
that was
Pete.
Malik on a deep throw, didn't
Barry
throw the
Jackson said it
pass.
was
It
yours.
No, you're reading
the
that
report
wrong though,
on
Pete. It said that
Travis Winfield.
he wasn't targeted.
He
He was
wasn't targeted.
open, but he wasn't
Exactly.
targeted. So what that tells me, even though I didn't get to watch it, like that tells me that he's still struggling with the ability to go through his progressions. Like he has the trouble. He'll
You
want to tuck and run.
you
So
know
in
how
real
He
crazy
should
time,
that
that
run.
could be
sounds?
an
Is it
He's
issue.
is it
No,
struggling on
Willis
not
or
seven
Odell?
on
he
He
sevens
should
to
should
go
run.
sprinkle
through his
in
Either.
running.
progressions.
He should
This
sprinkle
man,
in
this
running.
man, this man is leaving meat on the bones, just like Tua was, right? In practice, in OTAs, on 7 on 7s.
I think what's going on right now is he's most comfortable with Jalen Tolbert. So that's right now. I feel like Jalen Tolbert's his guy.
Tolbert's not going to be on the team.
Okay, man. But at the moment, right now, I feel like Jalen Tolbert is his guy, and that's who he's trying to get working, and maybe it's not there. So yeah, he probably had Tutu Atwell open on a couple plays and was looking for Tolbert, and well, I don't know how the
But
play turned out. So that's gonna have to wait till training camp when I can get down there and actually get my own physical eyes on it.
hey, Kat, let me ask you. So we have 6 spots for receiver, right? That make the team, right? You have Caleb
No,
Douglas.
we can have more than that.
But let's say 6, right? So we have Caleb Douglas, right, and we have Chris Bell. They're locks. Who else is a lock to make it as a receiver?
What makes you think that Caleb Douglas and Chris Bell are a lock?
Yeah.
Well,
we don't know
they're
that yet.
they're locks. They're gonna
What
make the
makes
team.
you? All right, give me an explanation. Though I want to know. I want to know
Well, we
your
draft. Okay, so we
thought
drafted them
process on
both.
that.
Those are
That
4th
doesn't
round
mean anything.
picks.
That's not how Green Bay works, though. If you take a look at how Green Bay's worked over the period of time, most of the time their draft picks sit there and they don't get starts. We could take
What up,
Zane
Cat?
Anderson.
I'm not saying
We
they're
could
gonna
take. Hold
start,
on,
but I
let me
think they'll be on
talk.
the
We could
team.
take. Hold on, let me talk. We could take Zane Anderson for a perfect example, and I've been telling you guys to watch out for this kid. Right, Zane Anderson, his first year in Green Bay, he was on the special teams. His second year in Green Bay, Jeff Halfley saw some potential in him, started drawing up plays specifically for Zane Anderson. He had like 10 or 12 plays that he played on defense last year. And now this year, if you go back and you can look at those clips with OTAs, and he's working with the ones.
Talking about this
Okay,
year.
so you got to understand how the Green Bay method works. Is like our rookies, honestly, might not necessarily be starters just because the way they want to
Kat, I said make the team. Kat.
grow
I didn't say
and
starters.
develop them.
I said make the team. I didn't say starters. I'm saying we're gonna have 6
We
receivers
have
that
a
make the
lot of
team.
rookies.
Bell will make the team, and Douglas will make the team. So that leaves 4 spots. I don't see how Tolbert makes it. I mean, Atwell's probably a lock. I mean, Malik
Tolbert
Washington's a
has the
lock.
most chemistry with Malik Willis. Why wouldn't he make it?
Well, there's just a
It
lot of
just makes the most sense. Like
there's a lot of better receivers on the team, though.
who?
So you have
Name me 6 other receivers better than Jalen Tolbert right now.
okay. So you have Caleb Douglas. You have Chris Bell. You have Theo Weiss, who I think is better. You have Malik Washington.
That was going to be your number one.
That's 4.
Okay.
When
You have Tutu Atwell. That's 5. And you have shoot, I'm forgetting the name right now. But he's new on the team as well.
Coleman, you want to throw in Coleman?
Yeah, let's throw in Coleman. That's the guy I was thinking of. The new on
Okay,
the
I
team as
helped
well.
you out with your 6th one. Your argument is invalid right now, dude. Like
How?
Theo Weiss
What makes it
and
invalid?
Malik Washington, bro. Malik Washington is trade bait right now, dude.
Nobody wants
Understand
Malik
that.
Washington.
Okay, exactly. So if you can get a 4th or 5th rounder for him at trade deadline, boom, he's on a new
Y'all
team.
could rank all these receivers that y'all want, True Talking Cat in the Hat. Not one of them haven't scored a touchdown. So based on what y'all ranking them on, none of our guys scoring touchdowns.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't understand how you can
Atlanta
sit here and
Tua,
so
they're throwing
confidently
touchdowns. They're
say that
catching
Jalen
touchdowns.
Tolbert's not going to be on the team.
I just don't see
Right
a
now in
place for him.
Miami, all we have is defense.
He's going to be our
right
deep
now.
threat. You do realize that, right? He's going to be the deep threat.
Tutu Atwell is the
He's going to be
Tutu
used
Atwell's
in
the deep
motion.
threat.
Did you not see in the OTAs with that clip where he comes around in motion and gets the ball from Malik Willis off a handoff going from left to right? Did you not see that? That was
That
Jalen
should have been
Tolbert.
Malik Washington.
Did you
Was
not
Malik
see
Washington?
the play before that on the 45-yard pass to the left hash mark? That was Jalen Tolbert.
Well,
Okay.
Cat. Not only that, I looked at an article earlier this morning where they're saying Tutu may be the one that's out. May be the receiver that's out.
Who?
Tutu.
Well, he'll make special
But
teams.
it's not written in stone. But see, the same way you sit up here saying that true talk, you don't have the evidence because you're not.
I do have the evidence.
Okay, so what you talk? Okay, so what coach you talked to that told you that?
It's not about talking about the coach. It's about the fact I see what.
It's about the coach because the
Well,
coach makes that decision.
So does the receivers.
All right, so you want to make a bet on it right now then?
About
The coach
Jalen Tolbert makes the team or not?
Well, I mean, I don't know if I want to make the bet. I'll have to. It's still early in the process, so
50
I'm not.
push-ups on demand. 50 push-ups on demand. You got to come on Pete's stream. You got to get on camera, and you'll have to do 50 push-ups.
Well,
I'll
that's
take
not
that
gonna
bet right
happen.
now.
Well, that's not gonna happen though.
All right, conversation's over. Can we move on now? Tua lighting it up in Atlanta, huh?
Oh
This
man,
is the embarrassment us Dolphin
here's the
fans
thing.
have to fathom,
Why
Cat.
are we
Exactly.
Yeah, he's
wasting
lighting
time
his
talking
own
about
park.
Why is he lighting it up?
All I
exactly?
heard,
What is he doing on 7 on 7?
all I heard from all the Tua haters was Tua sucks. He's weak arm. Ha ha ha. We've been the best. But now we got Malik Willis, right? We haven't gotten a single touchdown pass
Wow,
clip from
Pete.
our team.
Wow, Pete.
Tua
I
in
mean, now
Atlanta has
you want
taken over their social
now you want
media.
Tua back on the
Do you
team.
know why?
Pete.
Do you know what
Wow.
That's what
happens
it
when
sounds like, Mr.
cameras?
Polk.
No.
Exactly. That's
When
what it sounds like.
cameras tend to follow you,
So
there's a reason why cameras are
he
following
has
Tua and
such
not
a
Michael Penix.
he has such a he's so disgruntled with Malik. Now he got to bring Tua back. Come on, Pete. You
It
know better
ain't
than
my
that.
fault. Malik
True
ain't
Talk said,
throwing
I'm out.
touchdowns, Mr. Puck. How is it my fault Malik ain't throwing touchdowns? But yeah, I go on social media and I see Tua throwing dimes every day.
Yeah, in shorts.
What if this continues then? This is what's happening today. So
I
if
mean,
you're
let's be
upset
real
because it's
though. Let's be
this is
real
what's
with
funny. No,
ourselves
no,
though,
no, no,
Mr. Pete.
no, no.
Didn't we all
Hold
know?
up.
Didn't we
Hold
all
up.
know that Tua
No,
was going to do this and win
let him get away,
the
Mr.
starting job
Paul.
over there?
Who are
Because he's a
two
linebacker.
receivers?
I'm not a
Does
Falcons
it matter if he's in shorts?
fan. I'm not a
Mr. Paul?
Falcons fan. I'm not a Falcons
Mr.
fan.
Paul, you're just up here talking about, yeah, in shorts. Why isn't
Yeah.
Malik doing it in shorts?
And why are you
Tua
concerned
could do
about
it in shorts.
a
Malik can't
Falcons
do it in
quarterback?
shorts. Now it becomes even more concerning. Mind you, Falcons defense is way better
Bro,
than our defense paper-wise.
you're the one that's concerned. I'm not.
Because you
I'm
don't
not.
understand. You
Yes,
already, you see, this is the thing. Of course you're not concerned. You're down and out. You already rated us a
hey,
4.5 win
I'm not.
team.
I'm not concerned because right now we got Malik Willis, we got Quinn Hughes, and we don't know who the third person gonna be. I'm all right for that right
It
now.
don't matter.
And then
We ain't
also
got a
too,
touchdown from nobody. We got
here's
4
the other thing.
quarterbacks. Not one
If
didn't
Malik
throw a
if
touchdown.
Malik is not if Malik does not do well, it's a
So I mean,
nice. It's a whole. Hold up, cat. It's a nice draft coming up with a whole bunch of quarterbacks. So guess what?
You don't think this could
Malik can
possibly
pan
be a
out.
generational
He can
mistake?
be a flop.
It's an Atlanta
This
propaganda,
is
bro.
this is not an
Bro,
Atlanta propaganda.
cap
So
100%.
if Atlanta's doing that as propaganda, why aren't the Dolphins doing that with Malik as propaganda? And
because
if any
Atlanta,
fan base
the
needs it,
Falcons and
we
the
need the
Falcons and the
propaganda right
Dolphins are
now.
two different franchises. They're different
If any
franchise,
fans needs the propaganda, we need it right now.
two different franchise.
But I was going to say, like, we haven't had
100%.
any
Oh
passing
no,
touchdowns.
cat.
We
Two
haven't had any
different
passing
franchises.
touchdowns, but to be
You're
fair, we
right,
haven't
Mr.
had any
Paul.
rushing. We haven't had any
You're
rushing
right,
touchdowns
Mr.
either.
Paul. One
What do you got to say
franchise
about
is
that?
loyal to their fan base. One franchise lies to their fan base. Take a guess. Take a guess. Which franchise you think is loyal to their fan base and truthworthy? And which organization you think lies consistently and does propaganda things? My point is exact. The Dolphins, shout out to Chris Perkins and King Ping. Oh, this is KP. Shout out to KP. You know Chris Perkins today? You guys were right. All of you were right. When y'all were telling me there is no quarterback competition, you know what? I finally give in. I'm stepping in the ring with you guys. Chris Perkins. Chris Perkins agreed today with David Furones that there is no quarterback competition. So now
Well,
it's Joe
I heard that
Shad.
a
It's
few
not only
days
the
ago.
It's not only the Tua near beat writers anymore. It's also some of the Tua hater beat writers as well that are aligning with the same thing. So now I gotta come to a realization that, you know, positions are being given out here in Miami again. It's not open quarterback
Oh my
competition like
goodness.
we were told. Our regime
No,
is just as bad as Chris Greer's lies. They're
no,
lying
it's
to our
actually.
ears. And you know what?
Hold
Atlanta's
on, Pete.
keeping it
Hold on,
real.
Pete.
Atlanta told their fan base, yeah, we drafted Penix at 8, but it's open quarterback competition. We lucked out and got lucky with a $1.2 million quarterback.
Yeah,
Dolphins
but
screwed up.
at the same time, Pete. At the same time, Pete. It's also Malik Willis's job to lose as well.
That's what they said, that
So
it's their job to lose. Have you seen a touchdown pass by Malik? Has there been anything impressive? All I heard was, we don't even want to worry about leadership with Malik right now. Go learn the scheme. I
Hey, P,
told y'all yesterday. I
P, can you
told
pull
y'all
up
yesterday.
Y3K last comment?
I told y'all yesterday, bro.
Who was
I
reporting
literally told
that?
y'all yesterday, this leadership thing, it's a bad look.
Pete,
It's a
who
bad
was
look.
Hey,
reporting?
Pete.
What's up, y'all? Hey, who is reporting this?
Reporting what, KP? What is it that you want to
That
know
Tua
that's being reported?
Tagovailoa is lighting up Atlanta Falcons camp.
That's
Oh,
what
that
Pete
is
Man, like,
said.
being
it's
that
7
is
on
being
He's in
7,
it.
reported
man.
by me.
Pete is
Go to
saying it.
Atlanta Falcons. KP, go to Atlanta Falcons fans. Go to Atlanta Falcons on Twitter, click their page, and go see the videos that they're dropping. It's them doing it. They're dropping
Okay,
to a
well,
video
Pete,
left and right, nonstop. Yesterday, today, the day before, touchdown passes galore. Where is our touchdown passes, KP?
can I ask you a
hey,
question real quick,
Pete,
Pete?
why don't you pull up
Hold on.
Y3K
Let me ask you a
Where
question
is
real
I'm
quick,
asking?
Pete.
Where is our
Why?
touchdown passes, KP?
Hold on,
I'm
Pete.
asking. Where is our touchdown passes at?
Pete.
Mind you, I'm being told, don't worry, Pete. It's just in shorts. If it's just in shorts, it's even worse on Malik. It's even worse on but Malik in shorts can't even handle it. I am getting a call that I have to answer. You guys pop off. Yeah, KP popped off. You see why KP popped off? He gets it. He can't get it.
Maybe he didn't get it worded edgewise.
I wanted to ask Pete a question. Why he's now got the Atlanta Falcons followed, like following the Atlanta Falcons social media?
Because
Where'd that
Tua's
come from
there.
all of a sudden?
Because Tua, I bet you that's about it. That's the only reason why.
And we need to move off of Tua. He's with the Falcons. Regardless of what he does over there, we need to concentrate on our team and move forward.
I don't care what Tua does. He may fall apart during the season. Okay.
I've already said this many times, even when I first found out that he went to the Falcons, that he picked the best place that he can go to because he's going to a place that's already been running with a left-handed quarterback, right? So now it's just a battle of the left-handed quarterbacks and which one can outperform the other one. And Michael Penix is just as injury prone as Tua is. So I don't doubt that it doesn't matter which one gets the starting job at Atlanta, you're going to see both of them quarterbacks hitting the field this year, just based on injuries.
Yeah.
And based in the division that they're playing in, they have the likelihood of going to a playoff game with a 9-win season. Like, that's just the reality that you live in. And like, depending on who they end up going against, they could squeak away a playoff win somehow. Bijan Robinson is a tool that you can use. And the fact that Tua now does have weapons that are over 6 foot tall, like, that's something he hasn't had before. So yeah, he is going to look a little bit better because he was overthrowing our receivers before. So now he's just throwing it directly to where the receivers would have been if they were over 6 foot tall.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you, I really don't care. And I mean, I understand what you're saying, but I don't care. I'm not no Falcons fan. I'm a Miami Dolphins fan. So I'm not really too keen on if Tua does well over there or not. If he does well, that's fine. If he doesn't, that's fine. I'm like I said, my thing is the Miami Dolphins.
Miami Dolphins.
Miami Dolphins.
So any good news out there, Cap? Cap for life?
What?
Know anything good, Cap?
Maybe his
Nah,
mic's on
I'm
mute.
trying to find out. Trying to find out now, but not really. I haven't really heard a lot. It's this time of year, man.
Yeah.
There's always some,
No media was out there today, so we have to wait on the Miami Dolphins to see anything from our OTAs.
I mean, remember, it's just like limit expectations. It's just like it's not mini camp or training camp yet. No package, you know.
No, I was talking to a couple people over the last couple days about like the off season and like speaking to other fans of other teams. Like it really is different for some teams, right? So it's like you look at the Miami Dolphins and it's kind of exciting for us, like going through OTAs and training camp and stuff, because we have so much question marks and everything is so brand new. But it's like if you go and you look at teams like the Kansas City Chiefs or like the Philadelphia Eagles, like there's not a whole lot of change going on, so it's like OTAs for them is like super boring. Like there's really nothing to watch. Like you know who's going to be your starters, you kind of know what's going to happen. You're just like paying attention to small little minute details, like with the Kansas City Chiefs, the Rashee Rice thing, him going having to go spend 30 days in jail, so now he misses OTAs and minicamp, yada yada. Like those little small things.
Yeah, cause you know, with me, like I said, my thing is I'm excited with the season coming up to see what players are going to step up and try to grab their spot in their position and what happens. So, like I said, with the open competition, that's what has me excited. And then we're gonna also see what players are not going to do well, and what have you, and just gonna go from there.
And
So
based on our schedule too, and that's why I love why our schedule is tough, because like if you think about it, right, like we're going into like this is probably going to be the toughest year of the rebuild, and it's great that we get a tough schedule because you're really going to get to see them like put to the test. Like
Yeah.
you're really going to get to find out what you have in these guys, because like we are
exactly.
playing some tough teams, you know. So I love that we have a tough schedule going into this, because I mean, you find out who you got through the fire, man. You got to throw them into the fire and let them work through it. And Halfley said it in that Richard Sherman interview. It's like we're going to have an expectation, and we're going to go out there and like these guys are going to have to play up to that expectation, because if they don't, there's going to be a guy behind them that will. So competition breeds excellence.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I said, to sit back and see, and cause some it's gonna be some players that are gonna really step up. It's gonna be some that's gonna surprise us as well. So that's why I said to me, it's
Called
kind of
iron
exciting.
sharpens iron,
Yeah, there you go.
basically.
There you go. There you go. Hey, come on up, Grumpy. Yeah. So
That Don Shula mindset, man.
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Hey, did you guys see that mic'd up? Pete was talking about mic'd up yesterday, but I didn't know that Halfley was mic'd up.
Yeah, that video it's actually pretty good. To go check it out. I liked it. It was pretty good.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. I didn't get a chance to watch it because I had got a phone call before I clicked on it. I might go back and see it though.
So, how's the offensive line looking? Does anybody know? I mean,
There isn't really any reports too much on the offensive and defensive line
No,
right
hey,
now,
look,
because
let me tell you
it's like
something, man.
7-on-7, so it's not really like too
Wait.
much to report on.
Pete brought this up yesterday too about Patrick Paul. A lot of guys are hearing a lot of stuff about Patrick Paul too, man. Like, you know, is he going to be here in the long haul? I don't think he will.
Yeah, no, like they were talking about that today too on that Chris Perkins show with David Furones that Pete was talking about a little bit ago. I was in there too, and they had actually talked about that. Someone asked about it, and like I'm in the same boat. Like I don't believe so. Patrick Paul, he's still a young guy. He's a big guy. He was good at his position last year. Like I don't see them moving off of him. If anything, moving him would be the way to go if that's what is needed.
Mm-hmm. But what would you move him?
Yeah.
Because he's playing good at left tackle, unless they're gonna move him over to right tackle to get Austin Jackson out of there, and then also too they're putting Jonah back at right guard, which is natural position, to see if he can make that step to the
I'm
NFL level in that position.
bro, and that's another thing that a lot of I don't think a lot of fans actually realize how
Difficult.
important it is going in like for the offensive line going and blocking for a left-handed quarterback to a right-handed quarterback. Like
Mhm.
it seems like such a minute detail, but like especially if you're a rookie coming into this league trying to figure out a pretty difficult offense as it is, and you're playing an off position, and you're being asked to learn this new position and this new scheme, but now you have to do it backwards. Like you build muscle memory through time. That's what makes you great at what you do. Like it becomes muscle memory. So you're constantly doing it to the right, to the right, to the right your whole life, and now you're asking someone to do it to the left,
Yeah.
to the
Yeah.
left. You know what I mean? Like the boxes aren't going to stack up as great in Beyonce's terms on the left side as they will on the right side.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Like I personally feel like this offensive line is already going to be night and day compared to what it was last year. Just going back to like running plays to the right side for a right-handed quarterback.
Mhm.
The small little details, and those are the things that like Jeff Halfley is in bracing on these guys, like teaching these guys is those details and those fundamentals. Like I'm excited. I'm excited for the future of the Miami Dolphins. I really am, man.
I thought Paul was the left side. Did they
He
move him?
is.
You think?
He's the left
Yeah.
tackle.
Yeah. So we have the two big guys are on the left side, right? Am I right on that?
I
You got a
believe they
nice
plan
young
on.
you got a nice young left side of offensive line, man,
Yeah,
with a
because
lot of potential.
So that
yeah, because
when
I
they run
believe they
on the
plan
left
on
side,
playing. I believe they plan on playing Proctor and Paul on yeah, it'll be
yeah,
Paul and
Yeah,
Proctor on the
Proctor's gonna
left
play
side.
guard. Yep. Yep. I think you guys are going to be a run heavy team. And I'm not saying like A Chain's going to get the bulk of the carries. Like they're going to sprinkle in some Jalen Wright, some Ollie Gordon. I think you guys are going to be a
yeah, I can
run
see
first
that.
team. And you're going to be like a classic old school offense where it's going to be like run the ball, play action, get Malik out the pocket.
Right.
So here's my question with that, right? Trying to build for the future. We've seen the production of Jalen Wright through the last, 3 years. He's been with us, and we got Ollie Gordon last year. But Jalen Wright hasn't really shown a whole lot. He's been given opportunities, and like there was some times where he's kind of like shown
Yo,
some
you can hear me?
potential. Yeah, I can
Yeah,
hear you.
we can all hear you.
Okay. Yeah, okay. I definitely went out real quick. My fault, Cap. My fault. I just want to make sure y'all can hear
Um,
me.
yeah, so
My
there's
fault.
been times where he's like shown potential, but there's also been times where he's shown like he's not a guy at all. Like, so
Yeah.
is that the situation now where we, like, since we signed Devon A. Chain, we know Devon A. Chain is the guy for at least the next 3 years, right? Because then he signed a 4-year deal, but like
Yep.
that last year could be like hit or miss.
Yeah.
So Jalen Wright, though, being a guy that hasn't really done much, like maybe we are using him early, trying to make him look good for trade deadline.
Hmm.
Hmm. I just see a situation where like you guys are gonna steadily run the ball about 25 times a game where it's like A Chain getting like 17, 18 carries, and then you sprinkle in like 4 to 5 for Gordon, and another 3 to 5 for Jalen Wright. So you got your 25 carries. You're trying to
Last year, I saw
control the
Wright
clock
run the ball
type
pretty good.
game plan.
Yeah, I think also too, Green. I think Halfley may not. I say I could be wrong for saying this, but I think Halfley may still consider keeping Jalen Wright because he's a bigger back. and also he's fast also. So he may take some of the carries away from A Chain to try to keep him for the next 2 years, and sprinkle it with Jalen Wright and Gordon, just like somebody just mentioned before.
Well, that's what I thought like Gordon would be, because Gordon's kind of a big back too, and he kind of proved last year that he's got the abilities, especially in like the third down situations, to whereas like you can go early in the season using Wright as your number two in like those moments where you want to give A Chain that rest and let him like try and have some big splash plays. And this has got to be a job for Halfley. Like you got to go into the season like with this plan, like we're gonna get some draft picks from trade deadline, and we're gonna use these players. So let's draw up some plays for these players to like get them some splash plays and make them look really good, you know, and then build up that trade value. Because honestly, if you think about it, like if Jalen Wright, so let's say we use Jalen Wright this year and he does do good, and we use him all year and we keep him next year. Now we have to pay another running back. So it's like you're walking a tightrope there. So like Jalen Wright would be the next man up to either get paid or get traded or get hit free agency, etc. So why not? Let's not make the same mistake we did with Raheem Mostert. I was brand new to the YouTube scene. Nobody really knew me yet, but I was screaming that we needed to trade Raheem Mostert instead of using him when he came off of his injury after coming off of a stellar year where he was tied with Christian McCaffrey as far as touchdowns and yardage, like up there in the running back after that 2023 season. I was saying we needed to trade Raheem Mostert. Don't let him come off of injury and not do as good as he was. And what happened? He came off his injury and he wasn't the same dude. His trade value went through the floor, through the basement, down to like as far down as it can go. And we weren't able to trade him. We ended up hitting free agency when we could have traded him before the trade deadline and at least got something for him.
Cat, you know what that kind of sounds like, right?
That sounds like a Greer move.
No, not that. That's what they're kind of saying about A-Train.
No, I was saying that earlier this offseason before they actually went through with giving him the extension. Awesome. I was saying that we needed to use A-Chain early on, raise his value, and trade him at trade deadline because like if we can use him properly and he looks good and stays healthy, then you could raise the value on him. But that's not the direction they wanted to go. They stuck to their guns, and they signed him. Either way, I'm happy. But I hope for A-Chain's sake that like we get something out of it. Like he gets, because the running back position isn't a position that you're going to hold forever. So it's like I just hope that this 4 years, like he gets something out of it in that time, because I know he could have went to a team like Kansas City and probably sniffed a Super Bowl. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm sorry to those. I'm sorry, Mr. Polk. I'm back in it. They were backstage and I couldn't get them up. I'm sorry. I was on the phone. These beautiful souls, you guys kept it going. You guys are wonderful souls, man. I appreciate. I was listening on one ear, talking on the phone in the other, and I kept having to tell this client, "Oh, repeat that," because I'm listening to you guys.
Hey, Cat, didn't that happen with Jay Ajayi when Adam Gates got rid of him? Didn't he go to the Eagles just in time to get him a Super Bowl ring?
Oh, that was luck. That was a lucky move. His agent did him gravy on that move right there, because he didn't even have to really do anything to get that Super Bowl. But yes, no, I understand you 100%, bro. Yeah, no, that was a smart move for Jay Ajayi right there.
You're talking Super Bowl, right? And you know that the Falcons have higher odds to make the Super Bowl than us right now. And that's
but they also have an easier. That's because they have an easier road to the playoffs than we do. Once you get to the playoffs, that's a different story. Now they're going to start playing actual winning teams. Like
I don't know, Cat. We got to play the AFC North and the NFC North this year. It's two
But
hard
Yo,
divisions.
Nick, what's up,
yeah,
Nick?
but
Is
What
the
you
up,
point
Pete?
is
you seeing
like
this,
last year
bro?
y'all had a 3-way tie at 9-8 for the
8 and
division,
9.
right?
8 and
8 and
9. Yeah.
9. Exactly. That's what I'm
Yeah.
saying. Like I'm still under the assumption that you can win that division with 9 wins.
Yeah, I feel you. What up, Pete?
Nothing
So that's
much,
why I'm
man.
saying
Over
like they
here
have an
What's up?
easier
upset.
road
What's up,
to the
Nick?
playoffs.
Yeah.
Tua's over here getting. He's farm clicking us, bro. This man is throwing dots in Atlanta, touchdown to Pitts, touchdown to the little receiver.
Oh boy.
It's, our quarterback can't throw a touchdown yet, and it's 7-on-7 with shorts on. I don't know what to think anymore right now.
Okay,
Hey,
well,
you
Pete, you know
should
what we
think that that's
can
a
do,
great
Pete?
defense.
What we can do is go ahead and
There
fire
you go.
and
You got to think positive, Pete.
we'll go ahead and let Malik Willis go. Okay, let's
Is
let
that
him
what
go.
it is, John?
Yep.
Hafley's putting
Oh,
that defense.
You got to think positive.
Hafley's defense is stressing this young offense out.
Yeah. Hey. If the defense is getting interceptions, and that's good for them, right?
On the positive side of things, right? You know what I did
Yeah,
like
on
that
the
I heard
positive
off that
side for
clip?
the defense.
On the defense, Chop Robinson is setting the edge. Y'all hear that? Y'all hear that? Coach is over here telling Chop Robinson, good job on setting the edge. I was watching you, he said. Chop Robinson edge haters. You guys are going to be looking at Micah Parsons 2.0. This defense is gonna fly to the ball. This is what we're gonna have to be looking forward to for our team. It's our defense. We got a real legit defense now.
No, you have no idea, bro. I have an axe in my room waiting for those Chop Robinson sacks, bro, so that I can lay the axe down, bro. I have an axe specifically for it, bro. I hope they'll let me take it to the stadiums. I haven't tried yet. I got it this past year, but it's waiting. It's waiting to lay the axe down. I hope Chop Robinson can come and have a better year this year.
You see, I'm trying to get excited for the defense and give them their kudos, but at the end of the day, I read a comment like this.
What?
Our defense, it has more points in OTAs right now than our offense and special team does in total.
Well, we must have a good defense.
It ain't that good, John.
I don't know. I've never seen it yet.
2000 Ravens and stuff.
I haven't seen it.
You know who is? You know who ain't seeing it good either? Malik Willis.
Yeah, I know J-Rod. I know J-Rod is not.
I haven't seen any clips of the Dolphins yet. I haven't been watching.
And B. McDonald seems to think, fellas. B. McDonald in the chat thinks, right? We got the worst wide receiver room in the league by far.
John.
This man thinks Malik Willis is not throwing touchdowns because we have the worst receivers in the league by far.
Wow.
Y'all believe that?
I actually believe that.
Not all the receivers are on the field, are they? Are all the receivers on the field?
It's 7-on-7, John.
Let me say it like this.
No, that's not what I'm saying. Are all the receivers that we have on the field? All the good ones, the best ones that we have.
Yeah,
are you sure? Is Bell on the field? I mean, is it Bell?
Jalen Tolbert and Caleb Douglas was out there.
But
was out there too.
Who is the one that you said that was injury that's trying to get back?
Chris Bell.
Chris Bell.
Okay. Was he out there?
No.
Not all the better ones are out there yet.
He's not out there making catches on 7-on-7.
Chris Bell's going to end up being your number one.
Yeah, I know.
You know what, Nick? I actually
did he throw to the tight ends yet?
I don't even know if Malik knows he has tight ends yet. He's It's like he's one-dimensional. Jalen Tolbert, and that's it.
Well,
That's all
I
we
heard
heard.
Greg Dosage is giving praise to Malik Willis.
Yeah. What is
I
he
heard that
gonna
before
say,
I got
Mr.
on.
Pop? What else is he gonna say, Mr. Pop? They asking him about Malik. You know, if I was Greg Dulcich, I would have told him, yo, ask Malik about Malik. This is my interview. This is my time to shine.
Oh boy,
Excuse me, but I know someone that was on our team that was saying that to Tua.
I love Mr. Pop.
Okay.
Well, every time I hear you laugh, Mr. Pog, I love to hear it laugh. Shout out to Daniel Berry Sports Highlights. I'm not gonna lie, Daniel Berry. Shout out to you, my guy. I really mean it, my guy. A huge shout out to you.
Well, you know
This
what, P,
man
I gotta say
puts
something.
in that work. I
I'm
done
glad that you
seen this
did come on
man,
this.
Daniel Berry, drop like 100 videos in less than 30 minutes. About 100 different
Oh yeah,
highlights.
he be spitting them out
Daniel
now.
Berry be on it. Shout out
Yep.
to Barry. Keep doing
Yep.
you, Barry. Keep growing.
Yep.
I
That's
like
real.
all of that.
Oh, Pete,
2026
what I'm
is
about to
about
say, Pete,
preparing for 2027. Shout out to CRR.
Pete, you came on at a good time.
I
Because
did.
on Thursday it's not good on TV. So you came on at a good time.
So Thursday, there's nothing going on.
No, I
Stop.
was getting ready. I was getting ready to go live myself, and then Pete goes live. I'm like, okay, let's go.
What you had in mind, Cat?
I was just
Give
gonna.
us a
I was just gonna explore the Twitter files of the NFL, see what was
You guys should do
trending.
a joint live someday, you and Cat.
Don't even do that. You know why, Cat? You would have end up not even knowing I was live, and you were gonna end up creating this stream on your own. If you would have went on Twitter about an hour ago, you would have been mad. All it was on the timeline, two of this, two of that, lighting it up, touchdown pass here, check
Boy.
down there to Bijan, the other little receiver. Like, it's unbelievable right now. And you guys know I'm no Tua guy, but at the end of the day, this is going to backfire on our regime. The team that we think we love and we're trying to hype up and all of this, they made generational mistake. And it's not like Tua was going to win a Super Bowl with us
Well,
ever.
Pete,
I get what you guys are
all
saying.
teams do, Pete.
But
All teams
but
do.
Right now, at the top of my Twitter feed for NFL is what's his name? Hold on. Jack Campbell, the guy that just signed with the Lions, getting tackled off of a surfboard by his wife, like that type of shit.
go to the Falcons page.
No, I would have stayed away from the Falcons, bro. Come on now.
Oh no, you see, as a Dolphin fan, I feel like it's a must to keep following Tua. And it's not because I like
I know
Tua.
you dipped out. You had your phone call. I was going to ask you the question earlier. I was going to be like, "Yo, Pete, why you got the Falcons followed now?"
And Pete,
I follow all
He
the
just want to follow Tua, just see how good or bad he does, and then he'll troll us. You know.
Pete,
What up,
make a
Mark?
whole
Glad
thing
you're up
in the
here.
chat
Craig,
room,
what's up?
Hi, Pete. How you doing tonight?
Hey, Craig,
up,
I'm
Craig?
actually doing so good right now that I seen Mark come up, right? Let's celebrate. I never wanted to celebrate someone's 30-year-old birthday
people.
more than I
Isn't it
ever
great?
did today.
Tua leaves
Josh
Miami, and all of
Allen
a
is
sudden he's
getting
starting to play
old.
good football.
Josh Allen turned 30 years
Yeah.
old today, fellas. He
What?
is
You seen the picture?
30.
You seen the
Josh
picture of the
Allen's
ring
30
I
years
sent you,
old
Pete?
today.
Josh Allen is old. And you know what's
Wow.
crazy about the Bills getting old right now with Josh Allen? Their defense is not built yet. They
No,
don't
that's not.
really have receivers. They're hoping DJ Moore can do something.
Pete,
They're
Yeah, but
DJ Moore
hoping
is gonna eat
honestly,
over
Keon
there.
Pete,
Coleman. They're
He already
hoping
knows
Keon
he
Coleman can
already
turn it
knows Joe
around.
Brady's system.
Would
He already
you
knows
would you
it.
guys like to
But
watch
it's
take,
still hope.
hot take,
And this is a
hot
ring.
take,
But check
hot
this out,
take,
Nick.
hot take,
Check this
hot
out, Nick.
take, Pete,
This
hot
is a
take, Pete.
30-year-old quarterback that's been with
Yeah,
the
I got a hot
Bills.
take too.
Been with the Bills going on almost 10 seasons. And you're telling me they have not been able to solidify something? Their
But Pete,
rebuild has gone horrible. Wait,
here's your hot take.
Josh Allen.
DJ Moore will be top 10 to top 12 in receiving yards this year. Mark my words.
How old
Here's
He's
is
your
gonna have a
hot take.
DJ
big
Oh, I
Moore?
year.
got some. I
He's
got
gonna have
something
a
on
big
DJ.
year, dude.
I got something on DJ Moore, but that's not my hot take because my hot take for you, Pete, is because this is the last year for Josh Allen to get there because he's got one more year
Wow,
with
I
no more.
can't
Hold on,
make
hold on,
this up.
hold
He's
on.
already
He's got
going
one
down.
more year. He's got one more
He's
year with no Mahomes and no Lamar Jackson in the playoffs. And this is the year that they unveil their new stadium. This is the last year he has to get there. If he doesn't get there this year, he's not getting one.
Bro,
Yeah.
I heard you,
You
Cat,
know,
but there's bigger fish to fry out here right now based on my title. You know what the Atlanta
Oh,
Falcons just did right now 3 minutes ago?
oh my
3
goodness.
minutes ago. So all of y'all that want to wonder where this is coming from, go on Twitter, go on the
I'm not
Falcons
on
page.
Twitter.
3 minutes ago, Tua is throwing a deep bomb to Drake London touchdown. It's Kyle Pitts. Now they just dropped one to Drake London. Where is our touchdown? These guys don't stop dropping Tua content, fellas. I'm not making it up. It's on Twitter.
Just because
Yeah,
it's
but
not
think
being
about it.
posted doesn't mean
Think
it's
about
not
it, Pete.
happening.
They're in a damn dome. I don't give a shit about that.
And not only that, Pete, you weren't here when I broke it down. But if you think about it, right, like last year, he was overthrowing our receivers, right? Our receivers that are 5'10", 5'11", short guys. Now he's throwing to receivers that are over 6 foot. So he's still throwing the same exact pass. It's just the receivers are taller, so now they can catch it.
Go ahead, Anthony.
No, I could care less what Tua does.
In other words, they have better
No,
receivers.
Anthony, what
Well,
did you
not
say?
better, but well,
No,
What
they
did
could
you
have
say,
better
Anthony?
hold up, John. Let Anthony talk, please.
Honestly, I could give a shit about what Tua's doing in
Yeah, I don't either.
Atlanta. He could
Hold on,
kiss
let
my
Anthony
ass. He
finish.
screwed this team.
Go ahead. Tell us how you really feel, Anthony. Because there's only one thing you said wrong, but go ahead.
Okay. Oh, I want you to say what I said wrong.
Yeah,
Because you said, "Oh, Tua, I don't give a crap. Tua's in a dome." Well, guess what? This touchdown pass to Drake London, it's not inside the dome. It's outside. It's out on the field, not inside the stadium. He's throwing. What do you mean? And where's ours?
the season hasn't started yet.
Yeah, and
touchdowns. There's been multiple practices, multiple days.
And I agree with Kat. The only difference, like, he's still probably overthrowing the receivers. He can get away with it now because of Drake London and Kyle Pitts and the other boundary receiver they had that are 6'3" and above and stuff like that. So he can get away with overthrowing the ball. He couldn't do that with Tyreek or Malik.
Why isn't Malik getting away with that over here, Anthony? Malik, on the other hand, is being accused of missing and leaving meat on the bone. I hope you guys are aware of that. He missed two times on 7-on-7s, right?
You're the one doing
Mind
the
you,
Pete.
we also have him overthrowing receivers.
Oh my!
And they're tall. They're not short. They're tall guys that we have now.
Pete, it's OTAs. What are you worrying about in OTAs? They got to get, and just like you're saying about Tua. Okay, so Atlanta makes the playoffs. What's Tua going to do if it's snowing in Philly, Green Bay, or Chicago? What do you think he's going to do? Nothing. He'll be destroyed in the snow.
He'll somehow get a concussion rolling out of bed.
It's horrible, but it's true.
or mess up his hip dancing.
Yeah.
You see how you tell that Buffalo Bills fans that their regime screwed up and they run?
Oh, he didn't even get to hear me. He didn't even get to hear me talk about my take on DJ Moore yet.
Birthday. That man turned 30 years old, bro. This is hilarious.
Because I'm with Nick.
I like what Pete did though. That was good what Pete did with Mark. That was
and Mr. Polk, I'm gonna say this: the Bills to me are one of these snake-bitten franchises. They had two great quarterbacks in the last 40 years, and they haven't amounted to anything in the playoffs. Yeah. They went to 4 Super Bowls, they didn't win any, and they've been to multiple second round and maybe what's it called, AFC championships, and they can't get past the Chiefs and
Yep.
stuff like
If I
that.
was Josh Allen, I
Yeah.
would have demanded a trade.
I was listening to TD Fence talk, and he's not worried about the AFC East at all. I mean, he's not worried about the Bills or.
Vrabel has too many. Vrabel has too many personal issues to worry about the football team. The football team,
Yeah.
anyways.
And he's not.
What you said about Josh Allen?
Well, he's not
If I
worried
was
about the
Josh
Bills
Allen,
at all.
I'd demand a trade right now.
Okay.
No,
What team is gonna?
he needs to stay there this year because I was actually Nick left, but I agree with him on the DJ Moore thing because the DJ Moore is a perfect pickup for the Buffalo Bills. I do believe that DJ Moore this year because he's a deep vertical guy and he's pretty good with his hands. I believe DJ Moore is going to make Josh Allen look better than he is. He's going to catch those balls because we all know Josh Allen is not great at throwing the deep balls. That's where the interceptions come in when you're talking about Josh Allen is when he's trying to throw it deep. DJ Moore is going to be the type of guy.
He was known for having a deep. He was a deep ball thrower. What do you mean, Cat?
No, that's where his interceptions. Like that's why the last couple of years Joe Brady's kind of reined it in a little bit to where he's not as wild with the football because those deep passes is where the interceptions come in.
Does Josh Allen have this is not a question. When you say Josh, would you say Josh has the same mentality as a guy like not John Elway, my God, Brett Favre, where he knows he can get away with it because of his arm strength, and he throws interceptions. Like he has a true gunslinger mentality where he doesn't care that he turns it over because he can give you 4 or 5 touchdowns each game and stuff like that.
Right, but it's kind of different when you're talking about Josh Allen, comparing him to Brett Favre, because Josh Allen is he's a different breed of quarterback, right? Because he can play bully ball.
John Elway.
He can play bully ball with you. You know what I mean? If he needs to tuck it and run to get 9 yards for a first down, he can lower that shoulder and he can do that. You know, I didn't see Brett Favre being a quarterback that can just pull that out of his hat and do it whenever he wanted to, like Josh Allen does. But at the same time, that's what's going to be the end of Josh Allen too. You know what I mean? It's just a matter of time.
The mentality. I'm more talking about the mentality than the play style. Josh has that Brett Favre mentality where they throw 4 or 5 interceptions, 2 or 3 interceptions, the first half of the game, and by the end of the game they have 6 touchdowns and stuff like that.
DJ Moore right now in his career, he's like a 4-5 guy. He doesn't have that same burst he had coming out of college.
No, but he's got great hands. He's got great hands.
Kat, you know what I think? I think Nick, the Panthers fan, was up here hyping up DJ Moore because don't forget, bro, he was an ex-first round pick for them, and he came out in the same draft with Josh Allen in 2018, bro.
Yeah, but he didn't have a quarterback at that time, yo. He really is a great receiver. He's just had a bad run at his career, man. Some
His
great
career is over. He's 30 years old.
Allen. Take Keenan Allen, for example.
Receiver.
Or take Mike Evans, for example. No,
Mike Evans is done.
No, Mike Evans. Mike Evans
can't be your number one.
I'm glad Mike Evans got out of Tampa because now he actually can sniff a Super Bowl in San Francisco.
I don't think San Francisco's going anywhere. They're in too tough of a division. They got to deal with.
They are in a tough division, but he's going to be a clear number one, and he's consistent, bro. He's consistent. 8
I understand
1,000 yard seasons consecutive. He's been in the league for 10 years. Come on.
But you're saying you're glad he got out of Tampa. Okay, what's he gonna do? Who'd he go to? Frisco?
San Francisco,
the 49ers.
Yeah. Okay. What's he gonna do? Brock Purdy, because Brock Purdy can have a string of good games, and then Brock Purdy can turn around and shit the bag.
That doesn't matter because we've seen how San Francisco works anyways. It doesn't matter who's your quarterback. I think any one of us on this panel can probably go have Kyle Shanahan make us efficient enough to throw Mike Evans a touchdown or 2.
Hey, Craig, I gotta ask Craig a question.
Go ahead.
Does he remind you of Tony Romo?
Who, Purdy?
Yeah,
Absolutely. He'll choke in the big game.
exactly. When you were
He'll
describing
choke when it
when
counts.
you describing him, I said, you know what? You sound like you describing Tony Romo.
He'll choke. I'm sorry, he will.
What's
And
up,
like I,
Sweet?
he's just got to deal with too much. And like I said, yeah, he's won games, but then he's turned around and then he shit the bed 2 or 3 in a row.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yo, Cat
especially
for life, talk to us. Go ahead, Craig.
no. And what I was going to say, and if his boy, what's the running back, the star running back
For
for the
You talking
49ers,
Niners?
about McCaffrey?
McCaffrey.
If he goes down, he's done. Because
Yeah, we
that's
all know that McCaffrey is the backbone of the 49ers, like
yeah,
100%. Like having him
yeah.
there, like gives you the threat of an elite weapon. So that's what makes their passing game so great. We've seen what
Oh
happens to the
yeah, but
49ers when McCaffrey's out.
McCaffrey's another guy that gets hurt a lot. That's the other
He
thing.
does. He
Yeah.
does.
Yes, he does.
He gets hurt a lot. And I get it. Look, running backs don't last long. You
But
got a
if you
handful over the years.
How long has CMC been playing though? He's been playing for a while.
But
He's
I
about
mean,
to
they
go on
also
like
use
10
him a
years,
lot
I bet.
too.
Been there for a while. Yeah.
Isn't
You
he
talking
like
about McCaffrey?
30, 31 now, McCaffrey?
I think
He's
the point. I
old.
think the
He's
point.
old.
I
He
think
got
the
Yes,
one
point
sir.
Craig is
contract from
making is
Carolina
that
and another contract from
yeah,
the 49ers. So it's 8 right there.
yeah. So I think the point Greg is trying to make though is that I remember when McCaffrey was in Carolina, his first 2 seasons, he was so small. He was a little guy, you know what I mean? And a lot of the media said what we knew. Hey, you got to go and put on 20 to 25 pounds, or at least 20 pounds. And
Yeah,
that's what McCaffrey did. He did it.
yeah.
And not only did he do it, he did it and he got lean. Now, if anyone doesn't know what lean means, it means it doesn't really look like you put on the overall muscle. It just looked like everything you have is all, you toned it in and you toned it up.
But
And so, and he
but
became
can it?
very lean. And so I think that in talking got now back to A Chain, I think we have a weapon similar to McCaffrey and Marshall Falk in that all A
Yeah,
Chain has to do is become lean
yeah,
and basically last 10 years as a weapon, because I can guarantee you McCaffrey in his third season, he was not given 24 touches. He always had a backup running back
yeah,
who would take touches from him. Same thing in San
yeah.
Francisco. So this is the same thing playing out for A Chain. We got a couple of guys, right? Ollie Gordon. They could be here for 6, 7 years backing up A
Yeah,
Chain. But the point
yeah.
being, you need to tell A Chain he has to become more lean because he is built like Kader Kohu. He is pretty built, but he needs to
So
get at
you don't
least
want him to get stocky. You want him to be like Jonathan Taylor.
no. I want him to be himself, Cap, but I think I want him to become more lean, like how the demand became for McCaffrey in Carolina. The demand was, we know you're a superstar in the making. Let's put on a few pounds. And I think the same thing is applying to A-Chain. We know
Yeah,
you're
but
becoming a superstar,
yeah,
pass
but
and
when he
catch, receiving, everything. So
I see
that's what McCaffrey's
I
career
see
is
he
based
gets
on.
lean.
It's really based on,
The
yeah,
body,
it's based
the
on the
body. You know what I'm
catching
saying?
and the receiving. Yeah.
For you,
We
lean
gotta
is
get
like
him.
cut.
We gotta get him to Chris Johnson status.
Mhm.
That's it.
That's cut. Yeah.
yeah.
Cut, muscled up, and run. Use your speed. Get those 2,000 yards. We can get it.
And Cat, just like you
Especially,
mentioned earlier, Cat, use Ollie Gordon on third down and short plays. Use him down there in the red zone. That's a
Yep,
good time to
yep,
use him and
yeah.
kind of preserve. I'm not saying being soft with HM, but kind of preserve him because we did sign him, so we need for him to last us whatever the years he has left, um, physically and what have you.
Now,
Well, I mean, but
does
you
that
got to
extension
do
kick
that
in?
carefully, Mr. Polk, because like you can't steal you can't steal a bunch of touches or touchdowns from A Chain. Like for example, I've seen teams like use a player to get them all the way down the field, and then somebody else gets the touchdown. Like once in a while, you gotta like sprinkle it. You gotta be careful with it because then that player's going to get aggravated over time. And
Yeah, but here's the thing with that cat. I'm gonna tell you too. With A-Chain's body frame, he's not gonna be able to keep taking those hits like he's been doing all the years he's been with him. That's the time when you put in the Jalen Wright. That's the time you put in the Ollie Gordon because they're built for that.
Well, I think with A-Chain, he needs to be able to really tap into his explosiveness, right? You know, he needs to get those touchdowns from what he's good at, and that's his explosive plays, like breaking through that first initial tackle or two and
like a 30,
open
40 yard
field
run,
and
right?
getting a 40-yard, 50-yard touchdown. You know what I mean? Like he's got to make sure, and that's all he needs to bulk up for, right? Is to break that initial tackle. Like you get him to break that initial tackle, and he hits that explosiveness, and hopefully it's open field from there. So
I can see A-Chain with the similar career of McCaffrey because I think if he meets the demand that McCaffrey met, you can easily now have a plus 8-year career. He can be in his third contract, right? I think McCaffrey's set up for his third deal. And if you're set up for your third deal, normally it's a rookie contract,
How
4
old is
years.
McCaffrey, though?
And then,
How old is
You know
he?
what?
let me
What is
confirm that.
going on
Let
in
me
the
look
chat
at
with
that.
this Omar and Tua's dead crap? This man is looking to come to the other side. Like first of all, that's a bold lie. Omar can't do any of that because clips are dropping. Like I said 10, 15 minutes ago. Did Omar see that deep throw to Drake London? CRR and goes. How is his arm dead? Omar is lying. He's trying to join.
Hey, can I make an announcement
He's trying to
real
be
quick?
cool with the Tua hater side
Yeah,
now
go ahead.
because he noticed how
Go ahead, Cat.
nerdy those Tua nears
Go ahead,
are.
Cat.
How about that? How about that? They over here trying to make up takes
I
on Tua's
think,
name now.
listen,
The Tua
I'm going to be real.
lying on Tua right now. That's crazy to me. And what's sad, you know what's sad? He's lying, making it seem like Tua is not doing anything, despite all the clips are coming out. Yet they're coming out, right? Because now they're bold lying to us. Because the Falcons are dropping stuff. They're dropping things on their channel that we're not getting from ours. So he's lying. So if Tua's arm is dead, Malik is armless. If Tua's arm is dead, Malik is armless. Quinn Ewers don't exist. He ain't got. We're playing soccer in Miami.
Oh, God. Here we go.
No. Let's go sign
He's on the
Messi.
rant.
We're playing soccer. We're kicking field goals.
That's why with all three of these quarterbacks on the roster, the Miami Dolphins will be going to get another quarterback in the next draft.
Well, sure they were. But I'd like to see Malik succeed.
I would like to just see this season end first.
Sharif, I want to know.
Because I'm going to tell you right now.
I want to know. No, Sharif and Cap, y'all can talk about your favorite bubblegum. I don't care what y'all talk about after this.
What?
But I'm going to tell you right now, I want to answer
I
from
told
you, gentlemen, on
long
this
time
title.
ago, this would be
I know that title made you guys laugh. I know that title made you two guys laugh, but there's nothing funny about this. Tua Tagovailoa is lighting it up in Atlanta based on all the Twitter videos, right? And what's winning in the Dolphins is our defense. How does that make you two gentlemen feel right now as a Dolphin fan? Let's be honest with us.
You want you want to go first?
You're first.
Cap?
You're already talking.
Oh, you go ahead, Sharif.
So to me, number one, I'll say what Sullivan said to the seasoned fan base in the private meeting that they had when Sullivan had just signed his deal. I'll say we will address the situation with Tua. I promise you, to the fan base, and to me, that's how I would leave it. They addressed it, and I think they told the real spending fan base that they would have addressed it, and I was like, wow, if they come out and then trade Tua or cut Tua, that would say a lot to me, even though I wasn't there inside the meeting with the season ticket
You know what's
holders.
wild, Sharif?
it's just something to be said to follow through. Like we're getting rid of Tannehill. Please get rid of Tannehill, and then please get rid of Tua. Please get rid of him, and they did. And so that's how I leave it. That's how I'm gonna leave it. Tua
Okay,
is a
Sharif,
good.
you can leave
Mhm.
it like that, right? So I'm guessing you're not following up on it. But guess what? Only because you're gonna leave it and you want to leave it, don't mean other Dolphin fans are gonna leave it, right? So
So
I
when
keep
Penix,
No,
following
I
up.
mean,
what?
so
So
I
hey,
can focus.
Hold on,
So I
Sharif.
can
Real
focus on
quick,
my
real quick.
line. I can
You could
focus on
focus
my
on
young
nah.
rookies. On Kenneth Grant.
Yeah.
Why is he lose
if
weight?
You
Why
could
did
do
they
all
ask
that
him to
and still
lose weight?
focus on. You could
Uh,
do all of that and still focus on what's going
I'm
on
not
with
in the Atlanta
with Tua.
building.
You want me to
if
tell
Penix,
you?
if
No,
Hold
I'm
on,
not
Penix,
Sharif.
gonna
What
put
Sharif?
myself in the Atlanta
Sharif.
building. No, Pete, that's
Sharif, you
rage.
know, okay, but Sharif, you know why this is important? Because you just apologized not too long ago saying you were wrong with Tua's mobility. And you know why you weren't wrong?
Yes,
Somebody in Atlanta reported that based on what they heard, Tua was not allowed to move and run because the organization was afraid for him to get hurt again with a
sounds
concussion.
familiar.
Now in
we all
Atlanta,
knew that,
they're
Pete.
not okay.
They were
We knew what we
asking
knew.
him. They
Okay,
were
we knew what we
asking him
knew,
to
but guess
not
what we
do
know
it
now?
since week 2.
Guess what we know now? We're watching clips. Go to the Falcons Twitter. Tua is on the move, my guy, running and throwing the ball. We haven't seen our quarterback do that. Mind you, they told us
They
we
have a
never watched
gurney
our quarterback
nearby.
swing.
They
Wait,
they have a
you know what?
gurney
Hold
nearby,
on,
Pete.
Sharif.
Yeah.
Pete, they
Sharif,
have a
they
gurney
said
nearby as
the
well.
Falcons
I'm just
said they're
letting you
gonna let
know.
Tua. They're gonna let Tua be two.
They have a gurney
Hey,
nearby too, Pete.
okay. So my
And
question
we're gonna
is,
see the fingers. We're gonna see the fingers do the west side. And we don't
my,
want that.
hey, my question is, so what if Penix gets better? I mean, do you think the fan base is not going to want to see the guy that's supposed to get paid? Like Penix is still supposed to get paid, right?
Hell no, Cap, bro. The Atlanta Falcons fan base, Jermaine is over there on their Falcons YouTube. Go see it. This fan base is divided. You're laughing, but it's true. This fan base is really divided. They like
Listen,
what they see
Oh, does
in
that
Tua.
sound familiar?
Yeah, but you know what doesn't sound familiar? Where's our quarterback? What's our quarterback doing?
No, that was
listen.
that sound
You know what
familiar
Tua
too.
reminds me of? Tua reminds me of Madden '92. When you got injured, the ambulance didn't really care who was on the field and who was in its way. It actually injured about 11 more players before it got to the
Oh
one injured real player.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
That's who that's who Tua is at this point in his career, bro. Tua is like
Hey,
that dude. He
hey, it would pick up the player and then take off and still run over people on the way out.
That's Tua, bro. He pick Tua up and run over other people because he's so injured prone.
Tua on 7-on-7 in basketball shorts is throwing touchdowns in Atlanta. Malik on 7-on-7s in
Oh my
basketball
goodness, here
shorts
we go
is throwing
we
again.
pick
saw that. We
sixes in
saw that
Miami.
here, Pete. We
Is
saw that here.
Exactly.
What
But
happened
we're
when
not
he
seeing
went to?
it anymore.
Yeah,
Cap,
we
Bro,
we're
did
not
when he,
see
seeing
that
it
here.
anymore.
I'm so man. I'm so
See the
pissed that we don't have
same
joint
thing here.
practices. I'm so pissed that we did not have joint practices with the Falcons,
In
bro.
fact, so
But I
now
What are you
guarantee you,
talking like?
the same
So
thing. Who was that?
this isn't a
It might
big
have been
deal.
CC
Cap, you're acting
Zapata
like this.
mentioned that
You're
too. See,
okay. We've seen it here in Miami, and now what is it that we're seeing? Think about that.
controversy over there.
Y'all
Let them
just
have the
so happy.
controversy.
Y'all just so
Pete didn't
happy
Yep.
highlight
as
that
Tua
because I
haters.
asked him to,
You
but
guys
he
are
ain't
so happy
highlighted.
he's gone, and yet fail to realize only because you think Malik is better. The tape that from OTAs don't show Malik is better.
But here's the thing, Pete. It's OTAs.
There you go.
I will be
Why is
more worried when
listen,
it's the
Wait,
season.
what do
Pete,
you
let me
mean
ask you
by
this,
it's
Pete. Pete,
OTAs?
answer this.
Tua is in Atlanta learning a new offense. Malik is in
Let me
Miami learning
ask
a
you
new
this.
offense.
Let me ask you
Okay,
this,
so
Pete.
let Tua
Who
do
is
well.
ahead? Who is the head, Pete? The defense or the offense in week 4? Day 4 OTAs. Who is ahead? The defense or the offense by what you've seen in your data so far?
There should be a defense.
So look
No,
at
I'm
defense.
asking Pete. I want to know
Yeah,
because
no. Yeah, no.
Pete is scanning everything. Go ahead, Pete.
I don't
Who
know
is
who.
ahead?
I mean, the defense seems to be like they're ahead, but yet because of the turnovers and stuff. But
No,
That's
let
what,
me. The
what is
reason
that
why
got
I
to do
asked that,
with Atlanta, right?
because I'm
Atlanta got a
setting
better
this up.
defense, Sharif.
No.
So
What I'm
let me ask
setting
you.
Atlanta
up
got a better
is
No,
defense,
wait,
Sharif.
hold on,
so.
hold on. Let me ask you like
Tua's going
this.
against a tougher defense right now.
Okay, Pete. Let me ask you like this: would you place a bet for the Falcons to have more than 9 wins right now, knowing what you saw right now in OTAs?
I hear crickets.
I've always had the NFC South between the Buccaneers and the Falcons this upcoming season. And it doesn't matter who the quarterback is, Tua or Penix. That's the two teams I think is going to win the NFC South.
That's a
It's either
fair
Bucks
assessment.
or the Falcons.
That's a
You
fair
see,
assessment because
you
they got
know
a
what's
A
crazy?
chain too in they got an A chain too in the
Yeah,
running back area.
Dijon.
Bijan Robinson, he's actually going to make more when he signs his deal. That's about 72 million guaranteed right there. But listen,
Yeah,
Pete,
because Love got like
the
50,
reason
right?
why, the reason why I asked if you think the defense is ahead of the Dolphins offense at this point, day 4 training camp, is because
Tua hasn't
when
thrown
we
an
look,
interception, bro. Go ahead.
when we look at the team building, right, and we, I want to go back to Patrick Graham, right? Now, what I'm gonna wait for is the coaches' press conferences. The Because that's gonna Halfley had his yesterday, the coaches' press conference. Because what they're gonna now they're not gonna give us a lot, but they're gonna give us some insight into what they're instilling. What do we expect from the players at this point? I expect players to be trying to sleep under the desk at the facility. I expect players to try to be breaking the CBA deal, meaning they're staying over their hourly time at the facility because they're begging coaches for more because they don't want to be part of this 20 that's going to be cut down from
Nah,
90
no,
to be cut.
look, Sharif,
So
we've seen this
I think
before,
there's
though, bro.
urgency.
They're
I
already
think
doing
there's
that.
bro.
They're
I
already
think
They need
doing
to get the
that.
playbook.
Cap,
They
follow
need to
me.
get the
Cap,
playbook.
follow me. There was a
I
demand.
pretty much
Cap,
told
But I gotta
Malik
step in
Willis,
on this because
don't worry about.
now
Cap,
you're
follow me
saying
though.
something. Now
Guys,
you're
follow
saying
me
something
though.
that's not true because it's been verified not only by Sully but by Greg Dulcich too, that there are players that are going in on off times because they know that they're a young team. They
And
know
They need to
that they
absorb
have a
that
lot to
playbook,
and
work
bro.
shout
on.
out to Alan Poupart. Alan Poupart said some players
Shout
will
out.
try to sniff the CBA because you cannot stay in the building a certain time. Jimmy Johnson caused that by giving 14 two-a-days in a week. He broke the CBA and they had to go back to the drawing board before the new NFL deal. So you have to know your history. And so they're right within the CBA of allowing so much
It's
practices.
literally already been confirmed that the guys are
Now,
already doing that. They're going in on Saturdays. They're going in on their time off.
right.
They're staying late
And they have
afterwards.
to ask the coaches for more because I'm not trying to prove anything wrong or right to you. I'm just saying it's the urgency that Hoffley is instilled. Go to your coaches if you feel you're behind on the depth chart. That's not my problem. You need to show how much more you want to learn because this is going to happen fast, guys. There's going to be more installs, and if you get left behind, that's because you want to go home because it's legal for you to go home on your own time.
We'll be
And
left
I
on the
love
bus.
that. I love
Yeah,
that. I really love that.
that kind of
Thank
just
you.
doubles down on what Halfley said in his interview with Richard Sherman about how he was saying like we have our expectations and you're either going to meet those expectations or there's going to be somebody behind you that will. It's just doubling down on that and
And I can
actions and
guarantee
not in
you,
words, and those are actions, right? Those are
and I can
actions through
guarantee
words.
you, and I can guarantee you there's nobody that's going to be Dante Trader Jr. trying to beat out because he came in as a draft pick.
I'm telling y'all,
He showed McDaniel the whole defensive playbook when he was drafted by the Dolphins. He was
I'm
like, "This
telling
is your
y'all to
defense, Weaver."
I'm telling y'all to keep an eye out on Zane Anderson. Don't be surprised
But
if
I
he ends up as our #1 safety this year. Don't
Okay,
be
cool,
surprised.
but I know there's gonna be some bookroom dogs who's gonna take over the position because they wanted more behind the scenes, not on the field practice, because they wanted more. They're gonna sleep and bring their pillow to the facility. That's the guys I want. That's the point I'm
Yeah,
trying to
you're
make.
not.
Sorry for being long-winded.
No, you're not preaching to me. My slogan for this off season right now, my new slogan, I don't think you've heard it, but my new slogan is it's easy to say that the Dolphins will suck, but it's hard to see why they won't.
Yeah.
That's my slogan. I literally did a
And
whole
I,
show on it the other day, giving you guys reasons like why.
Is that the one you made on
if you
Sunday? I got
look
to
at
catch
it,
that one.
if you're looking at it through the details and reading between the lines
Yep.
and like paying attention to all the small little nuances that are going on, like you can easily see that it doesn't necessarily have to be a bad rebuild. This
Yeah.
could be a
It
be a
takes no
great rebuild.
talent. It takes no
And
talent. Do you want it
what I'm
more?
saying. Don't get what I'm
You're right,
saying though.
Sharif.
Don't get what I'm saying
Eh,
misconstrued. I'm not necessarily saying we're going to go hit the Super Bowl, but good football for
right.
us can be as easily as
Yeah,
having
yeah,
27 to 35 point games, whether we win or lose.
yeah,
Right.
yeah. But hear me out though, Cat in the Hat, because you and Sharif were onto something. Discipline. Right now, when you think about it, when coach is over here taking away the leadership from Malik Willis and telling him to get more in the scheme and this and that, that's actually the coach doing his job, making sure that schematics and fundamentals come first before anything else. Make sure you have your job done first before you come in here and try to act like some leader as a
Yeah,
player.
and you
And
know
I
what?
can tell you,
I wanna expand on that. I want to expand on that,
And
Pete,
that
because Malik
Yeah, go ahead,
Willis's press conference, or not really press conference, but questioning after one of the OTAs, like he was really he showed that he was getting good coaching, and that he answered those questions because like they were asking him about how he gets in tune with how they get on the same page, and he was talking about how they have conversations about certain things, about how
you're
different
right, Cat.
wide receivers might have certain preferences in certain areas to get the ball, etc. So it's like he's showing growth, and he's showing that he is trying to do this job at a high
so what I
level.
was
And hold on,
yeah,
So,
hold on,
so
before you go, Pete, I did have an announcement I wanted to make earlier before my phone dies. If y'all like anything that y'all are hearing out of this microphone, make sure y'all head over to the AFC Eastie Boys and smash that subscribe button, because we're 9 subscribers away from somebody walking away with a Mike Gesicki autographed photo. So make sure y'all head over there and y'all show some love.
Mike
that's
Gesicki
what's up.
autograph photo.
and Cat,
That's
and also
Man,
okay.
too,
I hope
Cat
he gets those
did
That's what's
subscribers
up.
up.
Cat did good film work on Malik Willis as far as college going from college going. What's that? High school, college, and pros.
Yeah, I went all the way back through high school.
Yeah,
Yeah, I went all the way
right,
back through high
exactly.
school.
And if you
Cat,
watch
are you going down to the
progress,
Yeah,
facility
I will
training
be, as
camp?
soon as training camp opens to the public, I will be down there, and I do have fake credentials that I will be trying to use to get into the player
So
interviews.
so far, guys. So
Oh
far,
man,
guys.
you
We
should have
got
I
never
can
color.
make
said that.
We got
myself I
misfit.
can
Hey,
Hold
make
up, hold
this is
myself
up,
the
look
wrong
like I
community to
belong.
say that, man.
hold
Some
up.
of these other
Hey,
haters, they're gonna rat you out, bro.
Yep.
Y'all
but
better
guess what?
not
Now
rat me out, bro. I'm bringing
No,
hella
no,
we
troops.
they're
got
gonna
Cat.
rat you out, Cat.
We got misfins. We got
yeah,
color. And they
yeah.
think we got TD. I don't know if a Dudley will try and make it. But I think
No,
that's 4
he said he
people
can't.
that I got these people I could just reach out, and I could reach out to Cap uh inside the Discord. I could reach out to Miss Fins and find out, and I'm understanding that Color is gonna make sure that he has footage, even though that they have spotters. Oh, you can't use your phone, you can't take videos.
Yeah.
Nah, see,
Color's go-
color's
Gonna make
gotta get with
sure.
me.
Color's
I'll
gonna
tell him.
make
Hold
sure
on,
we're
hold on, hold
straight.
on.
That's all I'm gonna
Yo,
say. That's all I'm gonna
they
say
gotta get
about
with
it.
me. They gotta get with me. I know where to go. I know where to go to lay low and get your film and shit. I got some pretty
Listen,
good
man,
film last
Color's
year.
gonna have all the footage we need, and see what we need as Dolphin fans. We just need to see
We
if
need more eyes. That's
scan.
exactly what
We
it
need
is.
to listen. The reason why we really need it because we want to see if Sabanaya, Austin Jackson, Grant, if they take a step back. If they take a step back even more, then we just want to know. That's all fans want to know because
Yeah.
if we want to
Wow.
know
You
for a
know what?
friend. That's all.
I'm gonna tell you right now. Week 3 is the preseason game versus the Falcons. Is that the preseason where the starters play the most? Right?
I think they
Typically,
changed
yeah.
I
it. No,
understand
they
the
changed it
Falcons
to
back
week
out of
two,
the
Pete.
scrimmage.
Pete, they do it week
We're,
two
Mhm.
now.
It hasn't been
No.
announced yet which team is going to be the scrimmage so far. I do know that there
Yeah, it
is
has.
No,
one
Atlanta
team
backed
Yeah, it
out.
confirmed.
has. It
One
has.
team has
We already have.
confirmed.
Atlanta said they won't scrimmage with us anymore. I believe
I,
Tua said, "Listen, I don't want to go down there. Those
I
guys
don't
may
blame him,
they
bro.
may try
I
to
don't blame
they
him.
may try to touch my noggin, man.
So hold
These
on,
guys are
Sharif. You're
hot.
telling me.
These
So
are
you're
new
telling
hot
me. So
rookies.
hold on. If that's true, right, Sharif? You telling me Tua went over there and put down day one like that? So he can
Listen,
put down
Tua is
like
like,
that?
listen,
Our
Tua is
quarterback
like,
is
listen,
being
man.
told
If
he
I'm a
can't even lead. He got to learn the scheme. And Tua's over there telling them, "Nah, we ain't practicing
Oh
like
my
that."
goodness.
He's the
we ain't
man like that.
scrimmaging Miami, man. We ain't scrimmaging, man. That's too.
That's
Listen,
because
y'all have to put some
No, Miami
that's
respects on
wasn't
because
Tua.
Tua
doing
dumb rich,
scrimmage.
bro.
Remember
He's got
now,
$100 million
Tua is the
he's
guy.
getting paid, and
Remember
it's not
now,
from the Falcons.
Tua
Yeah.
is the guy. People forget Tua is the guy that said in the Tennessee game, fourth quarter, please don't shout at me. And he started like crying in Flores' face, and then hours later, Flores was fired. You think Tua ain't gonna tell Matty Ice, listen, we ain't practicing against Miami? That's done.
Mm-mm.
He gonna tell Matty Ice one time, we ain't practicing against Miami, and that's it. We gonna play week 3. Yes, that's fine. I'm gonna be there. That's all good. But I ain't practicing. I ain't scrimmaging against Miami. What you think Matty Ice said? I'm gonna take that off the schedule, Tua. I'm sorry.
They were never scheduled.
This
They
is
even
this is the guy. This is the guy who flat out told Flores, "You ain't gonna scream in my face" when he threw the ball to Tennessee and cost us the game. That's how I look
You know
at
what I'm
Tua
proud of?
because it panned out.
You want me to tell you
It
something,
panned
Sharif?
out. McDaniel
You
saw through it, and what McDaniel did is he said, "Listen, the minute you see Chris Greer is fired, my true colors will come out in McDaniel." It's McDaniel's true colors that shine through when he benched Tua. He benched him, and his true colors came out. That was McDaniel's true colors. I promise you.
I actually agree with
Because
that.
Chris Greer was like on top of the shadow of the Dolphins. I gotta prove that Tua was right. That was the shadow, like Batman over New York. That was the shadow. And if you bench Tua, Chris Greer was gonna have a problem with it and probably pimp you off in Ross's office. So the minute that Ross was fired, that stigma, that oh man, I'm gonna cut anyone. That's how McDaniel felt. I'm gonna cut anybody who don't listen to me. And that's why I said it was McDaniel's true colors came out, shining through. You
yeah,
know what
but
I
I'm
mean?
just so happy. Sharif, you made it hard, but I kept digging and I kept digging and I finally found it. I got you to talk about Tua. Remember earlier? Nah, put the past away. I'm not talking Tua. I'm
No, but
talking
it
Tua,
was
my
a
man.
relief for me. I needed that relief. But what I needed to McDaniel to find out is the minute they relieved Chris Greer, the keys was given to Ewers, but he had to make a reason. So you had to let the Pittsburgh game finish. You had to let Tua screw himself up. 99 yards passing. And so McDaniel let Tua screw himself. This is the quarterback week 2 press conference, right? My coaches, I don't know what they're trying to do, but I know what I'm doing, but it's like sometimes the plays that they're calling, like they're doing their own thing. Why did
yeah,
you
but
call
Tua was
McDaniel up?
always full of
But so you know
excuses.
what McDaniel did? So you know what McDaniel did? McDaniel said week 3, week 4, 5, 6, 7, I'm gonna let you hang yourself. I'm not even gonna like counter to help counter with you and have the meeting on Tuesday with you. I'm gonna let you hang yourself because what you did, you hanged me week 2 press
Mhm.
conference, make me feel like I don't know what the hell I'm doing, right?
Wow.
And then you hang the players out to dry because you told them when I came to McDaniel to address it, he didn't address it, and the players still didn't listen to you and come to your meeting. So McDaniel basically let you hang yourself. Chris Greer got fired, and then the true colors shine through. I see
Oh
the
God, this
truth.
guy.
Yes. Who's the artist of that song?
Oh, that
No
was
idea. Don't
Walt
care.
Disney World.
And that's
Oh,
why we love her. So don't be
you've been to
afraid
Disney World
to
before, so
dance
that's where you
to
heard it.
her.
That's where you heard
But
it
you know what?
before.
The only thing I regret about that is that they should have done it earlier so that when those guys
They
get
should have let him play it on the 5th-year option.
Did you guys see the mic'd up that we dropped? Did you
what I'm
guys see
saying
the
is that
mic'd up
Quinn
video
Ewers
that
should
we
have got
dropped?
in earlier than that. He should have got more snaps than that.
If they had let him play it on
I'm
his
glad you
5th-year
guys got me to
option,
talk
bro.
about Ewers. I'm glad you guys got me to talk about Ewers right now.
Ewers is gonna be here for 10 years, Pete. That's what you
Yeah,
don't get to understand. Listen, Ewers is such a trench in this team that he's telling Halfley, hey, Halfley, I got your little rookie over here scared. I know exactly what he's doing. And you know what Halfley did?
you saw
Halfley
that
said,
clip, right?
Quinn,
Quinn Ewers winked at him. He winked at him.
Quinn know exactly what you're doing, Taff. So I don't know what you're gonna do. I don't know. Intercept it when you know, and then wink back at
He
it.
said,
But the thing is,
yeah, he said
Quinn
when you
ain't going.
intercept Quinn's
Listen,
pass and wink back at him.
which will never happen because Quinn ain't no garbage quarterback. So
He's
I don't know
not.
what Taff. Quinn ain't gonna let no. So I don't know what Taff gonna do because Quinn already know where you gonna be, and
But
that says a lot
you
about
remember this
Quinn.
thing?
Yeah, but I've said
It
this
says a
before,
lot
Cherie.
about Quinn. Remember Coach Bush Hadman, right? I was talking about Coach Bush Hadman, what he said about Quinn. And what Coach Bush Hadman said, he said, Quinn Ewers, he's very confident and he has starter traits. That part right there, he's winking at Michael Taff at the safety, telling him he knows where he's going, right? That
Okay,
right
Pete,
there
calm
is
down,
Quinn
calm down.
Ewers'
Oh,
confidence.
Kyle, what
That's
did we
his
do to
confidence.
Pete?
That's his confidence. No, I'm just saying, like, you see, you guys
Calm
don't
down, calm
understand,
down.
man. You guys don't understand.
We opened up the
We
box
need a pure
jacks.
passer.
We opened up the jack box, man.
Somebody was up here talking about it. Talking about it yesterday. I believe it was KP, but I could be wrong. So sorry if I forgot your name. You didn't. But someone brought up on the panel yesterday that they saw the Omar Kelly and the Dolphins collective, and I went to go watch it this morning. I missed it yesterday. And this morning, I actually heard the take about Omar Kelly talking about how he doesn't like Quinn Ewers' sidearm throw. How do you guys feel about that sidearm?
Who said about the
He doesn't
sidearm?
like Malik Willis. He doesn't like Malik Willis. Yeah.
Omar Kelly doesn't like Malik Willis.
Omar
Ewers
Kelly's
has
still.
sidearm too. Ewers has a sidearm too.
Nah,
Let me tell you something
not like
about
Malik.
Omar Kelly,
Not like
Pete.
Malik. Ewers is an overthrow, and it's so quick it comes out like a flick of a wrist. Like he's a natural thrower of the football, and Ewers
but
actually has
Mahomes has a
different
sidearm.
arm angles.
You've never seen Ewers no look sidearm?
Yeah, he does. He has
did it
different
in week.
arm angles.
He did that like in week 15. He had a
Yeah,
no
he
look
did that.
sidearm to Waddle.
No
What are
look.
you talking
Yeah,
about?
he has different angles. He's a natural thrower of the football.
So do
That's
you
who
have a
Quinn Ewers
problem
is.
with our quarterbacks throwing the sidearm? No, I don't. Once they don't get
You
batted
see,
down, I don't have a problem with it.
your natural throw cannot be sidearm, bro.
Yeah,
That sidearm by Malik, it's not good. Those passes get tipped at the line of scrimmage, dude. Malik
If
is
you have a
capable of
running
hitting Patrick Paul
quarterback
and back of the
and
helmet.
he can throw a sidearm pass at the same time to get by a defensive player to
Yep,
get
he can.
to your wide
You're
receiver.
gonna need to have a
That
sidearm
might be
because
a
if you
good
right,
play because the Hurricanes had that quarterback. Was it last year? That's it the year before.
Pete, I would actually push back to you. If we actually watch Patrick Mahomes games, he does a lot of sidearm stuff because he plays shortstop.
University of Miami
the
had
reason why you need
Patrick
the reason
Mahomes.
why you need
We're
is
talking
With
about
Patrick
Omar
Mahomes,
Kelly was
it's a
talking
different
about just
scenario,
naturally
though.
passing out of the pocket in basketball shorts in OTA, bro.
but the
We're
reason
not
why you
running
need a
from it.
sidearm.
We're not
Patrick
avoiding
Mahomes comes
anything,
from a
Anthony.
baseball
You're telling me
background.
he's just dropping back and just sidearm throwing?
Okay,
That's
one mic,
bad.
guys. One mic, one
That's
mic.
bad.
Okay, I think Cat and Nod was responding to Martin
Yeah,
Anthony.
I was responding to the Patrick Mahomes comparison. It's not a really good comparison because Patrick Mahomes comes from a baseball background, so it's a completely different. It's a completely different style, and Patrick Mahomes also does things that no one else in the NFL has done. I mean that when he jumped up in the air and literally went Superman and threw a freaking pass to Travis Kelce in the air sideways. Like,
right. I want to respond to John.
can't do that.
So John, you need the sidearm because if you have either the windows of a tackle or a guard, and then what you have is you have like the Devon Best always on third down. You always have the
Sidearm,
Devon
Sharif.
Best. Hold on, Pete. You always have a Devon Best or a Tutu Atwell or a Waddle streaking over, like the bailout, right? And so you need a sidearm to bail out to get to the bailout because the windows may be little. So the sidearm, like, get that little dump off to Waddle or to Best or to Tutu Atwell, right
Sharif,
there over the middle. You need a
you're right.
sidearm. You do. You
I
really do.
agree.
You need a
And
sidearm.
listen, I agree with you.
When
I
the Miami
agreed with
Hurricanes
Anthony.
had their
Both of you
quarterback
guys were right,
and
right?
had a
Both of you guys'
sidearm,
take was right.
and
And
he
that
didn't have
sidearm,
always
John, one second,
sidearm
John.
that though.
Both of you guys were right. The sidearm, it's a good arm skill to carry. You must carry that because there's situations in a game where you have to throw a sidearm because the lineman is right in front of you with his hands up in the air. So I get it. But when we're talking about sidearm Malik
All right,
Willis,
I'll be back.
with how Omar Kelly was talking about it, right?
I
That's
don't know
his
what
main
it was.
arsenal. That's not him doing it
Joe is in the chat.
as a different arm angle. That's just him. That's how he naturally
That's
throws
because
the
he's
ball.
6'2", but that's
You know
because
who else
he's
do it
also
like that?
6'2". He's
First
not
of all,
that tall.
I don't believe he's 6'2", by the way, because Quinn Ewers is 6'2", and he looks like a giant next to Malik height wise. I don't know if you guys noticed that, but what
I think
you
Malik is
can't
six
Philip Rivers it,
foot.
bro.
I think he's a little bit.
Malik is short.
No, Malik is
and I think
6'1".
when we see these
He's
heights,
6'1".
guys, we
Malik
need
is
to
not no
realize.
6, no feet. I don't know where you
He's
get.
short. He's short. Why you think they just asked him? Can he see over
Get
the
up
line?
and
Next
said
thing you
he's
know, he's 5'11".
6'2".
Oh my
He's not
goodness.
Guys, we have to
5'11".
realize that
Get
these
out of
heights
here.
that they're giving us are measuring it with the
Not
cleats on.
5'11".
Hey, my phone might die. My phone might die. If it
He's
does,
getting
and
shorter
I
every
dip out.
second.
What
Y'all
up,
have a good
Joe?
night.
I see
Just
you
look on the
the title.
Just look at the R lines. R lines has the roster makeups. Look at the player profile. Malik is 6'1.5" or maybe 6'2".
Yeah. No, and Sharif, for me, when I look at these heights, I don't trust them because when they measure these players, when they put these heights, I don't think it's their true height. They're measuring it with the cleats on and stuff like that.
Right.
Like I don't think Malik is 6'1.5" or 6'2" like people are saying. I think he's maybe a little bit taller than Russell Wilson, who's 5'11" and stuff like that.
Okay, but when you go past 5'11", you're talking about 6 foot even. That's the next measurement.
And that's why when I saw Quinn Ewers standing next to Malik, that's when I was like, wow, that guy is short. Look how tall
So Pete,
Quinn Ewers is compared to him.
Pete, what I want to ask the panel is, right? Why do you think? Because this is a serious question. Defense now, guys. Defensive line. Defensive line context. When you look at who the Dolphins had the chance to bring in free agency on the defensive line, they brought in Beal, they brought in Ojabo, and they brought in Uche, right? They have
I actually
Cameron
love all
Good,
three
right?
of those pickups. I actually love all three of those pickups, Sharif.
They have Cameron Good, right? What I'm asking you guys is, right? Why do you think, right? They're making Grant lose weight. They're making Siler lose weight. What I think they're gonna do.
No, Sharif, no. I got word directly from Kenneth Grant that they actually asked him to gain weight, and that came out of Kenneth Grant's mouth, like at the DCC when I was down there at the Dolphins Cancer Challenge. I got there with the crowd of reporters, and he was talking about they asked him to put on 10 pounds.
Right, so I asked the question based on Halfley saying there is an opportunity and a chance that Grant will be playing where Jason Taylor played, which is basically defensive end. Siler definitely will play there. I asked the question because I believe that they think that the defensive ends are already on the team and they're going to ask a few guys to lose weight, like Siler. I know Jordan Phillips. He's come in like on fire. This guy is the best player in day 4. Jordan Phillips is killing everyone. He's pushing everyone back, and so Jordan Phillips in his second year is doing way beyond what we but he was okay. Let me not go too far. Why do you think that they brought in who they did and they're cool with who they have?
Well, I do before my phone dies. I do want to say let's pump the brakes a little bit on Uche. I do like the home field pickup, but Uche has had an injury every year, dating all the way back through his high school years. He's had an injury of some sort every single year, all the way back to high school. What makes us feel like it's going to be any different this year?
Right. And Kat,
Okay.
I want to say one thing because Sharif is kind of right with what he said before. When the season was over, when the season ended last year, the first thing that Kenny Grant did was to get his weight down.
Right, but
Because
that was also for the old regime, right?
right. But what I'm saying is that both of them are right. But I'm just saying
Someone has
he
to
was
play
right when he
N,
said that.
Cap.
Right. Well, I just know what he told us. What
All
he
right.
told us himself when we were at the DCC. Like I said,
So do you agree with
I was
Hafley
there,
letting
and
him play N?
I got in with the group of reporters. Omar Kelly was there. Cameron Wolf was there. There was a couple other guys there. Like I just dipped in, and I got in, and he said that they asked him to
Okay,
gain 10
cool.
pounds.
Okay, I agree with you. What I'm asking
It
though,
was
do
the
you
new
agree with
regime thing.
Hafley letting him play defensive end? I'm okay with Hafley saying out of his mouth, Kenneth Grant can play DN in a 4-3 scheme.
Yeah,
Do you want
100%.
that? Do you? Because what is going to happen is you're going to have a strong side wide 9. And what's going to happen is you're going to give a directive to the offense saying, don't run this way, run to the side of our Chop Robinson, where we're going to have Rodriguez and Brooks basically waiting. So
Honestly,
that's
I'm more concerned about our left side than our right side because last year, if you go back and look at where teams really got their
Gas.
chunk yardage, it was to our left side, which would be their right side running. So that's where most of my concerns come from on the defensive side of the ball. Because if you go back and look, I'm pretty sure the average was around 7 yards. Teams were getting against us on running to their right compared to running to their left. It was down to like 4
right.
yards.
So you're
4.3
talking about
yards.
Jordan Phillips in the ground. Jordan Phillips, Zeke Biggers, and then at defensive end you're gonna have Kenneth Grant, and then Chop Robinson is gonna be the right defensive end, and then the linebackers are gonna be Rodriguez, Brooks, and Dodson, or Kyle Lewis, because I think right now Dodd has to look out for Kyle Lewis. So they're basically saying if you run to Kyle Lewis's side, you're gonna run and face Kenneth Grant, who's gonna push your left tackle in, and basically push your play back on your side. So you're gonna have to run to Chop side, where Brooks and Rodriguez is basically waiting for you. So when I think of a wide 9 of what Hafley is trying to scheme up, he's basically saying my ends are gonna be bigger than yours. So we're seeing a lot of Trey Moore 240, right? Cameron Good 260, right? You
Well,
got
no,
Uche
and that's why,
one of
like,
those
and that's
guys are
why,
220. I
and
think
that's
Uche
why
or
I
Jabba,
lean
one of
in,
those guys are like 220, bro. But
and that's why I lean
guess
in
what?
on what Pete's been
Mhm.
saying about Chop, with like Chop getting his hands in the dirt.
Chop
If
is
he's
gonna
able to
eat.
get oh man,
He's gonna be basically the guy who Dallas gave to Green Bay. That's who Chop is gonna become, the wild card who's gonna let the snap go, and I'm gonna look for the opening and kill your quarterback. I'm the wild card. And why do I see this? Because your ends is gonna be bigger than their left tackle. Remember,
Well,
we gotta be bigger than you. We're gonna be bigger than you, bro.
yeah,
That's the
with
whole
our new coaching, I mean, if they could catch
right.
him up, I mean,
So basically, your
he could be
Seiler is
better.
going to be the right end, and Kenneth Grant is going to be the left end. Jordan Phillips is going to be the defensive tackle, and Zeke Biggers is going to be the nose. So to
That's
me,
gonna be
if you
dangerous.
run on us, if you will be that would be a dumb decision to run.
That's
Hey
dangerous.
Siri, how many penalties did the Miami Dolphins have last season?
The whole point is to be bigger than their right tackles and left tackles. That's the whole point of it. So when I saw that they didn't address the defensive end, you brought in the scrap heap. Not the scrap heap, but you brought in promising young
Listen, fellas.
edges. Okay.
Listen,
They
fellas.
believe that the
What
ends are
happened,
right on the team.
fellas? We were dead last in penalties. Mike McDaniel's first season as head coach of the Dolphins. I promise you, we won't be dead last with Jeff Hafley in penalties as him the first year with the Miami Dolphins.
Oh no. Oh no, no,
Jeff
no,
Haf-
no, no.
Jeff
I
Hafley,
agree
Oh
with
no,
I
he
no,
agree
comes
with
no,
off.
you
no,
on that.
He
no.
comes off as almost,
Absolutely.
and I'm not gonna
Yeah.
call him Flores, and I'm not gonna call him
Oh yeah.
Flores, but we
Boy.
lost games. How many games have we lost because
Hmm.
of boneheaded penalties?
The bus will be
We're
waiting for you,
Last
like
season.
Oh,
EM says. If you
we're
got a
not gonna
penalty,
beat this
the
team.
bus will
What I
be
love
waiting
about
for
this
you.
team,
the
what I love
one
about this
penalty
team
that
now,
hurt us
what I
was
love about this
Sealer.
team,
Was actually it wasn't really a penalty, but they called
you
it
don't
a
remember?
penalty. Was Sealer?
Yeah, you don't
And
remember
I
Yeah.
Jordan
saw that.
Poyer's
That did
bonehead.
not look like
What
a penalty. That was a
No,
bullshit
it
call.
wasn't. That shouldn't have
Yeah,
been
but not
called.
only that, but Julian Hill that played with us last season, he had a lot of penalties also.
Yes,
That's a
he
Yeah,
did.
lie. That's a
two
lie.
years ago. 2 years ago,
2 years ago.
He got better. He got better. Got better last year. Way better. In fact, he got like one penalty last year.
Yeah, he was like the least penalized Dolphin last year.
Okay,
But
that's
we
good.
still
Yeah,
were
he
top
got
10
better,
in
Pop.
penalties. McDaniel never got that correct. Y'all don't remember we lost to the Bills because Jordan Poyer gave
But
them the
hold
game on
on.
that late hit
Let's
penalty.
go back to the point
All I'm
that
saying
they
is, but
Pete.
Sharif,
Go
you
back to
were
the
the one that
point
kind
of
of brought
less
me to this point.
penalties. Yes.
This was the one you kind of brought me to this point. I think we're going to be a better football team and win more games with less, supposedly less talent. They say
Yeah.
based on that alone, a disciplinary coach is going to be a smart football coach. Let's not beat ourselves. Let's not turn the ball over. Let's go ahead, be physical, and run the ball. You're going
Yep.
to win
That's
games.
what he wants
You're
to
going
do.
to win games.
I'm
Well,
telling you right now,
Pete,
there are
Romney could be
guys
a
There are
positive
guys
take.
right now at the Dolphins facility
You like that
listening to
positivity,
YouTube
right, Josh?
channel, and they are listening to us right now because they're
Yeah.
at the Dolphins facility. They're getting more information from their coaches. They're hanging out. They're asking questions. What did Hafley say? Hey, ask questions. Hey, tell him what you're doing. Communicate. And guess what?
Yeah.
That was the
Guys
other
right
thing I
now,
liked. That's the other thing
guys
I
right
liked in
now,
the video. He
they're
said,
chilling
talk to each
together.
other.
Bro, I'm telling you right now, these guys have the fear of God in them
Yeah, and
because
and
they know
you
they
know,
have a few
Sharif,
more days. They're gonna be cut down to
Exactly.
70. They're gonna be cut
Exactly.
down to 70, bro.
Sharif, you know
That's
what I
it.
love about this squad right now? I'm not gonna lie, this squad, I feel like they're energized. They're jubilant. They're more excited to go out there and go to work
Yeah.
now.
But
Yeah.
Not
Like
like some
it's
of,
not they're not being praised like anything. No, they know they're the
yeah.
underdogs. They
but you know
know
though,
they're looked at based on all the
Only A
reporting
Chain
how
has
they've been
cachet.
treating them.
Oh, A
A
Chain is
Chain
the
not
only
even A
one who can
Chain.
crack a joke. A Chain is the only guy who could crack a joke with Athlete.
Oh yeah,
Anybody else would probably be cut.
he told he told Coach Hafley to pick a side. You see, A
Man,
Chain
pick a
was used to
side, bro.
coaches picking a side. That's the bad thing about this last regime that we have. Like A Chain, he's part of this last regime. The last regime, that's what A Chain pretty much told y'all. The last regime, all they did was pick a side, bro. Think about it. Think
What do you
about
mean, like
it.
who they like and who they don't like?
Yes.
Yeah.
Mike McDaniel, Greer, they were picking the two aside.
Yeah.
I mean, not Weaver, Vic Fangio. Man, they stressed Vic Fangio out.
Man, Vic Fangio wanted to tell us some more things. I promise you, he wanted to tell us more
Yeah.
things. Now that we know, he wanted to. Man, you heard when he said, "Man, I need more linebackers." He said it in the press conference. That's never been done. He basically said, "I need more linebackers."
Imagine what
And
Jordan Brooks was thinking.
imagine what he wanted to say, Pete. He wanted to say Tua needs to get out of here. Don't cut the mic off. Tua needs to get out of here. This locker room is shit because everyone is being pissed by something forced down their throat. I can't even get the
Like
players who I
A-Chain
want.
pointed out today.
They got Javon Holland arguing with me, and I can't even coach a defense. Man, they should have let Fangio talk to the media. They should have.
But you know what though,
Man,
But Sharif, this is what I'm trying to tell you. What A-Chain told Coach Halfley might be a joke to y'all, but it's really not a joke. It's more like an inside, like what y'all got to be able to pick up. Who the
yeah.
hell tells a head? Who comes up with telling a coach, "Yo, coach, pick a side"? Who does that? Nobody would
That's
ever
because
tell
that's
Bill
Greer.
Belichick to pick a side.
That's Greer's
Yeah,
Batman shadow over the
and
Dolphins.
that's what A-Chain is used to. That's what Patrick Paul is used to. Jonas
Yeah.
Salmonea got a lick of that for like 4 weeks until Greer was fired. You see what I'm saying? This is what they
Yep.
were used to, being pampered, being coddled,
And,
and now
Yeah.
and to
A-Chain,
your
he
point,
pretty
Pete.
much.
And to
Go
your
ahead.
point, they won't shove Willis down our throat. They won't make
They
that a
won't.
Tannehill and a Tua mistake. They will never do that. You know why?
They won't.
Because
exactly.
it's up to Malik Willis. And but guess
Malik
what?
to do his thing.
We have a low pick in the next season's draft. So it's up to Malik. If you don't want to take advantage of it, we have a low pick, Malik.
Yep.
And
And that's how
You know,
and
Hafley is treating it.
right here.
and
You
and,
know,
and, and,
his thing, Sharif. I'm because I said it before. If Malik doesn't ball out, then they're gonna put Quinn Ewers on there, and also like I said before, you got
Draft a high
good
quarterback.
draft coming up. There
Yeah.
you go. Because that draft coming up is gonna be full of good
I
quarterbacks.
think I'm gonna tell you guys right now, and I promise you, I'm gonna tell you guys the honest truth from my heart. If I'm right, and Quinn Ewers is the week 1 starter of this team, listen to what I'm telling you. There will be no talking about drafting a quarterback on this show. Absolutely none. Quinn Ewers, he sent Tua packing, and he got high-priced Malik out the way. And
That
you
is the
guys think
truth.
this guy won't be Dan Marino
No,
He
2.0?
beat
they
out Tua.
they
Anyone
And
who beat out Tannehill? Didn't someone beat out
nobody,
Tannehill in that? Nope.
nobody
Okay,
ain't beat out
but
You
Tannehill.
know,
No,
but
we got rid
officially,
of him to the Titans. We traded him to the Titans,
yeah,
I
we
believe.
did.
exactly,
Tua was
exactly.
beat out. Tua was beat out because his diminishing talent.
Yep.
The
Well, not
talent
only
was
that,
That's in the
He
history.
took
Tua
That's in
was
over
the
beat
for him.
history
out.
books.
yeah, but
Listen,
Sharif,
Yep.
not
Sharif,
only that,
He
Tua
beat
was
him
a
out.
cancer in the locker room.
I can't
Let's
even
be honest.
remember.
he was,
Mhm.
because he knew
Yes.
everybody knew that they couldn't carry him no further. They knew
Man,
they
Nope.
couldn't
we've
carry
had
him
so
Greer,
no
many
Chris
further.
Greer
quarterbacks. I
was
can't
gone.
remember who it was that took over for him.
This locker room knew Tyreek was going to be the reason why Tua was going to stay sustainable. When Tyreek bent that leg backwards, dude, the whole locker room, the whole world knew Tua's season was over.
Yep.
Everyone knew it was over.
And look
But
at
you know what?
Tyreek.
But
He wasn't even
Pete,
upset. He was laughing about
exactly.
it.
He was
Remember?
laughing about it.
He
He
was
sure enough
laughing.
was, Greg. I watched that. He
Yep.
was
He
laughing
was
about that
laughing
thing.
about it.
Yeah, he was laughing. So
I'll
that's
tell you
all.
who wasn't laughing about it. Tua was
Tua wasn't
crying during
laughing.
that play.
Tua wasn't
He
laughing.
couldn't even play right the rest of the way. But this is
Mm-mm.
what I was gonna say about Halfley, because I'm so high on Halfley right now. Ever
Oh,
since he came out and said that Malik Willis leadership, he doesn't have to worry about that, and he's telling Malik Willis to focus on the scheme. I get what you guys are saying, but where I'm coming from is, mind you, it was confirmed. Listen to me, fellas. Joe Shad read one of my tweets. That must have got him so mad, he retweeted my tweet. And he tried to shut me down and tell me there is no open quarterback competition in Miami because Malik Willis is the starter and they're paying him this amount of money. Okay, cool story, Joe
I
Shad.
heard your question.
Now,
I heard your question
now
on I
the
think it was
perks
Sun
today,
Sentinel with
today on Sun Sentinel, and Chris
Chris
Perkins picked up
Perkins.
my
Yep.
question today, and he said, and him and David Furones even said, there's absolutely no quarterback competition here in Miami. That the only way Quinn Ewers would have to start is if Malik Willis falls flat on his face.
Okay, now so let me ask you, Pete. Do you
And
know
it's
who
all about the
closes
money.
out? Because we know, because the video is there. So do you know who closes out every practice when you hear and the practice is over? After Halfley gives his statement, he then says, Malik, you got it. This is right after Halfley says, we got to have some urgency, guys. There are going to be more installs. I'm going to go and look at the tape. I'm excited to go and watch the video on you guys. What did he say? Malik, you got it. That means Malik has to call everybody in, right? And say, 1, 2, 3, Dolphins go, right? So he didn't hand it off to Quinn. Pete's gonna be mad at me now. he didn't hand it off to Quinn, Pete. Okay, everything's gonna be all right, buddy. I'm tapping you on the shoulder.
No, he didn't. It's obvious
he didn't hand it off to Quinn, Pete.
He didn't.
No, but
Pete,
he didn't give it to Quinn.
But what I'm saying is,
Malik.
but what I'm trying to tell you, Sharif, listen
Pete
to what
is
I'm telling you. What everyone is doing, no, because y'all don't understand.
Pete is
what
livid.
Really is going
Pete
on.
is livid right now.
Listen, what these people are doing is they're putting the money and they're making it seem like Coach Halfley and Sully are lying. So I keep telling y'all we're being lied to, right? By Sully
here we
and
go.
Halfley. I keep telling y'all we're being lied to.
I tell you, he's
by
livid.
Sully and Halfley.
He's livid.
But wait, when you
he said Malik, take it away.
When you really think about it, when you really think about
negative
it,
things to say.
when you really think about it, we aren't being lied to. But
This is when you know Pete is on level 10 angry.
There you go.
This is when, go ahead, Pete. He's so mad at the fact that Halfley passed it off to the quarterback, right? Who's the offensive leader, right? He didn't hand it off to Quinn, Pete. He didn't. Now, if he handed off, if he had said, "Hey, Brooks, you got it," that means Brooks was the team leader. If he said, "Brooks, you got it,"
yours is not throwing interceptions and having them return for pick six.
Oh man! Oh,
let Malik Willis keep doing that. Let Malik Willis keep doing that.
We
You know how easy Quinn Ewers is going to get.
Pete is on level 10 right
Quinn
now.
Ewers is going to beat him. And preseason, Quinn Ewers is going to beat Malik Willis. And that's not where I even wanted to carry this conversation. But all I was going to tell you guys,
what I'm gonna like,
even
Pete,
though the beat reporters, hold on, Sharif, even though the beat reporters, Joe Shad, Perkins, Feronas, everyone, even some of you guys on the panel that are telling me there is no QB competition because Malik Willis is money and he's QB1, I'm going to tell you guys right now, he is QB1 at the moment.
What if we get 14 touchdowns in preseason? What if we get 14 touchdowns in preseason by Malik and Ewers? That means 7 apiece, right? If that's 7 apiece between 3 games, right? Let's say that's 7 apiece between 3 games. That means Theo Weiss is gonna look good. Caleb Douglas is gonna look good. Guys like because starters ain't gonna play that long. Probably Coleman is gonna look good. So if you got 14 touchdowns, ladies and gentlemen in the comments, by Malik Willis and Ewers by week 3 preseason, and preseason is over and they have 14 touchdowns between both of them, you're gonna have some receivers develop in that, and I'm gonna like it anyway, all the way around, because that means you're pushing the competition. Something that they were afraid to bring for Tannehill, something that they were afraid to bring for Tua. You're pushing the competition. You're making everyone make plays. You're gonna make playmakers. You're gonna cause people to be playmakers when I see some of you guys were kids when Jimmy Johnson came in, but when Jimmy came in,
I was there. I remember.
I know Jimmy Johnson. I was
yes,
not thrilled
some of us were hurt because Dan Marino was put aside. What you were seeing was a leader in Jimmy Johnson tell a player, "Hey, Scottie Pippen. Hey, Michael Jordan. Hey." He was telling a great player that I am the leader. You might have had it this way.
Sharif. He was mad because Marino was way more popular than him. And that's a fact.
But the only way we were going to win games if we got a quarterback who came out of the pocket. That was certain.
Saying something, and Jimmy Johnson hesitated. And
that's why Big O is mad at Jimmy too. A lot of people a lot of Dolphin fans are gonna be mad at Jimmy forever because of that. But at that point in my young life, I knew that we needed a running quarterback in order to survive. Especially after the 72, especially after the 72-6 whooping by Jacksonville. It's like, okay, everybody's just blitzing Marino. That's it.
It
Marino's
wouldn't have
career is
mattered.
over.
They weren't ready for Jacksonville. Jacksonville was on a whole different level.
Fred Taylor wasn't that good. I'm sorry. That was the team giving up on Marino. That was the team saying the era of, building a
You
line
know
for a
what?
sitting duck.
Well,
You're trying to build a
Shout out to
line for a
George B.
sitting
Rock.
duck.
Got injured
Shout out
And I
to
think
without even.
people are gonna hate Jimmy, And so to me,
you
you
know
got a
what?
leader again. You got Halfley, who's another Jimmy. It's either my way or I'm going to cut you, and I'm going to have the guy from Arby's come and play your position and show that it's more heart than talent. That's how that
Let me
Halfley's gonna prove
let
you wrong by bringing a guy in
George
from McDonald's
Sharif
to play your position.
Sharif
You don't think
Sharif
Dan Marino had heart when he
Sharif. I
played?
just want
He did. He had heart
a quick PSA
and
announcement,
leadership.
real quick. I tell you guys not too long ago on a different stream, when
What?
Quinn Ewers beats out Malik, they're gonna say Malik Willis is hurt. That's what's gonna happen.
He couldn't get hurt, Pete.
Because
That's what you're not
no,
realizing.
that's
The
what's
same thing that
no.
you
They're gonna
want
say
is gonna happen
week one
inevitably.
is coming
Listen,
around.
Pete.
They're gonna be like,
Listen,
nah,
Pete.
he pulled a hammy
Malik.
in preseason.
Listen,
He
Pete.
pulled a
Listen.
hammy in
What you gotta
preseason,
realize,
and we
Pete,
got to
is
roll with
that this
Quinn.
is the NFL.
Yeah.
Malik may get hurt. You don't understand, Pete. That's gonna
Yeah,
happen.
but
Malik
He's
Sharif,
will
not
get
tough
hurt.
enough. He
Malik
gets
will get hurt
Sharif,
because he's a
afraid to get
running
hurt.
Sharif,
quarterback. He's gonna get
Oh,
nicked
you
up,
mean
bro. I'm telling
physically?
you.
Or you mean physically hurt or mentally
I
hurt?
think Malik is gonna get nicked up this season
Okay.
in a 17,
Physically.
18-week season.
Okay.
Reason being because he may play through, and then they're gonna say you're doubtful. And I'm
Right.
expecting that. The reason why is because Malik is tough.
Well, I
He
can see that
breaks
too.
tackles as well. He breaks tackles, but that's gonna
exactly.
cause him to be doubtful and questionable some weeks. And guess what? Malik
He's
will.
gonna get, bro.
Ewers is
He's
gonna
gonna
get a
pop up.
chance. Quinn
Yes, he
Ewers
will.
is gonna get.
Yes, he
That's what
will.
I'm trying to say, Pete.
What I'm
Relax.
trying to tell
You're
y'all,
you're
Sharif.
pushing.
Oh,
You
okay.
push because I'm telling you right now, if Malik gets hurt and is questionable and doubtful, and then
It's
Quinn
gonna
Ewers has
be
3 touchdowns, guess what? Halfley's gonna say, Quinn is gonna play again this next week. That right now we're
yeah,
gonna let Malik just fully heal. We're gonna let Malik fully
Yeah.
heal, and that's it.
exactly.
I
And all it
Because
takes is
why?
a week.
You
All it
already have
takes
a
for him to
guy
hit the bench.
who knows the
And
offense.
Wink. All it takes for
exactly. That's what I
You
was trying to say.
realize
All
that's
it takes
what
for Malik to hit the bench.
I said
Wink,
that earlier.
wink, is for them to say he's injury with a bad ankle, bad hamstring,
you know
Yeah,
when
and they
he
don't
won
want to
the
embarrass
right
Malik
now.
by sitting here and
Listen,
say Quinn Ewers is
Malik
in
wild.
'72 when we
Malik
won the Super
is a
Bowl,
running
Bob
physical
Griese got
quarterback
hurt,
just like
and the
Lamar
backup had
Jackson.
I
to.
already,
And it
Sharif.
Thank
is
you.
what it
Yep,
is.
he
He
had to come
spins
in.
out of tackles. He runs through tackles. That's just how Malik is. But Lamar Jackson runs through tackles, spins out of tackles. I don't know any other quarterback who would do it like that. I
Yeah,
know.
what's Lamar's
So to
Jackson in the
me,
playoffs? 2-5. So there you go.
right, because he doesn't have the accuracy of Malik. I'm sorry, he doesn't.
But
He
I'm just
doesn't.
saying, everybody's Lamar Jackson, Lamar Jackson. Lamar Jackson, let me tell you something. I have a
He's the
cousin.
Tannehill of deep balls. That's who Lamar Jackson is, a Tannehill with
Lamar
deep balls.
Jackson can be a real. He's the reason why Harbaugh left.
This
And
is
I bet
10
you
years in.
Did you guys?
This is 10
Sharif,
years in. If
did
you don't have a deep ball accuracy, you're not gonna have it. No.
and I know
So
you
to
watched
me,
the Coach Bush Hood Handman interview or media thing, Sharif, because you confirmed it already. But remember what Coach Bush said about Quinn Ewers, right? He says, I would like for him to not be so aggressive throwing it deep too much. And
right.
now it makes sense why Quinn Ewers wants to throw the ball deep. That's what he's impressed. That's where he can impress. And that's where he's impressive at. Malik Willis
but
is
that's
not
where he can throw
impressive at deep
interceptions
balls.
at too.
Yeah, but Malik Willis is not good at deep balls. He's not.
Oh,
Listen,
here we
the
go.
thing is with
He's
deep
not.
balls, right? The thing is with deep ball, and I'll use my Madden analogy here. If I run the ball enough on 5 out of 7 plays and I get 2 first downs,
You won't need it.
more than likely in the second half, I'll be able to use a similar formation and probably get a play action fake out of it.
Yep.
What Malik and Ewers has to be better at is identifying that the linebackers and safety bit enough, and Caleb is over the top. You got a Caleb or a Tutu Atwell over the top after the fake. If they identify that, that's when you're going to see the deep accuracy. But you don't pass into coverage just because Theo Weiss and Caleb Douglas is 6'4". You don't assume that. You don't until you realize you have Michael Irvin, and then you can assume that. Or Randy Moss. You don't have that right now. The trust. Listen, the trust of Devontae Parker with a guy like Tua or Tannehill, that was some serious trust. You could have thrown it up to Devontae, and you knew that was not going to be intercepted. But that you got to build it to that trust. And trust me, everyone on this panel knew Devontae wasn't dropping shit.
I don't think you guys realize what we're in for, bro. You know what we're in for? We're in the 2019 Twilight Zone all over again.
No, I don't think we're going to be as
Malik
bad.
Willis is Ryan Fitzmagic.
Wait a minute, I thought you said
Quinn Ewers
you were
could be
excited
Josh
that we were
Rosen.
going to be good or something.
Malik
Did you
Willis
just switch
is
your
Ryan
flip-flop
Fitzmagic,
again?
and Quinn Ewers is Josh Rosen. We're in the 2019 all over again thing, bro. We either
No, I don't think we're going to be as bad.
we either
I'm
win
getting-
games because of some magic Malik creates in 2-3 games, which leads us to win 5 games, or we try out a real passing quarterback that has looked like a quarterback even throughout all his college career. See my point? So what is this team trying to do here? Are we trying to actually get a franchise quarterback, or are we just trying to avoid being the number 1 pick? Because that's what it seems like they're doing. They want to avoid the number 1 overall pick, but they don't want to solidify a franchise quarterback.
Well, to me, what would you address? See, because I think we're thinking wide, and we're thinking some of us are thinking narrowly, some of us are thinking wide. Because if you tell me that you fast track the process by having hungry guys who win games, then okay, this team is ready now. Okay, this is a contending team now. Oh, 11 wins. So if that happens, you've all of a sudden, to me, I let Malik play his last year out, which is next season. After this, you have a winning team. That means the NFL schedule will adjust to you. Now, how do you guys look at the draft? To me, we won't get Manning. You won't get the guy from Alabama, Lenoris. You won't get the other good quarterback.
Why is everybody is so hyped up on Arch Manning? Why?
Well, you won't get any of them. I'm telling you now. With 11 wins,
we don't get it. Maybe Malik Willis. Hang on, no. Let me talk. So hang on a second. So everybody's Arch Manning. What if Texas goes out and sucks this year? What if they go out and suck and he sucks?
And he
It's
drops
the pedigree.
to us. And he drops to
It's
us.
the pedigree.
It's
the pedigree, man.
In the draft, Craig.
Listen.
What if we go 10-7, 11-6, and Malik has a nice year? What are you going to say? Oh yeah, you threw 25 touchdown passes, but we're looking for another quarterback. No.
First of all,
If Barry Sanders' son comes out right now in college football as a running back, are you taking Barry Sanders' son? That's the whole point of. That's the whole point. That's the whole point of Peyton Manning and his brother.
Okay, but we don't need Barry Sanderson. We got
what?
No, but my point is that you take the pedigree. You take them just because of their pedigree. Shiloh is a YouTuber. Shiloh ain't playing football.
He's a Sanders, and his son is a quarterback for the Cleveland Browns.
Yeah, but Shiloh failed.
Yeah, but
so that doesn't mean.
Shiloh. What about Shadir?
I think Joe is trying to say they failed too. The pedigree guys are failing. Shiloh failed as a safety.
Why didn't we get Shadir Sanders last season, bro?
Listen, I know what Joe is trying to say. Joe is trying to say, even though you have pedigree, you can fail.
We probably would
because you're too spoiled, Joe. Maybe Arch is too spoiled.
He's really doing a great job at Colorado. They suck.
But that's Colorado. At least he knows open competition. That man probably knows more talent evaluation than Halfley. Let's not
Oh
defend
God.
Halfley and try to protect Halfley because he's a Dolphin head
Here we
coach
go.
and down talk Prime because what
Here
he's
we
doing in
go.
Colorado.
Boys,
Wow.
ever since Halfley said, "Take it away,
Who would
Malik."
have been said
Boy,
this is
you've
the
been on
reason
10,
why
Pete.
we didn't get
You
Shadur, bro.
I'm glad we didn't get
ever
Shador
since Halfley
Sanders.
said, "Take it
I'm
away,
glad.
Malik," he's
He's
been on 10.
overrated. You hear me,
That's
Pete?
a lie.
Shador Sanders is over fucking rated. There you go.
Well, guess what, Craig? Craig, you want to say that? You really want to stand on that right
And
now,
I'll
Craig?
stand on that. What is he going to play? Probably not. They're going to probably
Craig.
start Deshaun Watson. So there you go.
Craig, go on Twitter. Look at what the Browns just tweeted out not too long ago.
I don't go on Twitter.
We're getting Shadur Sanders touchdown clips. Where's Malik's, bro?
Oh my God, it's fucking OTAs, dude. What are you worried about in OTAs?
You keep saying OTAs and it's only OTAs. If it's only OTAs, how come it's only our guy not throwing touchdowns?
I'm sure they're. Oh my God.
I saw
Somebody help me with this guy. Somebody, please. Oh my God. Yeah, and then game one, Malik Willis goes out and throws 3-4 touchdown passes. What the fuck are you gonna say then, buddy?
If he can't do it in OTAs, what makes you say that now? That's what I gotta say.
Fucking mighty.
He couldn't do it in shorts.
Oh,
he couldn't do it in OTAs.
Oh my God.
Hey Craig, I'm on out from yesterday, so that's why I'm remaining silent.
You gotta get worn. You know why you're worn out? This organization. It's not me, Mr. Puck. It's this team that does this to us.
You're excited, you said. Not
what?
long ago, you said you were excited about what that we were doing. Now,
You notice when I
not.
said that? You
Yeah,
notice
you did say
when
that.
when if we talk defense, I get excited. What's wrong with that, John?
Well,
mighty.
I'm super high on this defense. I am super high on A-Chain.
Well, I'm
am
super high on Malik, and
J-
I think he's going to do good things for us.
He's gonna put us in a spot where we don't belong. This team is
I'll tell
ultra
you what,
talented, and
if
now
he
the
doesn't-
coaches are showing. And now the
If
coaches are
the
showing that they're
defense is
talented.
as good as you think, and Willis,
That's the strength of our team right now, John.
and the Willis plays good, we should be. What would you say our record would be? Over 8 wins or 9 wins?
Comfortable. If Malik Willis, if he just manages the games, and
if he just manages the game,
if he just manages the games, just that alone, I think we're a playoff team. Just don't fumble.
Do you know what?
Because he fumbles
do you
too
know
much.
what TD Fence Talk said? He was on the AFC East Roundtable. They were going over the schedules for each team, and he said he picked the Dolphins to go 12 and
11-6.
11-6. Okay,
Yeah.
11-6. You saw that too. Okay.
Did you guys miss the stream
yeah.
that I predicted we were going to go 11-6 if these scenarios happened?
No,
I'm not worried about
I didn't
playoffs
say
in year
anything.
one.
Yeah.
Year one, I want our guys to get coached up. Year two, we get 140 to 150 million. They don't have to spend it all. You go out, and what has Halfley and Sully both said? I want good players, not great.
Fellas,
I want good.
Fellas, all we need in Miami is an
Smart
accurate quarterback.
players. You know,
Is a smart, accurate quarterback. Everything else is already set in place. Well, mostly the important pieces. They're already set in place. Patrick Paul, Chop Robinson, A-Chain, elite run game with an elite defense now. Look at what the defense is doing now in OTAs.
Oh God.
Look at what the
Well,
defense.
that's
Our
good.
defense is the one that's standing out in OTAs.
Well,
I
they're supposed
told
to,
y'all.
right?
I told y'all this new scheme Halfley's bringing in. It fits most of the players' scheme we have on the team. Meaning, we're not going to be as bad defensive wise as most of this fan base once thought. The scheme is what puts Chop
Yeah.
in perfect position to be a star.
Well,
This
that's
scheme now puts
good.
Kenneth
And we're
Grant
not going to
to
be as
be a
bad as
star.
most teams think.
I don't think we're going
Exactly.
to be as
So
bad. I
what
said we can
the
win
good thing
7
of
games.
I think we're gonna hold teams down to about 16, 17.7 points per game.
Well, if we hold teams down to that, I bet you we're going to win a lot more games than you think.
Well,
And the
actually,
reason
tell you
and
the
the
truth,
reason why
I had
it's gonna
us.
be hard is the reason why it's gonna be hard for other teams to score
If
on us, right? Is
if
because
we,
the elite run game that we carry is gonna milk the clock.
yeah,
And that's going to limit other teams from having multiple possessions to score on us multiple times.
yes,
And the other teams are not allowed now to make mistakes. You see, before when we had Tua, teams could make mistakes because they know they can rebound out of that. Quick 3 and out, let's get Tua out. Now,
yeah.
it's not going to be easy. Malik can run it.
I'm saying Malik doesn't have to throw all the time because he's going to be running. I mean, he's going to be handing it off most of the
Yeah,
time.
that's what Hackley said. He said he wants a strong, powerful running game. And
Yeah,
then when
First of all,
who's our offensive coordinator again?
I don't know.
Oh God, here we go with that thing.
yeah, that's for Young 3K in the chat. Specifically for him. He got slapped with the blue. He got
So
slapped with the
anyway,
blue.
who's our offensive coordinator?
I don't know. Who is it, Pete?
Bobby Slowick. Same offensive coordinator from last year.
Okay, well I don't pay attention. Anyway,
No, I don't either.
so when
I really don't.
he sees
wouldn't
Oh no,
teams
know
last year
coming
was
that.
a
up
different
8,
coordinator. He's our new
when he
coordinator.
sees teams coming up 8 man in a box and even 9, guess what? That's when Malik, he doesn't have to throw it right over the middle to somebody and watch them go. Like a Douglas, like a Kevin Coleman Jr., even the tight end, or when we're at the goal line, when it's first and goal at the 3, teams, they're going to slam it to Ollie. That's when you get it to that tight end from Ohio State.
Mm-hmm.
Especially Craig, especially on obvious rundowns on 3rd and 1. The whole defense crowded to stop A-Chain.
Yep.
Play action, whoop, tight end push. You know that block Gronk used to do? He used to look like he's run blocking and then push off. And he would always run block off when the play action is happening. These big men, they can block and they can push. Gronk used to push off and get that speed leverage. If Marak does that, we have the next Gronk in the making. Think about it.
You mean the tight end from Ohio State?
Yes, in order to be Gronk, number 1, you have to have the Gronk size. He's 6'6" like Gronk with 250 pounds. You got to be the size to be Gronk.
Yeah.
And we have the next Gronk. We literally could have the next Gronk
if he
wants to be the next Gronk.
What I like is that you can
I'm gonna tell you right now. I saw that Greg Dolch's interview. He just rubs me. He's not mean enough. He's too much of a nice kid. We need a dog at that position.
Well, that'll probably be that.
Have you seen George Kittle's face? George Kittle's face, he looks like a tight end, bro. He's been so much in the trenches. Yeah, he's beat up. Greg Dolch's ain't beat up, bro. He looks like a pretty boy. And no, that's not gonna fly as a tight end. You gotta have war wounds. I want to see scars on your face. This guy's too clean. He's too clean. Like that helmet impact.
He can be all clean if he wants. If he makes his 7-8 catches in a game and it helps us win, I don't care then.
Bro, we don't need a tight end that catches 7-8 passes. We need a tight end in this scheme that's gonna block like an animal. He's gonna block. Greg Dolch's, he's not a blocker. That's why I keep thinking Will is our starting tight end.
But then why did we re-sign him then?
Because we needed a backup. He's a good backup. He's a good backup.
I've heard that Ben Sims is pretty decent at blocking.
He's a good backup. Yeah, but he's
Well,
terrible at receiving. He's terrible.
now in one statement, you're just saying, "Oh, I don't know." You're confusing
You
the
have
shit
to
out of
be.
me,
You
bro.
have because what you want is a Mike Gesicki, a receiving tight end. That's what you want. We need an
Well,
overall tight end, one that is great at blocking and great at
don't we
receiving.
have one?
One thing we know for sure, Craig, right? That Greg Doches, he's not a great run blocker. And he is also not a great weapon as a receiver. Katmarak is an
I just,
amazing blocker, but we don't know how good of a receiver he can be. So if that's all he needs to learn is how to be a
Yeah,
better receiver, get
yeah.
developed into being a better receiver, go learn that because he only needs to learn one thing. He's an elite blocker.
Well, and
While
that's
these other guys, they got to practice blocking. They got to
what
practice
that'll be
receiving.
good for,
They got
like the red zone. Like if you got, say, Bell on one side and you got Douglas on the other side, and they're both saying, "Oh, they're gonna go to them." That's when you can have him go right over the middle, quick yard, 5 yard touchdown pass.
and that's a safety blanket. You have a little short arm, and I'm not dissing Jacob Rodriguez, but imagine a little short linebacker
Yeah,
covering
yeah, yeah,
Katmarak,
yeah. I
and then
got you, bro. I got you.
you're the quarterback getting pressured, and you're about to get sacked, and it's 3rd and 3. Don't you just
Yeah,
feel like throwing it up to the 6'6" giant over the linebacker in a one-on-one matchup, even though
yeah,
the linebacker is draped all over him? This is
yeah,
a toss-up. You didn't
yeah.
toss it up to a giant like
I,
that. Hey,
I
make a
just,
play.
I
you
just
still
don't think we're
there?
going to be as
All right.
bad. Whether it's Malik, whether it's Quinn, I
You
think
hear
we're
me?
going to have a team. I think we're going to have a team in general. It's team. It's not like Tyreek. It's not me, 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 me. It's going to be who, you know what I'm saying, Pete? It's going to be, you know, us as a team. Hey, they think we're going to stink. Fine. Let them
A
think it.
hundred
Let's go
percent.
out and win a bunch of games.
100%. That's why maybe Craig, you said you don't go on Twitter, but I saw it on Twitter. Mike McDaniel's mic'd up practice segment the other day or yesterday,
Yeah.
and that's pretty much A Chain. He was going up to A Chain, and Devon A Chain was like, "Oh man, like what side are you gonna coach, man? Offense and defense?" And
Yeah.
coach was like, "Oh, I'm coaching the team,
Yep.
the
And that's
team."
good. And
And
that's
and
good.
Devon, you know what Devon A Chain told him?
But
Nah, you can't do that over here in Miami. You got to
yeah,
pick a side, bro.
yeah. No,
So,
I like our coach and I like our general manager.
you
I
think
know
A
it's
Chain
way
likes our
early. I
coach?
get it. And I get you don't like the OTAs, what you've seen, but I'm not worried yet. I'll worry about
From a
what ha-
defensive perspective, I love what I'm seeing in OTAs. This
yeah.
is actually did I predicted this on a panel. I said our defense this year. I don't y'all be calling me crazy at the time, but I predicted this even before the draft when I was telling you just this coach alone is going to put I was about to call him Micah Parson, Chop Robinson in a
Yeah.
Micah Parson
Yeah.
position, right? I can
Yeah.
foresee all this, so all of that putting the players in a perfect scheme, I already knew our defense was going to be good. Now, what's satisfying is what I predicted is actually coming to fruition. I said
Yeah.
we would have more takeaways this upcoming season. So, all of the yardage we give up on defense, I'm really not going to care because there's a chance with this new defense, we can
Yeah.
get driven down 60 yards on us, Craig. The offense takes 7 minutes off the clock. And on
Yep.
2nd and 8, and on 2nd and 8 from the 14-yard line, here's Josh Allen fumbling the ball because Jeff Hafley timed up a perfect blitz with Chop
Yeah.
Robinson.
Yeah.
It just takes
Yeah.
that's all it takes is a turnover. We
Yeah.
might allow yards, but we're gonna create turnovers. And this
And that's what
defense,
he
that's
wants,
what
right?
yeah, that's what we need. Yeah, that's what's
Yeah.
gonna win us
Yeah.
games.
Yeah.
I told y'all. A Chain is gonna give us 3 wins alone. That's A Chain alone. He's giving us 3 wins. Our
Yeah.
defense, our defense with Hafley, that's gonna give us 3 games alone. Because I
So
believe
there's
we're gonna
6
win
right
three
there.
games. That's the floor, bro. Think about it. And I
Yeah.
mean, and our special teams is gonna give us 1 game.
Yep.
We're gonna have a game where we get a punt return for a touchdown, or
Or
a
a
kick
block
return
punt.
for a touchdown, or a block punt. There's gonna
Yeah.
be one of those games this
Yeah.
season, and it might even happen versus the Bills. It's one of
Yeah.
those games that it tends to always happen. It's a big game that something
Yeah.
big helps us win. That's why I've
Pete,
consistently said The floor is 7 wins for this
Yeah.
team, and that's with Malik or Quinn. And the reason why we don't get to 7 is probably because the quarterback that we have starting is also delivering turnovers and not
Yeah.
playing
Yeah.
itself.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
Mark,
Listen, I
Mark,
just want to say
Mark,
I'm sorry I cursed at you. I didn't mean to. I get hyped up like that. So I wanted
Craig,
to
you don't ever
apologize.
got to apologize, bro. Just be yourself. I loved every second of it. I got to be honest.
Okay. I just don't want you to think I'm an ass. Well, I am an ass, but
You see, I told you, just be yourself.
Mark,
And I love it.
Mark not liking what you're saying about his bills down there in the chat room.
yeah. So, but I just wanted to let you know it's nothing towards you. It's just sometimes
I
I get
appreciate
because
all of you.
I guess I'm like Pete. I guess I'm like a lot of the fans. I
Hey,
want wins
we
in
love
the
our team.
no. It's I want playoff wins. I want one before I die. I mean, I'm going to be 60 in August. I want one Super Bowl. That's all I'm asking. One.
Would you be willing to go through another Dan Marino path, Craig? Like
What do you mean,
what I
buddy?
mean by that, like we have the best quarterback in the like it's us with Josh
Oh,
Allen, for example. Like
Yeah.
the
Go
Dolphins
ahead.
with Josh Allen. Every year we think we're gonna go to the Super Bowl. Every year we're loud and we're proud and we come to Dolphins Bills channels and we tell them we have Josh Allen, we have Josh Allen. But
Yeah.
at the end of the day, every year, like it happened last year in the divisional round, the Bills lose 33 to whatever it was. I forgot the score, but they
Wasn't it
lost to the
like
Broncos.
31? They lost to the Broncos,
Yeah.
didn't they?
Yeah,
Yeah.
they lost to the Broncos like
Yeah.
31-28 by a field goal, something like that.
Yeah.
But that's what
Yeah.
I'm saying. It's just funny to me because would you be willing to go through another Dan Marino career like that? Because you know it's exciting. You're coming
Yeah.
in every single season happy. You love your team. Just like the Bills fans. The Bills
Yeah.
fans, they crashed through tables for Josh Allen, and he hasn't
Yeah.
won a Super Bowl yet.
Yeah. He was close that
So
one year. Wasn't that the 13-second game in the AFC Championship?
they always find a way to blame the defense. That's the Bills' motto.
Yeah. Yeah.
Every time they blamed the Bills defense last year when Josh
Yeah.
Allen was turning the ball over left and right. And they
Yeah.
still blamed the defense talking about they allowed
Underneath the
33
bus.
points.
Yeah. 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 Well, wasn't it that one home game they played the Bengals, and I think it's when the Bengals made their run to the Super Bowl? Didn't the Bengals destroy them in their home playoff game, like the divisional round or something?
Yeah.
You
Joe
know?
Burrow's Josh Allen's daddy.
Yeah.
wow.
It's something.
And I love Josh Allen, but I've told y'all, I see it happening. He's the Marino of this era. He's gonna
Yeah.
be hyped
You
up.
know,
He's
Pete,
gonna be
that's a good
loved.
point. That's a very
He's
good
gonna be
point.
hyped up. He's
We
gonna be
have you right on
loved.
that.
I know, but they
Yeah.
don't want to. I went to a Bills space and they kicked me out today. You know what the Bills space was on Twitter today? I had
What was
like
that?
30-minute break at work. They were celebrating Josh Allen's 30th birthday. They had their
Oh,
space
really?
saying, yeah, it said Bills Mafia, happy birthday, Josh Allen. We
Oh,
all
God.
love you. Yeah,
Yeah.
they said we love you. And they had
Yeah.
a bunch of hearts on the space and everything. And I went in there, and you know what these Bills fans were talking about? When I went in there, as soon as I go into a Bills space, they send me the invite quick. They want me up, right? So I'm just waiting. I'm trying to catch up what they're talking about. And next
Yeah.
thing you know,
Yeah.
I catch up to what they're talking about, sitting in there for 45 seconds. You know what they're saying? They're
What?
making it seem like Josh Allen has no weapons. They're complaining that they have no receivers. They
Yeah.
need another receiver. They need to trade for AJ Brown. They can't let
Yeah.
the Patriots get a. They're scared. They were scared in that space today. The
Yeah.
Bills fans are scared if the Patriots get AJ
But didn't I?
Brown. So
But
the
didn't I see an NFC team has said they want him? I can't remember what team, but somebody wants him that needs.
The Chiefs are linked to AJ Brown. He's
Oh, are
definitely
they
coming to
really?
an.
Wow.
Yes, now the Chiefs are linked to AJ Brown, especially with what happened with Rasheed Rice now and going to
Yeah.
jail for marijuana. There's a big fallout there, and I
Yeah.
told y'all this. I told y'all this. Y'all be laughing when I tell you guys things, but it's these rings that have fans blinded by the bling. I'm gonna tell you guys
Yeah.
right now, Patrick Mahomes, he's on his way down. He's not gonna be that 2020, 2019 flashy. No, he's gonna start looking like Ryan Fitzpatrick. He's going to
How
be
old
having
is how old
turnover.
is
Yeah,
Mahomes?
he's like Brett Favre. He's 30, 31 years old. He's the
Oh,
new Brett
Mahomes
Favre.
is
Yeah,
really.
yeah, he's the Mahomes is going to be the new Brett Favre. And you know why he ain't going to be that much mobile? Is cuz Mahomes has ankle problems. And the
Yeah.
reason why Mahomes is going to consistently be turnover prone is because
Yeah.
he's not going to be able to step on and put weight on that ankle all
Yeah.
season long, not for 17 games. So there's going to be a lot of passes Mahomes makes off one leg. And those weak passes are going to start getting turned over. And that
Yeah.
careless football is going to get him having to lose a lot of games. The Chiefs are about to go 2 years in a row without making the playoffs. And you know what the Chiefs fans are going to be telling us, Craig? Oh,
What?
it's because he came off of that ACL. You got to give him a year. That's bull crap.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's bull crap.
Wasn't
That
there a
man, Patrick
rumor he
Mahomes,
may not
his
play the
career
first
is
month
going
or
down.
so?
It's over with. His career's down. Some of these the Bills fans, I asked them, how much longer do you guys think they have of Josh Allen? They said 7 more seasons of Josh Allen. Do you guys
Whoa.
believe that?
No.
Yeah,
Mm.
I hope those Bills guys are listening in right now. They don't know football. They try to tell me I don't know football. You know what they said over there? They said, Pete, I bet you they assume. Check this out. This is what's crazy about the Bills fans. I went up there and one of the Bills fans goes, "Oh, Pete, I haven't heard you in a while, but I'm guessing you like Quinn Ewers more than Malik Willis." And I said, "Yeah, I ain't hear from you in a minute, but there's certain areas I like Quinn Ewers more than Malik Willis, 1,000%." And he and all the Bills fans started laughing. Ha 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 ha. Pete, you
Yeah.
just love the backup all the time. I'm like, why do everybody say that? Why does all the fans? You see, this is like Tua wasn't bad 5 years in a row. Like the
Yeah.
backup wasn't like I've been right 5 years in a row, and they're making it seem like I just root for a backup quarterback.
Yeah.
I root
Yeah.
for
Yeah.
the Dolphins quarterback, and I predict who I believe is the best quarterback for the team. If I
Yeah.
don't think that guy's
Yeah.
the best quarterback for the team, I'm just gonna go ahead and ask for the backup.
Yeah. Yeah.
What am I going to do? Ask for Patrick Mahomes, Craig? Am I going to be
Yeah.
asking for
Yeah.
Lamar Jackson? What am I going
Yeah.
to?
Yeah.
Who am I supposed to ask for, Craig?
Yeah.
I'm knocking on you guys' door. Tell me.
I have no idea.
It's the
It's been
backup
so
quarterback.
long since Marino retired. My favorite, everybody's going to say Chad Pennington. Honest to God, my favorite was Jay Fiedler. I know he had Ricky Williams, but Jay Fiedler was a tough guy. I really liked him a lot. And we haven't really had a good quarterback. We need something. I think this fan base is dying, and I'm one of
You
them.
know what?
I think
I'm
this.
going to be honest with you, Craig. I
Yeah.
didn't like Jay Fiedler. And for a long time, I dwelled on him, on what he did to our team.
Who's
But
that?
because of Jay Fiedler, I was mad. Bro, with Jay Fiedler, we had one of the best running backs in the NFL in Ricky Williams. We had a
Yeah.
great defense, especially some of the players like Jason Taylor in his prime, getting 16 sacks, going crazy. And
Yeah.
yet
Yeah.
we had a quarterback that you had to shrink the field and use him on bootlegs because he didn't have a strong arm.
Yeah.
Come on, man. And he was short. But
Yeah.
then I gave up feeling that way on Jay Fiedler because that little guy was tough, Craig. He
Oh, he
was
was.
tough.
He was a tough guy.
There was nothing soft about him. He
No,
was
he was
just
a tough
limited.
guy.
He
He,
threw a good football.
yeah.
He was really smart, but he
Yeah.
was just limited, you know. But
Yeah.
Tua just made that go away.
Yeah.
After Tua, it was over with.
Yeah, I gave up. Well, you heard me. I gave up on Tua a couple of years ago. I was just sick of it, always getting hurt. Then the last year, when he started, oh, this guy ran the wrong route. This player made a wrong block. The coaches didn't do this. It's like, you can't be
Welcome
doing
back,
that.
Craig.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, but you know what? Some of you guys gotta like understand that happened under probably poor leadership.
Yeah. Yeah. You're right. You're right. Absolutely. Yeah. So we'll see.
You think Mike McDaniel was a good leader for Tua?
No.
No. How about
No.
you, Mr. Pope? You think
Nope.
was Mike McDaniel ultimately the best coach for Tua? like these Tua-neers made it seem.
Uh-uh.
Even though he had Tua in MVP conversations, right?
No, and I was actually talking about this yesterday on your channel, Pete. Like, if Mike McDaniel would have came in here and been a tougher quarter or a tougher coach, especially on Tua, when Tua would have got paid, we would have continued to see Tua trying to get better in the off season. But what did we see all the way up until Tua got paid? Every off season, he was doing something to better his game, have a reason to better his game. But as soon as he got that money, as soon as he got paid, we didn't see that. We saw the yacht videos
I was just
and
going to say
all of
that.
that and the
Yes.
golfing.
Yeah.
You know what
He
you
was
just
on the
reminded me
yacht.
of now?
Yep.
You don't
Yep.
think y'all don't think A-Chain is gonna do the same to us now?
No, I don't.
No. I think
No, I
A-Chain's
don't,
a
because
hard worker.
from what I've
Craig,
seen so far from
A-Chain
Hapley,
came in overweight.
it ain't. But bro, we need A-Chain to gain weight, right? We need A-Chain to gain weight. He's a small quarterback, or I mean, a small
Yeah,
running back.
Yeah, but the same thing you said about Tua though, Cat, is the same thing A-Chain did. Tua got paid.
How much was
Tua
he
got fat on
overweight?
the boat. A-Chain got paid. He got a
Yeah.
brand new pair of grills that he showed us on the new mic'd up video or whatever he showed us with.
What do you mean
Like
grills? On the teeth, right?
yeah, and he's gaining
Yeah.
weight. That means you're partying, my guy.
Yeah.
You don't
Yeah.
get those nice shiny grills, especially being single like A-Chain, to just sit at home and play video games like Tyreek Hill.
Yeah.
But
A-Chain is out there at those clubs every weekend, swapping grills, $50,000 each pair.
We were talking about this yesterday, though. Like, A-Chain gaining weight is not a bad thing, as long as it's not too much weight. Right,
Yeah.
like gaining a little bit of weight is not a bad
Like-
thing for A-Chain, because they need him to be a bigger running back, especially if we're gonna.
What was that Packers running back that came into camp overweight?
Wasn't that AJ Dillon or somebody like that?
No. This was like I would say like a decade ago.
Oh,
It was, but it was
yeah.
overblown.
I don't
Like
know.
it was. He
I don't
came in.
know.
I forgot. Man, I had his name on the tip,
Yeah.
and now it went off.
Well, hey, I didn't get to finish my take earlier when my phone died, man, about Chop Robinson. I was just gonna say that, like, with Chop Robinson, with his hand in the dirt, he especially like if he's on the left side, it could help the running game this year.
Yeah. Yeah.
Color,
Yeah,
you
we'll
seen
see.
those stones in that guy's mouth? Let me tell you
Who's
something,
that?
Color. Devon A-Chain.
Not worried about that, Pete. If he can help us out, I don't care. I mean, a lot of players do stuff like
No,
that.
but Color's asking because
Color,
he
why
didn't
don't you
think that
come up
those
here,
could be
man?
so expensive.
Yeah.
Shout out to Color. I'm so happy he came back.
What's
I
up,
think some
Color?
guys,
Come on
Color,
up, buddy.
I believe some guys in the chat earlier were concerned that you wouldn't come back. I'm just happy to see you back, my guy.
Color.
At least, even if it's just in the chat. Even if it's just in the chat.
Yeah, yeah. Well, but what I like when I saw the video today, or was it yesterday, when he's telling people communicate. You never saw that with the past regime. This one, he's telling them communicate, and like they said earlier, if you have a problem with the playbook, go to your coaches, talk to them. That's what they're there for. You know, stuff like that, and I like that. You know what I mean, Pete?
And I love how he's able to be a coach right now. Like, if you watch him, he's going and he's running through all the positions, and he's watching the players, he's watching the coaches, watching how they're coaching. Like, he's able to be a coach right now. He doesn't have to focus strictly on the defense. Like, you even saw that in the mic'd up video where he was like, oh, I'm coaching the offense here or there and yada, yada, like the little nuances, like going back and forth with the players.
Yeah. I mean, didn't he say, like, I called that place and we scored a touchdown off of it?
Yeah, I think that was just meant to be a joke, though.
But if he can just coach, like past great coaches, like that's what I liked about guys like Shula, Landry, Noel, and a whole bunch of others. They didn't have to coach offense or defense. It was I have
and
that offensive coordinator. I have that defensive coordinator. Let them do their jobs.
that's where Jeff Hafley has the heads up on all the rest of the coaches that got
Yep.
hired in this cycle, because he has
Yep.
Sean Duggan as his DC, who's been working with Jeff Hafley for the last 8 years, so he knows Jeff Hafley's scheme and Jeff
Yeah.
Hafley's playbook in and out. He's got Bobby Slowick that he can trust because he's seen him do it before. He's worked with
Yes.
Bobby Slowick.
Yeah.
And when he worked with Bobby Slowick, he was actually working with him on defense. And that's
Yeah.
one of my favorite things about Bobby Slowick. And people don't realize like how much of an advantage that should give you as an offensive coordinator working on the defensive side of the ball, because you kind of have an upper hand on other offensive coordinators that don't really
Yeah.
understand how defense works, how they use disguises, how they change plays before
Yeah.
snap, pre-snap, post-snap,
Yep.
things like that. So
Yep.
he worked there. So it's like Jeff Hafley literally gets to come in here and be the head coach and just like
Yeah. Yeah.
watch the coaches, watch the players, like watch
Yeah.
everything. He doesn't have to come in here and implement the scheme.
Yeah.
It's
And
it's a beautiful thing, man. We're doing it right this time, ladies and gentlemen.
yes. And didn't he, after the one practice, he said, like I said, get to know the playbook. We're going to implement stuff. It's going to come to you fast. So just be
And
ready.
and could this rebuild be the perfect timing rebuild? Think about it.
Why
Josh
not?
Allen turns 30.
Why
If we
not?
go back, I know it's
This
going
is the
back very
it's the
far, right?
perfect timing
But
because the big quarterbacks are
listen,
getting
Pete. In
old.
'69, the Dolphins went 3-10. Don Shula enters in 1970. The Dolphins go 10-4, and then
Yep.
the rest is history after that, right? And
Yep.
this is one of the great things about Sully coming in here. He mentioned in his early interviews about coming in here with the Don Shula mindset, right? They've been going through
Mm-hmm.
this whole offseason with the Don Shula mindset. All through
Yeah.
the draft room, they had quotes from Don Shula.
Oh, I
Not
didn't
Well,
know
only that,
that.
cat. Not only that, but I
with
think they
me,
had a
it's
big.
easier to use.
I
It's
think they
easier
had
to
a big
use
picture of
Brian
him
Flores.
in the training building or something like that. They show a picture of Don Shula and who else was on there? Doggone it, what was that guy's name? It was Don Shula, the guy that had the nickname Fish or something like that. That was with the Dolphins.
Oh, I don't know.
Oh my goodness, I can't think of his name.
Yeah.
But
Ladies and gentlemen, we used to be the winningest team in the NFL. And
Yep.
and these guys told us they're going to get us back there. So
yeah,
Well, I hope
This is
so.
all
I
I'm
hope
saying.
they
This is
can.
all I'm saying.
no, but
I get Flo. You guys bring up Shula. I get it. I get Flores vibes from Coach Hafley and this staff. That's what
there
I
you
get. I get it's similar to almost like Flores. It's
go.
team first, competition everywhere. Let's go
Yeah.
ahead
Yeah.
and figure out what's the best for every position. You know what I like? I like that he said in practice these guys are like playing to the whistle.
Yeah.
You know
They
what?
have to
The
run,
guy, the
and you know
guy,
what? That means if you're lazy and you're not playing to the whistle, you're not gonna make the team here with
Nope.
under Halfley.
Nope.
the guy I'm
So
Nope.
thinking about, the guy I'm thinking about, he didn't he was he came to the Dolphins not as a coach, but he was sort of overlooking the Dolphins. But his nickname had something to do with fish. I just think his name for nothing, but he
Was it
had
from that era? Was it
not the
from like the
Shula era.
70s or 80s?
It came after Shula. This guy came after Shula, but he wasn't the head coach. He was sort of like overlooking our team. Oh my
Yeah.
goodness, I can't think of his name. The
Parcells?
Parcells, that's him.
Yeah.
That's him. Yep, that's what I'm talking about. Parcells.
Yeah.
They had Parcells and Don Shula somewhere in one of the buildings that the Dolphins used. They had him both of them plastered up with some words and some encouraging words and what have you. So that
Yeah.
right
but
there, along with some other things, is telling me that
Yeah.
this is a new regime going to, and let's not forget this too. Don't think that Halfley and Sully are thinking about Josh Allen, how we're gonna deal with Josh Allen, because that's why they make some of the moves that they have made.
Yeah.
Because they want to shut down Josh Allen or any other quarterback that we play in the season coming up that's similar to Josh Allen. They want to be ready for that because they don't want
Yeah.
that. They want to kill that Josh.
Halfley coached Halfley last season, 2 seasons ago, as DC coached against Sam Darnold in the NFC North, right?
Mm-hmm.
With the Vikings. He was
Mm-hmm.
coaching against what quarterbacks did they have in the NFC North? The Bears, they had rookie Caleb Williams. He had the face.
Yeah.
Oh, Caleb Williams.
Mm-hmm.
Caleb Williams he's the future of the league right now.
Let's
Williams.
also
Right now, it's Caleb Williams and Bo Nix that are going to be like the new young stars of this league for the future.
I
let's
bet
also
more
I
on
think
not
Bo
Drake May is
forget. Let's
falling.
also not
Even though
forget
Drake May is going to fall off.
Jeff Hafley worked with Dave Wannstedt, and like shortly after Jeff Hafley got hired, Dave Wannstedt came out in an interview and was talking about how he's pretty close with Jeff Hafley still, and will be helping Jeff Hafley through this process.
Oh, really?
And had mentioned that he had actually mentioned to Hafley that they had to address the quarterback position, and this was before the decisions were made on Tua Tagovailoa.
Yeah.
So I want y'all to keep in mind on that too. And Dave Wannstedt was a pretty good coach for the Miami Dolphins. So
Yes, he was.
and those that time that y'all heard about where Jeff Hafley was sleeping under his desk, that was when he was working for Dave Wannstedt. It was when he first entered into the coaching era. Dave Wannstedt gave Jeff Hafley the chance.
Yeah. Hey, if he can do stuff and he can win games and stuff, and not the same old crazy stuff, how you heard guys being late for meetings, and you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because that was a big thing with us under McDaniel. Oh, well, they're late. It's okay. Nah, that's not going to fly with Hafley.
And also too, Craig, the thing that made me angry the most too was when we were
Welcome
winning
back,
games,
KP.
when we were losing games, we had players on the sideline while we losing games, giggling and laughing and joking around.
Yep. Yeah. No, I got you. And people forget this. And I tell them, hey, he coached up at Boston College. Oh, Boston. I said, he got him to 3 bowl games, and they actually won a bowl game. So, and Boston, and I'm not down. Hang on, and I'm not downing on Boston College, but come on, Boston College is not a national power. So what he did there, you know what I mean? That was a big help to him. And
well,
I respect his decision, and I respect Hafley's decision to step down as being a head coach from college when he was already looking at it as the NIL. He didn't like the NIL.
No,
he didn't agree with the NIL. So
a lot of
and the
coaches
transfer
don't,
portal. So he stepped down and decided to go back to the NFL because he didn't like it.
Well, hold on, because he actually had an interview. I told you guys I do some deep diving, bro. He had an interview, and he was actually asked about it, and in his eyes, it wasn't stepping down, right? So, like, yes, it's stepping down initially, but you're entering into the NFL, which is a whole nother world, and it's the same reason why we look at players the same way and wonder if it's going to translate into the NFL. So, and if you look back, he talked about his time at Boston College, and he actually acknowledged, he's like, when I first got there, like, I really didn't know what I was doing, but by year 4, like, it became like almost natural to me. Like, I was able to focus on actually being a head coach, and like, it was a completely different world. And moving into the NFL was, I took a step back by taking a defensive coordinator position, but at the same time, like, I really wanted to work with Matt LaFleur and be able to learn in that tree.
And do you think that helped him?
And that answer 100%. Is called blowing smoke up people's asses. And I don't say that to say that Jeff Hafley is horrible.
No, I'll get the interview and I'll send it to you,
okay,
KP.
Can I have my say now? I listened to the damn interview, dude. I know exactly what it is. That's called blowing smoke up people's asses. And I say that specifically to say that doesn't mean that he won't be successful or a good head coach. What I want to say, though, is that at this point, to project that on Hafley is you might as well play the lottery, because it is yet to be seen. nothing he's said or done is so extraordinary that it is a guarantee of this team's success. Now, as I say that, I support the moves that Sullivan has done, and I support what Hafley has said. I think they are off to a good start, and they're set up to be successful. The reason I came up here, though, is because the thing that we always do is we then take that objective rationale and project it as greatness already before. And then secondly, Wanstead was not a good coach. Wanstead benefited from the team that Jimmy Johnson built. He got Ricky Williams, who was an extraordinary Hall of Fame talent, and made that man quit by running him into the ground. He refused to move off of Jay Fiedler. He was a beneficiary of Jimmy Johnson's defense. So I came up here to set the record straight. We can't keep blowing smoke up people's asses until we have something to blow smoke up people's asses for. Okay? You can listen to however many interviews you want and get hyped up. And I don't want to say you can't do that, but let's be safe and make sure we know that is opinion. That is opinion. That is not.
But what part, KP? Because the part that I was like taking what I said, right, KP, is the reason why he stepped down. I said I respect his decision and how he said it. Like, this is the reason why. I'm not in agreement. I don't like the NIL portal, the transfer portal. I don't like this NIL stuff.
Honestly, that's what worries me about him. That kind of worries me about him. And I could be dead ass wrong about him.
But it's kind of similar in the NFL, right?
You realize this NIL is a civil rights issue, right?
What do you mean? I don't know that.
In football, 70% of players are black, right? And for a long time, and I don't blame anybody for not understanding this, but in African American circles, there's like this ultra focus on football as a way to success, especially for young males, right? And for the longest time in the African American community, it's been debated on whether that is a good investment or not, right? And when the NIL was passed, this was seen as a breakthrough for black athletes who, for the last 30 to 40 years, there's a take, and I'm not saying I totally agree with it, but there's a take that black athletes in college and in the pros have been exploited. The top tier gets their due, and no one's talking about the top tier, all the players we know and love and who have obvious great talent. But the majority of players that you don't hear about, who get the concussions, who break a leg, there's this idea that athletes are exploited. There's a book called, what's the name of the book? I'm driving right now, so I can't look it up. But it's about, I should know the author, but I forgot his name. But it refers to the football industry in college and the pros as a plantation. Now, I agree that's too strong of a metaphor. And I say all that to say, when I hear a Hafley, a white Midwesterner say he's against it.
Racist, what I just heard?
He sounds like goddamn, what's that racist guy from LSU who was the coach of the Dolphins back in the day? That dude who was Alabama coach. What was his name? Saban. And it sounds and listen, I know some of the audience is going to say, dang, KP, you were such a damn racist. No, I'm not a racist. I'm talking about people like Tommy Tuberville, the former Auburn coach turned congressman, who's a right-wing piece of shit and dead-ass racist, right? This is what I'm talking about. So, hate on me if you want, but I'm just going to break it down that way. I'm not going to give nobody credit because they stepped down because they hated the NIL. That makes me raise my eyebrows. But again,
KP,
I could be totally wrong.
Let me tell you something, bro.
I'm just offering a different view.
If you feel strong on what you say, bro, don't never ever forget who's hating on you, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Well, look,
if you say what you say, and I appreciate you saying that because I didn't know. I just heard that for the first time. And without you on this earth saying what you just said, my head would have never thought or even heard any of that, right? So I appreciate you giving the word.
Well, I appreciate you for acknowledging that, Pete. And that is exactly why I came up to add some balance to the conversation. And again, I just want to qualify that whatever I said, with all the things I just said, I said I could be dead ass wrong. I'm just trying to give it some context. You know what I'm saying? These are just, comments based on the cultural conversation that's been going on in one of our American communities. So take it or leave it.
Well, appreciate that, KP, big time.
And I agree with what KP said, bro. Like, I'm telling you, I was in Miami. People in Miami were not happy with Dave Wanstead and especially Jay Fiedler. Jay Fiedler, the fans had the fans hot down here. And for some reason, next season comes, little old Pete watching the games again. Jay Fiedler's still the quarterback. I'm like, everybody crying.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but wasn't Wanstead fired?
I don't remember what happened to Wanstead, but I think they did fire him.
Let's see if I can cut
Yeah, I think he lasted maybe 3 seasons with us. I don't think he made it to his 4th season. But again, I'm driving right now. I'm not looking at no computer or nothing, so I'm just going based on.
Probably was like what, like from like 02 to like 06 or something.
Yeah. He drafted people like Jamar Fletcher, but he did draft Chris Chambers, I believe, who was a good player. But then there were a lot of misses. And under Jimmy Johnson too, there were some misses under Jimmy Johnson as well. So
And Halfley comes from the tree, and he earned it too. Now there is some. I like the toughness because Wanstead. I mean, he probably was just a good defensive coordinator. KP. Wanstead was probably the Mike McDaniel of this era. You're not a good head coach, but you're a good coordinator. And honestly, hopefully Halfley's not that, but Halfley at least has that Flores and Wanstead little toughness about him. Like, he doesn't come off as the players are gonna slap him.
Right.
He doesn't come off as him and the players are gonna be buddy going to parties together.
The advantage he has is that the roster is filled with young guys who won't be confident enough to challenge him like that. But you put a lot more Jordan Brooks like veterans on the team, and then he has to come even more correct for them to really, buy in minus their own personal.
I don't know if you remember, right?
Crazy,
but when I was, my bad, Mr. Polk, but I know you guys remember because I was on the let's not fire Mike McDaniel because the guys were saying he's not leader of men. And then I told them he's gonna be leading rookies if we cut all the players you guys say and rebuild. Why not give it to McDaniel? Because it's easier to coach the rookies. Y'all probably don't remember, but I used that take in a way as it's hard to coach experienced Tyreek Hill divas in this league. And when you got too many of them, like Mr. KP just said, then I think maybe we were a little too hard on his coaching style based upon, right? This is the most important part that you got to hear, right? Based upon knowing what we were getting from the beginning. You see, that's why it's hard to judge Mike McDaniel. And I kept telling people, why is everyone flipping out on Mike McDaniel now? Because when we got him, we knew from the beginning he was a player-players coach. We knew he wasn't going to be that tough-minded head coach. He was a coach's player. That's who he was. We knew what we were getting. A genius mind. And some even fans even said, hopefully he doesn't do drugs like Adam Gase, but it's an Adam Gase kind of way.
Just
so
so
they
y'all
flipped
know
on him
today,
and got mad. We went opposite of Flores. They wanted McDaniel to be Flores now. How you gonna go be tough and turn into Flores with people already watch you be friendly with?
Yeah, from the beginning. Go ahead, Mr. Falk. Sorry.
No, real quick, just so y'all know, Wanstead just turned 74 today.
Happy birthday!
Today's
Dave.
Wanstead's birthday.
Yep.
Wow, look at that. Look at that. This is how I know it's
Stafford.
over. This is how I know it's over for Josh Allen. Dave Wanstead and Josh Allen share the same birthday, and we got the coach's tree now from Wanstead tree. There's too much there, bro. Josh Allen days are over.
Matthew Stafford just brought in a bag, man. $55 million for this year.
And it's confirmed. Aaron Rodgers, he's there for the
Wow.
next 2 seasons. That means their first round pick, Ty
Yeah, but
Simpson.
Aaron Rodgers announced like the other day that this was going to be his last season.
So he did say that?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I saw a tweet come through from Adam Schefter about it.
Yeah.
Now, Cat, do
This
you
is
believe
Aaron.
that?
This is Aaron Rodgers' last season. Yeah.
You believe that, Cat?
What
Yeah, he said
happened?
it.
Do I
Do you
believe
believe
that?
that this is Aaron Rodgers'
It's
last?
it's hard to say. It really depends on how this season goes, right? Because last season he was almost there. You took a
Right.
Steelers team to the playoffs in a tough division with not really a lot of weapons to throw the ball to, right? Because if you look at that Steelers team from last year, they only had DK Metcalf. You had a bunch of tight ends that really have never made a name for themselves. Darnell Washington was my highest prospect over there, being a refrigerator at a tight end. And then you had Jalen Warren and who else at running back? I can't remember who their backup running back was, but he took them to the playoffs in a tough division, right? And now you add Michael Pittman Jr. into the mix, so you actually have a big wide receiver core to throw the ball to. You actually have some weapons. Like this year, like it really just depends. It depends. Like I can't say yes or no. Like the way the Aaron Rodgers is, man, like he could go into the season thinking that this is his last hurrah, but by week 9, like depending on how the season's turning out, like he could be like, man, I can do this another year.
There you go.
Who's their new
Coach
coach?
this kid,
Who's their new
coach
coach?
this kid another year.
Who's the new coach in Pittsburgh?
Mike McCarthy. So he's working with a coach he's already worked with.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I think he'll come back definitely.
Yeah, so like everything's on the table. I think it's a matter of honestly, if we as fans want to see, and I'm talking to all of those like weird people out there that have drones like flying over his house trying to get pictures of his wife and shit. If we want to see Aaron Rodgers come back to the NFL, we need to leave him the fuck alone. He wants peace. He said it on the Pat McAfee show. He's like, he literally called them people out. There's like people out there that have bounties out to get pictures of his wife and et cetera, et cetera. So if we want to see more of Aaron Rodgers in the NFL, we need to give him his space and his personal time and just watch him while he's on the field. And that's why I stopped making jokes about him. Like me and my boy over at the AFC Eastie Boys, we make parodies and stuff. We do all kinds of fun stuff over there. We used to make parodies with the Pat McAfee show and Aaron Rodgers, like making fun of the situations. But like I stopped because it's like I want to respect the man. I like his play on the football field. I want to see more of it.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie. Growing up, Aaron Rodgers was just like probably like the first like mobile, accurate quarterback I ever seen. Like he was the creative player, running around, throwing accurate passes. Aaron Rodgers is a legend, man. I understand people's stories off the field, and look, they're blowing up. They're making Aaron Rodgers look bad because he dumped his girlfriend today. That's another thing they're doing to him. They're making him look bad because he dumped his girlfriend. The man dumped his girlfriend to go to work. Now they're shaming him on that. That has nothing to do on his football play. But people, you know how fans are, right? Fans, what most fans do is they fall in love with the player's skill set on the field first, right? And then they don't, after that, on Sunday, they don't turn it off and mind their own business. What they do is go up and search that player up, right? And they dig in and they want to know who that person's spouse is. They want to know. They do too much, and then now you're more of a fan now. This ain't even fanning. Fanning is just accepting what they bring, the joy that it brings to you, what they do for your favorite team on that Sunday on that football field. You see my point? But now
They dig in, they go deep, they want to know who the baby mama is, they want to know if you cheated. Now they don't like you. No, he's a cheater. He cheated on his wife. I don't like that guy no more. He's still doing the same business he was doing on Sundays, but because they found out maybe you're not into, you know, this it's just like, I'm glad I didn't say what I just said, but at the end of the day, people are just choosy based on some situations that happen off the field. Like, these players aren't the same players on the field that you fell in love with, because fans fall in love with what first? Touchdown.
Are you ready for some football?
Oh, that sound like Fred.
Yeah, what's up, Mr. Park?
I know you.
Okay,
I'm gonna tell you right now.
Pete, give Fred, talk to Fred about the title, Fred. Pete.
Even though you guys might not care that much, but I'm gonna be honest, it's a bad look at the moment right now as of today. Guess what happened, friend? NKP.
What's up, bro?
The Atlanta Falcons are producing. The Atlanta Falcons are producing better content from their quarterbacks than we are. Tua has better content on the internet throwing touchdown passes than Malik Willis, Quinn Ewers, Gronkowski, Cam Miller does for the Miami Dolphins. Think about that.
I don't care about that 7-on-7 drills, bro, in training camp for Tua, bro. I don't care about that. He did that when he was in Miami, bro.
Yep.
Look what it amounted to.
Mr. Paul, I haven't been letting that one ride all stream. I haven't been letting that take ride all stream. So if you seen that in Miami from Tua before, and you guys, because you're not the only one that said that same take, and I've been saying the same thing to you guys. If you guys don't care about it, and if it's supposedly, because the way you didn't necessarily say this, Fred, but how you said it, I'm interpreting it in a way as this is OTAs, bro. And Tua been doing this. It's easy in OTAs. So now that I think I interpreted you saying that OTAs is easy for quarterbacks, and Tua doing that in Atlanta, throwing touchdowns in Atlanta now for the Falcons, and that's supposed to be done because we're in shorts and it's OTAs and it's 7-on-7s, then if all of that may be true, how come that's a big lie for Malik Willis?
It's a big what for Malik Willis? I don't get the question, bro.
It's a lie for Malik Willis, because if Tua can do and treat OTA as easy and throw touchdown passes back to back to back, like a dynasty, how come we don't have a single touchdown video from Malik Willis? And to be fair, we don't even got one from Quinn Ewers, bro.
I'm not worried about that, bro. Throwing touchdowns.
Never worried about nothing.
Throwing touchdowns in underwear does nothing for me, bro. I'm sorry, bro. Come on, man.
You guys, you think they don't practice 7-on-7s? You don't get good practice?
I'm sure they do get to practice, bro. But who knows, man? Maybe that's
sometimes it's even 7-on-8, 7-on-9. Defense might have more guys.
Hey, man. First of all, like I said, that's what I stand by, bro. I mean, because you throw some touchdowns in shorts, does nothing for me. Nothing. And if you don't throw touchdowns in short, that doesn't bother me, bro. You know what I'm saying?
That's why I needed the Tua Nears to pop up on this channel. Today was the day for the Tua Nears to pop off. I gave the Tua Nears their opportunity. These Tua Nears are so scared and they're hiding so much. When they do have an opportunity to pop off, the Tua haters don't even run from them. They still pop up, and it's obvious takes. They all said the same thing. They don't care. It's OTAs. It's basketball shorts. It's 7-on-7. We've seen it before. It's the same old, because these guys that are saying the similar takes as you guys been listening to, guess what it all aligns to? Nobody liked Tua that aligned with that take. It's like an easy cop out. It's an easy cop out. Yeah, man. I've seen it before. Yeah. You don't miss it. And it's not necessarily missing Tua, right? You don't miss seeing touchdowns in OTAs where it's supposedly easy. Like, what is Caleb Douglas doing, bro? How about Jalen Tolbert? He can't score a touchdown. I thought we had a bad secondary.
No, bro. Maybe the Dolphins
forget the quarterback. Think about how bad it is. Or is it maybe, we want to spin it good? Like John said, Pete, you're finally talking positive. I like what I'm hearing. Maybe the defense is elite.
Who knows, Pete?
Is Malik Willis going against the best defense in the league right now? If we want, maybe.
I'm not going to say all that, bro. But like, I am going to say, man, like, bro. As a matter of fact, what can you say, bro? You know what I'm saying? 7-7 drills,
it's
man.
Concerning.
Come on, man.
It's concerning. Let's be real. It is concerning.
It is not concerning, bro. It is not concerning. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, we seen him do that when he was in Miami, bro. What did it amount to on the field with hands in your face and rush coming at you, bro? You know what I'm saying? Come on, man.
Was he not with hands in his face? Was he not in MVP conversations at one point?
3 years ago? Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So he did it in real games.
Yeah, he did it in real games.
The first half of one season.
We don't like him. I'm not saying we have to like him, but at the end of the day, this is not about Tua. This is more about us. Like we the ones that cut Tua. It's the Falcons now that get to enjoy Tua.
I'm gonna pretend like you're sincere and say this. Could it be that at the Atlanta Falcons, a veteran franchise with receivers and tight ends and running backs who know the system already, there's continuity with the same. Well, Stefanski's there, so that might not be totally true. But you've got guys who know each other, know how to run their routes. So really, the newest thing is Tua and then Stefanski. Versus us, who have a bunch of rookies, guys who've been third string, fourth string, wide receivers and tight ends with specific roles, not fully dimensional roles. And so in our camp, there's a lot more learning going on. In their camp, it's more about less learning and more about, adapting the new players and new coaches into their system. They got veterans, bro. We are a very young team. We need to prepare ourselves for situations like the one you are projecting, which isn't really real. But this team is going to take some time to learn how to become professionals. You know what I'm saying? Jalen Tolbert is being asked to become something he hasn't been yet. Tutu Atwell is being asked to become something they haven't been yet. These rookies have never been in the NFL. Dulcich is being asked to be something he's never been yet. All that is a learning curve.
Also one of the youngest teams in the league too, King KP.
Yeah, but their wide receiver room is set. They got Kyle Pitts at tight end, Bijan Robinson at running back. Those guys don't need to learn too much other than who these you guys are that they're playing.
And don't forget don't forget the fact that we'll actually still be learning on the fly. What I mean by on the fly is during regular season games, bro. We're going to still be learning, bro, while we're in regular season, bro. Each week, man, we're still going to be learning. We want to be learning, bro.
I learn every day, Fred.
Learning, bro.
But you
I
know
I learn something every day, Fred.
What's that, Colin?
I'm gonna be honest, Fred. Let's say I'm gonna give an example. I'm gonna give an example, Fred. If our team is losing close games, let's say we lose the first two games, we're 0-2. Yeah, we're gonna be going over our heads, mad that we lost close games, whatever the case is. But you know what will be a dub if it's still the same 5 offensive line. continuity. There's really no panic. Oh, we got to switch this guy to the right now. This wasn't working out. And this corner wasn't good. And now they're second guessing themselves. This is what I don't want to see. Because if I see in early season coaches making adjustments, changing players, and it's okay if they bench a player like, okay, this guy didn't work out on the boundary corner.
Well, they'll be fine if they stay off Twitter, Pete.
What happened?
They'll be fine if they stay off Twitter. They'll be fine if they stay off Twitter.
Yeah. But I need them not to.
I mean,
that's why they need to hear.
No, I'm talking about the coaching staff.
This fan base needs to be, the coaching staff too. I hope they tune in every time Jeff Hafley clocks in at work. He says, you know because tune into TFTG and listen to Color real quick because I heard him talking that crap all week, and I'm a proved Color wrong this week. Go ahead, Color, pop off. And mad with a chip on his shoulder trying to prove you wrong.
The reason I say that, Pete, is because, well, first of all, good evening, gentlemen, and I just want to correct the record that of what I said yesterday. I will not be allowing Real Talk Perez to be in my presence for the rest of my life, and I'm not gonna be punitive towards Pete and his channel because of that. So I will definitely be around because Real Talk does not own me. Nothing happened. Real Talk is an asshole that tried to dishonor me, and if we were still living in a certain time period, he would have paid for that. So whatever. But people want to treat people and talk to them however they want, and that's fine. I don't have to be around when that guy's around, but I also don't have to limit Pete because of that. It's not his fault. So I apologize to Pete for taking that out on you. But that's squashed. I don't even want to drag that out. But as far as the offensive line goes, Pete, it's evident that the coaching staff that we had here previously, maybe even into Flores when it comes to, because Flores didn't quite control the offense. He kind of delegated that to the group of coordinators or whatever. But the point I'm trying to make is that when you look at the way we were managing our offensive line for the past few seasons, it's literally as if Twitter was managing it. I hate to say that they're just letting the fans dictate what they do and all that, but when you see all of the arguments going on Twitter about the offensive line and how everybody should shift everybody out and try everybody here and there and everywhere, and then our team literally did that over the course of a few weeks, it's evident that they're at least their mindset is the same as the general consensus on Twitter, which is a problem. And these guys, based on how they've answered questions so far and how they've constructed this team, I don't believe that they are spending 1 second on the social media sites to make their decisions.
Good enough, bro.
Yeah, these guys have come in with a vision and a plan, and they've taken steps to execute it. So that has been refreshing.
But KP, I want to magnify what you were saying earlier, though, because I kind of said this sort of the same thing in chat. All we can say is that it looks like these guys are different and know what they are doing and have a different vision. You see what I'm saying? All we can say is it looks that way, because, like you said, until the ball hits the air and the cleats hit the grass, we don't know who's who and what's what, anything, because we've been fooled so many times.
Exactly. And then I just hate when people over exaggerate what they think they're seeing.
Mm-hmm.
Like all this confidence in Hafley. Yeah, I mean, all he is a resume at this point. And a lot of the stuff he's saying is just good coaching talk and very cliche. But,
Exactly.
We've yet to see if the young players are going to learn any of that stuff or be open to it. Or, there's so much that can happen.
Exactly, KP. That's why real quick, Fred, just KP, that's why I speak in terms of like pedigree. All we can say is where they came from. We can't say how much they're going to bring with them. You know.
Okay. Oh, can I go now? Can I go?
Sure, go ahead, Fred.
Okay. With that, can we tell? Can we tell by the players that they let walk, that they let go? About can that tell us more about what kind of plan they have going just by letting these
well, Fred,
these small players.
Fred, I'll answer that. I'll give you a question that'll help you answer the question yourself. Yeah. If we had a totally different coaching staff that we picked up, let's say from New York Giants, and they were making the exact same decisions and saying the same exact things, would you be asking that question?
No.
Because
man,
what I'm saying is the players that we've let walk we've let them walk for reasons that all coaches would let them walk. You see what I'm saying? So we can't really garner anything out of that. Is all I'm trying to say.
And Fred, in particular, this regime, because what they've essentially done is fast forward the reset. Right? They could have let the reset linger a little bit longer and hold on to some things. So what they've done is just expedited the clearing of the cap and the ability to build a team in their vision completely, which is fair. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Well, Colin, I think I mean to use the Giants. That doesn't.
I could have picked the London Silly Nannies. I was just picking a random team.
But what I'm saying, man, but what you going with the Giants, bro? To me, it's a terrible organization, if you ask me, man. So
I got you. Okay. Let me say the Chiefs. Then.
Okay, man. Well, with the Chiefs, I'm gonna say there's some little bit more solid organization, man. So I would kind of go for like.
That's the point I was making. I should have just said random NFL team X is what I should have said.
Man, don't give me the Giants, color, because I ain't buying nothing. No coaching coming from the Giants organization, bro. None of that, bro.
I'm with you, man. I'm with you. Bad choice. I should have said the London Silly Nannies.
The Tuaneers right now think they're right, bro. We're down bad. Us Tua haters, we're down bad.
Well, Pete, I think
I feel really bad for Atlanta.
Yeah, Pete, I don't agree with a lot of your takes recently. I don't agree with a lot of your takes recently, but I think you're onto something in identifying like this emotional response that's coming from the people who might have been classified as Tuaneers. They've got a lot to mask over to get back in the good graces of the audiences that they seek. And so they're playing into people's emotive responses to this new regime and new team and new idea. A lot of that is definitely going on. But
a lot of fakeness is going around. I got
you. Exactly. And it was also happening, through the whole Tua regime. That's one of the things that I was always trying to point to. But, that's why you get called a hater.
Right, KP, did you see what I put in chat earlier? It looks like the Dolphins literally sent their marketing playbook over to Atlanta with Tua. This is funny. This is hilarious, dude.
You gotta remember, Color. I mean, I get what you're saying. It's funny to me. It is a funny joke, but Kevin Stefanski comes from Cleveland. He was already there with Dylan Gabriel, the little lefty. He likes that little. He likes that.
I just called Pete Tua. Pete,
means I'm trash, man.
It's not a joke though. Just because it's funny doesn't mean it's a joke. I'm serious. They literally sent their marketing playbook with him.
And then that goes back to what
I think that's what's going on.
That goes back to Fred's comment. Yeah, exactly. Because Tua, when his feet are right and he's confident and he's not been touched,
makes a lot of money.
He can execute a offense on paper as long as he's not asked to strain his arm too much, right? So
which does what, KP? Which does what? Which does what? It
The
keeps
players
their
in the
fans
street.
it keeps their
Yeah.
fans following that carrot on a stick. Exactly.
But what do we know about Tua? When the going gets tough, he crumbles. His feet get nervous.
Well,
He avoids getting hit.
I'll use the same
There's lots of things.
analogy. I'll use the same analogy, KP. What we know about Tua is that he's a carrot on a stick.
Yeah.
You know?
Okay.
Bunch of greyhounds following a rabbit.
Not
Your greyhounds following a stuffed rabbit.
What Titan fans know about Malik Willis is Tua on a stick.
And you know what? KP. What we also know about Tua is he'll throw a team under. He'll throw your player, your teammates, your coaches. He'll throw them under the bus, bro. You know what I'm saying? We found out about.
Fred, that's like it. Hey, Fred, that's like when the dog finally gets to the stuffed rabbit. The stuffed rabbit pulls out a machine gun and lays him out.
Exactly, bro. Exactly. You know what I mean? Tua all but. I'm gonna say was all but. He was ungrateful, man. He was ungrateful to Miami, bro. If you ask me.
I think he's ungrateful to his Lord, to be honest with you, but that's just me.
Damn.
Tua was stuck up.
I mean, based on what I know, based on my education, based on my education and what I know about his religion, he is dishonoring himself. Absolutely.
Stuck up and go, KP.
Just me. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong, but I'm a highly educated person on that religion, and I'm telling you, in my opinion, I think he dishonors his Lord.
And you know what, KP? If he had any kind of game with him, quarterback game, if he was a good quarterback, whatever, that he might could get away with that. But you can't be stuck up and be ass too. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? You can't do both of them, bro. You can't do both, bro.
In year 2, Fred, when I was doing a lot of work with when I was doing work with the TFTG, I pointed out, I was the only one over there that pointed out that Tua is a front runner. And I gave the analogy of the sorriest player of a starting 5 on a basketball team. He's the guy that sucks, right? But he brings the 4 best players in the district with him, right? And because he's got those guys around him, he goes around bragging and he's the first guy in your face talking about how sorry you are because he's being carried by the 4 people around him. I identified that personality trait in Tua early on. And Cap, a lot of people over there did not agree with me, but that's what I pointed out in him, and it turned out to be true.
Yeah, you did, KP. You did. And speaking of things that were pointed out on TFG, oops, sorry, Real Talk, you're an idiot. That man literally tried to tell me yesterday that I was not off Tua from day one. That I switched up and was pumping Tua. That's what that man tried to claim yesterday.
And Color, that's when I jumped in and said that I knew that you weren't, because from day
Yes, I wanted to thank you for that, Mr. Paul. I wanted to thank you for that because you're the only one that stood up and opened your mouth and said something, even though nobody could hear you because you're so quiet all the time. But I wanted to thank you for that. And he turned around and tried to discredit Mr. Paul.
Damn.
He tried to discredit Mr. Paul. Like that's just not even.
And how do you feel about that, Color? Be honest. Because
How about him trying to dishonor Mr. Paul?
I'm not gonna lie, Color. You know how
that's what actually offended me. That's what actually Pete. That's what made me want to leave.
But I've been able to break a little bit out of you, but it's been hard. Mr. Polk is a hard stone, man. Shout out to Mr. Polk.
Bro, that dishonor of Mr. Polk is what made me want to leave, bro. For real.
Man, clearly what we have here, bro, is just no respect to his elders, bro.
No, well, that
You
for
call
somebody
Mr.
who
Polk a liar, bro. He called Mr. Polk a liar, dude. Of all people.
Yeah, but sometimes like let's not take it like disrespect like in a way like he disrespect them in person or chin check them
Well, when you
or
don't let
he
somebody,
just
when you don't let
but you got to
somebody
remember
answer, when you don't let somebody answer, hold on. When you don't let somebody answer, when he doesn't let somebody answer because he's spewing diarrhea out of his mouth so loud and fast that you can't even stand up for your own honor. It's time to leave, bro. I'm not gonna sit under somebody's ass while they're shitting, dude. I just ain't, and that don't make me weak.
you're
yeah,
That
right
makes me
because
liberated.
we really never got to the bottom of it. So it kind of like just stayed in the air for a second. But
Exactly, which is exactly what he wanted in the air. That's exactly what he wanted in the air, and that's the dishonor that I'm suffering right now. And he
and
will
it's funny
answer for it if I
and you know
ever
what,
am in
Connor,
his presence.
and you know if that's true what you're saying, you know what I think of it? I think of a person. That's a person that won't admit they're wrong. They
that's
would
what.
I think
go
of
Yeah, that's
politics when I
exactly.
see that, Pete. I think of politics. I think of social media politics when I see that shit. That's what I think of.
Yeah,
Social
That's
he's
media
definitely
politics.
egotistical. Oh, he's definitely egotistical and full of like this sense of self and pride. But he's like a lot of people who come up on social media who
Sure,
exhibit those same qualities. The
you're
thing I
nailing
don't
it.
understand though is
You're nailing it,
he's
KP.
a Tampa, but he's a Tampa Bay fan who lives in Tampa Bay. So I don't get his fascination with jumping on the Dolphins social media all the time, and he does it so
Because his
passionately. You know
purpose
what I mean?
is because KP, his purpose is to discredit and to dishonor us, and that's
and
fine.
you know
That's what an opponent's fan is supposed to do, so he can bounce. You know,
and you know what I find weird now that you guys say something? He always finds himself in here when the Panthers fan comes up here. And I like both of those guys. I don't want to ever feel like, because
I
I
like
get it.
Gary, man.
This is a Dolphin channel, but like I've said consistently, like let's not disrespect others because they are a fan of a different team. Sometimes an outside perspective, even if it's wrong, just give people a chance. And yeah, he does sound like he's
Oh, that's
confident on his
true.
takes,
That's true.
but
Hey, Pete,
but
Pete, that's true. I'm not one of those. I'm not one of those fascist type either that are like we can't have other fans in and all that. We have to respect them, right? But what about their obligation to respect you and us?
Yeah,
I
yeah.
do. I mean, I do believe. It goes both ways. It goes both
The
ways.
man straight up, the man straight up calling me a liar, but the man is straight up dishonoring me, bro, and my word.
But see,
Yeah,
That
that's
has
why.
nothing to do with telling me I'm wrong. That has nothing to do with telling me my takes are shit, or I'm an idiot, or I'm wrong, or I'm a stupid Dolphin fan. All of that is, I never have a problem with that shit. What I have a
he
problem
said
with
you're lying.
is somebody
He
calling
said
me a liar.
he said you lied about supporting Tua. So right? He said you lied about
It
supporting
wasn't
Tua.
just that he
Yeah,
said,
like
it wasn't just that he made one little lie, bro. The guy was spewing diarrhea out of his mouth about me.
it's just funny
And
to
I'm
me, Connor,
sorry.
how he always finds his way in
If I
here
can't
when the
defend myself,
Panthers
I'm going
fan
to
is in
leave.
here, Nick. And yet, Panthers and Buccaneers, they're in the same division, but they always come in together. I like both of the guys, but they come in together and they hang out and they talk. Yeah, I sit back and I be laughing sometimes, guys, on mute. I listen and I be like, look at this Panther fan getting along with this Tampa fan on the panel right now. And people don't think about it like I'm thinking about it, but it's just funny. They're talking and they're
Well,
talking
Pete,
about the
Pete,
Dolphins
there
now.
is something to be
And now
said.
there's a Panther and a
There
Tampa
is
fan
something to be
talking about the
said for a thick
Dolphins.
skin.
And I'm like, wow, look at this. What's going on right now?
Pete, there is something to be said about a thick skin, and I understand that people assume that I'm thin-skinned because of the way I am. It has nothing to do with all that. I could have the thickest skin in the world. I could have a lead suit on. But if somebody is going to dishonor me, bro, I'm taking that lead suit off and we're going at it freaking skin to skin.
Remember,
Pause.
you, no, yeah, that You know that can't happen. But if you guys are gonna battle it out through words and football takes, and you're angry and you
Then I
even
have
though
to be
you're
able to
angry and
say something.
screaming,
I
you
have to be able
still
to
want
have
to
my
put
words,
football
Pete.
in there. But it's not personal, like meeting up and that. I'm sitting back listening to everything. You guys got to make sense though, because people want to hear something that makes sense. Your arguments got to
Well,
make
let me give
sense.
you an example. Let me give you an example, right? You seen the show Deadwood? Anybody ever seen the show Deadwood? Right? So Wild Bill is sitting there ridiculing this guy Jack McCall through the whole show, beating him at poker over and over again, taking all his money. Right? None of that got Jack McCall to want to shoot Hickok. You know what got him to do it? Was the night after he took a big loss to Hickok, the next morning, Hickok bought him breakfast. That dishonor caused him to want to shoot him because he bought him breakfast. Because to him, that was emasculating him. That was, you are such a bad poker player, and I own you so much that I'll offer you breakfast. Here, buddy. I'll buy you breakfast.
Then when you
That dude went and got a pistol and shot him for that.
yeah.
After all of the banter and the shit they talked to each other and playing poker against each other, it was that got him to pull the trigger. The man bought him breakfast.
What are you saying by that, bro? If you see what like, are you trying to go that?
It was an insult to his honor. It was an insult to his honor, bro. We were in an honor society back then.
Gotcha.
And you know what? He actually got away with the killing until the federal government found him in another city that was part of the United States and said that their court in Deadwood was a sham, and they retried him and hung him.
So what you're saying, Color, this is how I take it. And remember, I always tell you guys, I'm not the smartest and I won't be the sweetest apple on the tree either. But guess what? It sounds like to me how you would prefer it is back in the days, if you and
Don't call me a liar. That's it. Simple rule.
Yeah, like if he would have met you at, let's say both of you guys are at the Publix line. He sees you with your Dolphin hat on, and he tells you, "Oh, I remember you from a show, bro. You used to support Tua. I remember that." And
you're a fraud. You're a fraud.
And you tell him, "No, that's a lie. I never did that." And he says, "No, you're lying. You want that guy cooked."
And then he starts gathering a crowd around and pointing at me. That's the guy that switched out.
He doesn't have that opportunity anymore because you said it was about honor. So you're only gonna let that happen one time. You call me a snitch? You call me a liar? You call me this? Oh, you gotta go unalive now. That's how you're saying it.
And like you said, coming to the table would have been giving me a chance to explain why it may look to people like I switched. I never got that opportunity.
No, but that's why I was trying to also say too that what it is that
because I was supporting the team, Mr. Paul.
No, that's what I'm getting ready to say. You were supporting the Dolphins team, even though Tua was on there, but you were never aboard.
And what were we doing at the time I was supporting us? We were winning, were we not?
Mm-hmm. But you were never on board.
And so he took me saying, right, he took me explaining to people why I thought we were going to continue to win. He took that as pumping up Tua, and he's going to turn around and tell the world that that's what it was and not give me a chance to explain that, bro. I'm sorry. I don't have patience for that, bro. That is purposeful and it's malicious. That's not an accident, bro. That's not, oops, I didn't know because I don't watch your content. We know Real Talk knows who I am. It's not like that's the first time he's ever met me.
He's been on your show. I've been on your show with
I know he has. He's well aware of the content I put down. 5 years of content. He's going to say I'm a switch out? My God.
I don't always agree with him, but he's had some solid takes here and there.
Yeah, sometimes he has some good takes.
Shout out to Real Talk.
Everybody
He's had some
does.
solid takes.
I agree.
Yeah.
Of course.
And listen,
Everybody does.
that's the thing about football, man. You know, it's such a passionate sport, right? You know, people bring their balls to the table when it comes to football. So, you know, it identifies with that part of American culture. So oftentimes the passion goes out, you know, it can go too far.
But that's
absolutely.
Exactly, KP.
Now, Pete, you can attest to this.
That's why, KP, that's why I'm not going to actually do anything if I ever saw him. You know what I mean? Because it's not worth it.
See,
there you go. There you go.
See, my boy is like.
Sorry, Mr. Paul.
Remember how me and Jason used to get into it, Pete?
Yeah.
Yeah. And see, the only thing with me is that when JC crosses the line and what have you, then I'm going to jump on him. Because I'm not going to just sit there and take what he got to say. Especially when he's wrong. There's some things that he said that is right about college football. He's good with college football to a certain degree. But when you start when you start making statements that bad mouthing the schools here in Florida, I'm going to kick back. I'm not going to just sit there and take that. I've been around. I've been in the state of Florida ever since I was born here in the state of Florida, and I've been watching college football and high school football for years. And for him to say what he said, of course, I'm always jump on this case. I do it again.
We got
I find
bigger
it kind
grits to fry.
I also,
you know what I don't like? I'm gonna be honest. You know what I don't like? I don't like Omar Kelly trying to tell the fan base now that Malik Willis's sidearm throws are concerning.
Oh wow. Is he serious? Does he even know what a sidearm throw is?
Oh, that's what he said.
You know what, man? You know what? I mean, come on, man.
Jump on the most. You will jump on the most cliche thing.
Yeah, man. I'd like to tell you how I feel about that, man. Come on, man. He's just straight nitpicking, bro. Ain't you got something else to write about or talk about, man?
Hey, you ever heard?
Come on, bro. Is that
ever heard of Bernie Kosar?
His takes on Willis would be fine if he wasn't like totally pandering for Tua for the entirety of his career. Even after it was obvious to everyone in the universe that Tua sucked, he was still making excuses.
Right.
So it's like
right, KP. A sidearm throw for Tua would have been an off-platform throw, like Patrick Mahomes. You know what I mean?
He's still selling the lie of Tua's elite anticipation and quick release. I heard him saying that the other week. And on top of that, he then says Malik Willis's basic instinct is to run around like a chicken with his head cut off. When he said that on his show, I paid $5 to do a super chat, and I said, I said on his show, I said, if you were another color Omar Kelly and made that same statement, you would be in a totally different predicament. And then the next day, I went on.
I thought you would say that, KP. I thought you would say that. I thought you would say that.
And then I went on the Dolphins Collective the next day, paid $5 for super chat, and I said, listen, Omar, after the first day of practice, do you still think Malik Willis runs around like a chicken with his head cut off? And he said yes. So I don't know. Wow. I don't know. Omar Kelly is a conundrum to me, man. I don't understand this dude, man. And he speaks with such confidence about his football takes. And hey, I got to give it to him. He has access that I'll never have, right? But some of the stuff he says is just bewildering, man. I don't know. What the hell is he talking about? Why would anybody
KP, is he the Candace Owens of the Dolphins fan base?
Could be, man. I don't know what the hell he got going on, man. I don't know how much you know what paid him.
He jumps on a cliche and he rides with it like it's known fact. You know what I mean?
You know what, KP, for a guy that's actually
there in the building, bro, that's interacting with players, bro. It has like inside thing on these players, man, his organization, his team, bro. Like some of his takes, man, like come on, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? Are more of like
Everybody knows. Hey, Fred, right? Fred, everybody knows sidearm throwing is bad, right? Everybody knows this.
And from what I understand, he wasn't even a Miami Dolphin fan.
I don't know if he's ever held a football, to be honest with you.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow.
The game will.
But yeah, like that's how he is. You're right, KP. The guy will make a statement as if it's like these people that go around saying everybody knows this is the case. You know what I mean? It's like no, everybody doesn't know that. That's still debated. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he
Hey
postures.
Fred,
He
hey
postures.
Fred, hey Fred got me laughing right now. Fred, you said they not even a Dolphin fan.
That's what he
Listen,
said.
listen. Omar
Listen.
Kelly.
I gotta be honest. That's actually like I'm keeping it a buck. That's one of the best things to be
About
is
him.
like
Yeah.
not be a Dolphin fan as a journalist and as a team
Right.
reporter. These guys
Right.
aren't just
I
these
tend
guys
to
aren't
agree with
fans.
it.
That's
But that's the
100%, Pete.
problem. But you know what the problem is with Omar Kelly, and I love that guy, bro. He's good at his job, right?
He's a
I think
shill.
Omar
That's his
really good
problem.
at
He's
his
a
job.
shill.
But at the same time, the reason why he's almost not like it kind of rubs me fake because I know he's not a Dolphin fan, but he tries to portray himself like he is a Dolphin fan while he's doing his job. You see what
Well,
I'm
But
saying?
worse
Like,
than
well,
that,
he
he
moreover he will. Go ahead, KP. You're going to say the same thing as me, I'm sure.
Yeah, he postures as if he's a football expert, and it's obvious that he is not.
that's a good point too.
And also, he doesn't have an independent take beyond what the Dolphins want him to say. He's a shill.
But
That's not
let me ask y'all
necessarily
something.
fake. It's just that's his job. He's a shill.
But let me ask y'all something. Is that why he didn't get along with Big O? Because it seemed like Big O was kind of like exposing him at one time when he's I
Well,
think he's Big O, right?
well,
Bro, the Big O
well,
fell off
Mr.
with
Polk,
everyone.
Mr. Polk. When it comes to shilling, Mr. Polk, he was moving in on his territory.
And what I suspect is going on with Kelly and some others is they pander to certain segments of the fan base. And that's, I think the Dolphins as an organization have done that for a long time as well. Although I think, I think they moved to rectify that. The problem is they pander to, their whole organizational model is based on satisfying a certain sector of the fan base. I think Kelly plays into that to some degree. There's certain people who he doesn't really care.
And by the way, Mr. Polk, that turf war that I just referred to, that turf war is responsible for the creation of hold on. That turf war is responsible for the creation of Dolphins Collective.
Yeah,
that triad, that triumvirate they have is because they all didn't want to sign to Big O's stipulations, so they all ended up on their own, and then they kind of coalesce as Dolphins Collective.
That's right. They went communist to wipe out
to beat Big O in the turf war. Exactly, that was a turf war on YouTube, sure, and also shilling for the Dolphins, and that's why all of a sudden Big O is a little more less towing the company line these days.
Yeah, and hey, we're part of that nexus too with what we're doing right now, right?
Yep.
The thing is, there used to be this thing called objective journalism, right? And news, right, was supposed to be, impartial. But now we're in an entire realm where the news is entertainment. Entertainment comes first.
Yep.
And so, a
Let's
lot
go
of the things,
first.
are designed to titillate. They're designed to, get people talking rather than,
I mean,
you
let's
really.
be real. Let's be real. They don't even type the stuff for themselves anymore. You cannot tell me they're not using AI to do their work for them. I mean, that man probably don't even get out of his pajamas anymore.
Well, I would hope that they're not doing that, but wouldn't surprise me.
No, I'm not saying that they're letting AI speak for them, KP, but they are letting AI do the physical work for them, and then they're going over and proofreading it. You know what I mean? It is making the work faster as far as that goes, because you don't have to physically type stuff out. All you have to do is proofread what AI wrote, so it doesn't look like AI. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, AI is a new
I
technology. A lot
see
of
some
people are still
signs
messing
though.
with it.
I see some signs though, KP, like on Twitter, some of Omar's posts or other people's posts. It's like you see some signs like there's no way that any human would have said that, let alone Omar. You know, that's how you know it's AI when you're like, no human would have said that.
Well, we'll see. I can't.
A
That's hard.
AI
That's
is
hard to
Hey,
pick out because
what
humans can say some really weird stuff. So it's hard to pick out.
I hear you. I
eh,
hear you.
AI is gonna be made
are
just
there
like
rumors that
mankind.
the Patriots are going to move off of Diggs?
I don't know. I'm not a
Who?
Patriots fan. I can't
I
tell you
The
heard a
that.
little bit about that. I heard a
Diggs.
little something that the court case. I know he was acquitted in his recent court case, but that him and Vrabel are in this
Oh yeah.
sexual violence
Hey,
thing, and
hey,
they may
Pete.
want
Hey,
to
Pete.
clean
Hey, Pete.
house.
Oh,
Hey, come here, man. Come
Of
here,
that
man.
thing.
Hey,
But
Pete.
I
Hey,
don't know
Pete.
anything more
Does
than that.
anybody else? Does anybody else think that the Cincinnati Bengals are going to remind everybody that they're here this year? And I honestly think we're going to see the Bengals and the Chiefs in the championship
Hey,
game. To be
hey,
honest with you, I don't
hey,
even think
Pete.
it's going to be close.
What up? What
Hey,
up,
hey,
Fred?
Pete. Hey, Pete. Color and KP. My man here, he's a Buffalo Bills fan, bro, and he says we should have drafted Ty Simpson, bro.
No way.
Ty Simpson.
Yeah,
You talking about the quarter? You talking about the quarterback?
Why?
the
I'm
quarterback.
sure he would say
Yeah,
that. I'm sure he would say that. He probably wants all of his opponents to draft Alabama quarterbacks. Man, come on, man.
I tell you, he wanted me to ask that question so bad. I said, man, you gonna mess around and get your feelings hurt, man, messing around with these cats, bro. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, that's a bad word around here. Alabama quarterback.
Like, isn't that the Jets
never know.
motif? The Jets are the only ones that can win with them. It's funny. It's funny. The Jets can't win with any other quarterback but an Alabama one, and nobody else can win with an Alabama quarterback. That's funny.
Hold up now. There were rumors that the Dolphins were interested in Simpson, and there are some who suggest that his processing ability, quick decisions, bode well for his career. But when he was drafted by the Rams, it was a controversy because they got Stafford, right? So that created like a little bit of friction. So I don't know. We'll see. I'd be lying if I told you I think we should or shouldn't have drafted Simpson. But we'll see. At some point, he'll get a chance to prove if his supporters are correct. But I never was excited about him personally. I don't know if there's any other opinions on the board.
Ty Simpson.
Well,
I
I
actually
would
got to
say
think.
that he has the best opportunity a guy like him could have with a coach like McVay. I mean, McVay could take a guy that would normally be a bust and probably make something out of him.
Yeah, I'm not
Yeah,
really
and he gets to sit behind Stafford too, so he
Alabama
can really
quarterback.
dig in to mastering what it takes to be a NFL quarterback.
Stafford's not Right, and Stafford's not an a-hole. Stafford is the type that would coddle somebody. You know what I mean? Like, he's not a standoffish kind of guy.
Yeah, we'll see. There were rumors though that McVay was at odds with the GM, and that there was a suggestion that Stafford was not going to take this well. But all that was probably hype too. Just clickbait. So we'll see.
Yeah, Stafford has to be old. Yeah, Stafford has to be veteran enough to know what time it is. You know what I mean? I can imagine that being like.
I realize not everybody agrees with me, but I'm one who was more than intrigued with what I saw from Willis last season. I actually watched
The only thing I disagree with you on, the only thing I disagree with you on, KP, is your assessment of where the Overton window sits. But it's a slight nuance, man, that we don't have to ruin our friendship over. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, it's cool. No, it's cool. Listen, I don't care if anybody disagrees with me. I really don't. But but if you're disagreeing,
again, I'm so fed up with the way the media. I got you. I hear you.
If people say,
you and I have always been on the same page. You and I have always been on the opposite sides of the same page, so I'm fine with that, man.
I've always acknowledged that the sample size criticism or critique is valid. To me, he's got to prove that he can be consistent with what he showed last season. I think that, for me, is his biggest test, that and being healthy. But I will say this, if he can replicate his high level of efficiency and proficiency at the quarterback position, the stats don't lie. He was highly efficient and very effective. And on top of that, he was a dual threat when he had to be. He converted a lot of third downs. So for me, that's on paper. You got to show me how that is not possible that he can actually be consistent doing that. If you
know what else, KP? I've noticed.
He's inaccurate.
Go ahead, bro. Sorry.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I thought you were finished. No, I thought you were finished. I'm sorry.
No, it's cool. I'm just saying. Some people are saying things like, "Oh, but he's inaccurate." Well, listen. I mean, I could talk with it. Look, mobile quarterbacks tend to be less accurate because they're throwing from angles where their feet are not set, right? But that doesn't mean he's more or less accurate.
Well, not only that, KP, but we're not inside the quarterback's head. We don't know where he was targeting. How do we know that he didn't put the ball exactly where he intended to? Right. And maybe it was just the wrong place. You know what I mean? Like, oops, wrong place. Next time I'll throw it there. But that doesn't mean he wasn't targeting that spot.
Right. And then there's so many issues with this accuracy thing, right? A lot of times guys get called accurate precisely because they're not mobile. They're intelligent and they're accurate when they can't move.
He has to be something, right? He has to be something. Exactly, KP. He has to be something. So we'll just pin that moniker on him. You know what I mean? He's accurate. Like I got you. And then they'll take the receivers. Then they'll take the receiver's ability to catch the football as accuracy for the quarterback.
And then mobility is treated as being unintelligent. Like John Elway is running too much. Randall Cunningham is running, but they're not smart.
Randall Cunningham.
Right.
That's right.
And also, KP, what I was referring to a second ago was I can throw the ball to Tyreek Hill 10 times out of 10 times 5 yards away, and I'm more accurate than Dan Marino.
Right. And then, but see, the thing is this. If you look at last year's tape, and again, small sample size granted, that was exactly the way he earned this opportunity this year. He showed that he could be pinpoint accurate. Go watch the tape. Don't see. Watch the game. You know what I'm saying? I'm not making this up.
Right.
If you know what you're looking at,
right,
there should be no argument that he's improved in an area that was a weakness in year one as a rookie. And that was a knock against him as a prospect.
And I have to be honest with you, KP. I have to be
Go ahead.
honest with you. I have yet to go back and rewatch those games. Like I watched them because I watched the playoffs like anybody else, but I wasn't watching
Yeah.
them from the standpoint of evaluating Malik Willis. You know what I mean? So I
Right.
got to get
Right.
back and do
Now,
that myself.
Yeah,
now
So
I just
let me give
watched
Pete some
parts
credit.
of it.
Let me give Pete some credit here. Pete has a critique where he says that the game plan was slowed down, and he says that Brian Baldinger suggested that there's a modified, dumbed down offense that he was asked to run, which wasn't as challenging and complex as the one that Jordan Love was being asked to execute. And hey, I guess that's a valid critique, right? If he's given a
it is, but
simplified
it still
offense,
has a it
let
still
me
has a rebuttal. It still has a valid
right,
rebuttal though
exactly,
that everybody
exactly,
wants to ignore. Is the
right,
fact that, and I was just about to mention it, KP, was that I was about to lament the fact that a lot of the teams now, despite what they say and despite what they should be doing, they just don't put the time. They all think their quarterback is Superman that's not going to be injured. They all game plan from the standpoint that our quarterback is going to be with us the whole way this year, and if he's not, sorry for our luck, our season's over. None of
And
them are
Fred,
putting the time into having a real game plan and real practices with their backups, man. None of them are.
I'm gonna be honest, Fred. Based on the pick
That's
that
why.
we
That's why they
picked,
got to get guys like Joe Flacco because they want a guy that already knows.
But
I'm sorry,
I'm just
Pete.
trying
I had to add
to
that.
Fred
Hey
to answer
man,
your buddy's question,
What?
right? You're a Buffalo Bills fan. Now I
yeah,
know you
yeah,
live next to a Bills fan. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you, Fred. Fred, you be standing up on business. You're a real one for that.
I mean,
But
well,
Yeah,
to
I
your
was going to
Bills
say,
fan,
wait,
to your Bills fan, I
you
had a
said
little second
your
to think
boy's a
about it.
Bills fan?
yeah, my
Yeah,
boy,
so
my man, my
I
boy's
had
he's a Bills fan, man, and I told him, I said, man, look,
You
man,
still
man,
calling your boy? You still
they don't
calling
want
your
to mess
boy?
with that. I said they don't want to mess with that question, bro. They don't want to mess with that question. Ask him anyway. Just ask him. Just ask him. So I had
But
to ask
Fred,
him, man. You know
the
what I'm
only
saying?
thing because I thought about it,
But
and I'm
what
not
we're
really
trying to suss out
Fred.
here is that
Fred, I wasn't too high
Buffalo
on
fan
Ty
and his
Simpson.
claim.
One at a time, man. One at a
I
time.
wasn't Fred. I wasn't too high on Ty Simpson. In fact, I thought Quinn Ewers has similar skill sets, right?
Yeah.
But if we would have drafted Ty Simpson, the only thing I would have liked about that is the fact that, and that's with Malik Willis's contract, I highly doubt the Omar Kellys of the fan base, the Joe Shads, the writers, and even some of these top content creators. I highly doubt they're open without the fact that they're saying it's open quarterback competition. They wouldn't be telling us, "Oh, it's a fact. It's a fact. $67
Well,
million Malik Willis."
you know what,
There would
So what are they saying? So
I
the
think you'll
content
want to. I think
creators are
you'll want
claiming it's an open quarterback competition, Pete?
to. I think you'll want to come up.
Only this channel, color. Everyone else says
Oh, okay,
that
okay.
Malik Willis is the starter because of $67.5 million.
Well, because they don't want to. They're afraid now. That's only because they're afraid. They're afraid to find themselves back on the outs again now that two is gone. They don't want to be the
Exactly what
guy
KP
that
was
says
trying to
no.
point
He's
to,
not
and that's
QB one.
exactly
Right, right.
and that's
He may
exactly what
want
KP was kind of like alluding to earlier with the fakeness going around. I told y'all. I told you there's a lot of fakeness
That's a
support
real
on Malik
shame. That's a
Willis,
real
and that's
shame.
what I don't
That's a
like.
real shame.
That's what I don't like. A lot of
It's a real
fakeness
shame,
on him.
Pete. It is a real shame because we can't express that concern without people thinking we're just doing what everybody else is doing to Malik, calling him a bridge and all that. I want to make it clear. I can't stand that word when they put that on somebody as soon as they get in the locker room. I can't stand it. Obviously, you
It
guys have
makes me want to go for the
realized that over
next
the last couple of days.
Color.
But see,
Color.
Oh yeah,
Why do you think I
I
screamed
learned
for
that
the
real
next
quick.
quarterback on the roster?
well,
Why?
well, listen.
You
That
think I
is,
want
you
to
know who
support a
deserves credit for
loser,
that?
a bridge?
You know who deserves credit for that? It's actually Sullivan. That's part of Sullivan's success so far as a GM, because in getting Willis, he has a guy who can possibly become the bridge, but also can possibly become
Mhm.
the franchise guy, right? And so
Right,
all of this
right.
serves. He's like insulation for them for at least one season. If things
He's
go
got
wrong, he's the built in
yes.
fall guy.
KP, I just think it's unfair. I
He's got
think
it
it's
covered no
unfair
matter
for
what.
fans to use. Hold on. I just think it's unfair for fans to use verbiage that the coaches would never be willing to use and shouldn't use. So why should fans use it? What is this bridge anyway? Do you believe in your team? Because it doesn't matter. You know, I got told for the last 5 years that if your team is good enough, your quarterback can be Donald Duck. And now all of a sudden, it's, oh, he's got to be the man? We never expected that out of Tua? And so because we don't expect, because we expect Malik to be the man, and because we expect Malik to be the man, okay, well, he must only be a bridge because we know he's not the quality of quarterback that could be the man. So they're already pinning that on him. You know, while they sat there and let this little, half a man, convince them for 5 years that the quarterback didn't matter. I don't have to be the man. Now all of a sudden Malik has to be the man.
Well, that's part of the genius though. Is from Sullivan, is that if Willis ends up surprising the Petes of the world, the Colors of the world, satisfying the KPs of the world, then Sullivan gets the credit for being a genius, a ballsy genius, right? Who knows how to bring in the right guy. But if it fails, but then if he fails, then that was to be expected. He's just a bridge anyway. So there's no wrong move. We're projecting Willis. He's almost fulfilling.
I understand
what Flores was saying. Here's what Flores was saying.
I understand,
he wasn't the head coach.
But isn't there something to be said about a self-fulfilling prophecy too? Like, why are we putting that on him?
Yeah, you're right. Right. But hey, it's because of the tape he put up last year. I know I'm probably, you probably say that a lot, but
I wouldn't even. Yeah, but see, that's my point. Mm-hmm. After 5 years, I still wouldn't even call Tua at bridge level.
Yeah. Yep. He had the whole NFL bus, and there are people in Green Bay who said that they would rather keep Willis and drop Love. You know what I'm saying? So it sounds, but in this community, I'm the outlier. But in the consensus NFL community, a lot of people are intrigued and excited about what they saw.
I'm not a huge Jordan Love fan. I've never really expressed it because I want to let the guy ride out and see if he can surprise me. He surprised me in some ways, but I still don't think he's like a guy like people think he is. Just you know what? We're gonna do this week with Malik, and I would have thought, okay, they're trying out Malik. I would have thought Malik had every chance to be as good as Jordan Love. I don't think Jordan Love is so good that even Malik Willis could rise to his level. I'm just not sold on Love.
Well, the only thing about
he's a great quarterback. I think Jordan Love is a winner. Hold on. Jordan Love is a winner. He's a competitor. He's a great quarterback. I don't put him up on that level of Mahomes and Allen and everybody like everybody else does.
Mm-hmm.
Not yet, anyway.
No.
I'm not saying he can't be.
It's unfortunate, and I could be wrong, right? But Malik is a boomer bust 1 year project. That's just sad truth right now. It's a 1 year.
That may be the case. That may be the case. But what I would say is to put a quantity on it. But to put a quantity on it is making a prediction.
When you say quantity, are you talking about wins, Color?
1 year. Because what happens if it's boom? If it's boom, is he still only 1 year? You see what I'm saying?
That's why
we're assuming bust, so it's only going to be 1 year.
only has 1 year to prove whether he's a bust or
Okay, I get it. I get what you're saying.
if he's booming.
To
Then he
say it's
proved
a
his worth.
1 year
All I'm
boomer
saying, Color,
bust. No, it's a boomer bust. If it's a bust, it's only 1 year. I'm just being semantical. I don't know. I'm just being too nuanced. It's probably me, Pete. I don't mean to be that way.
and all I'm saying,
It's like
Color,
I'm trying to
what I'm trying
change
to say,
people's perspective altogether is what's going on. You know what I mean? It just
what
ain't
I'm
working.
and the way that I'm talking about, Color, is not. I'm not talking about a Deshaun Watson route either, Color. If he plays magnificent football like a Deshaun Watson in the last year with the Texans, like that, throws almost 40 touchdowns, only 10 interceptions, but only wins 4 games.
Okay.
Color,
Let me
I
ask you
still
this, Pete.
believe
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. Let me
I still
ask you
think
this.
it's a 1
Let me
year
ask you
thing.
this. Malik Willis becomes Majik Willis, and he pulls a rabbit out of his hat. If we win a Super Bowl this year,
Yeah,
are you
that's our
treating
guy
him
right
like
there.
Trent Dilfer? Hold on. Are you treating him like Trent Dilfer? Or are you building him a bronze
No.
statue like we were going to build for Tua?
Yeah,
Well,
if he did that, he would be a franchise quarterback.
exactly.
Okay, that's not my question. That's not my question. My question
Okay.
is, would we put him in the Trent Dilfer category? Or would we want to build him a statue and put him over Marino like we were going to do Tua if he got us a Super Bowl?
Well, if he did it in his first year, like right now,
Because
this year, because it's a boomer, and he did it in his
Malik
first
Willis
year,
is better
Color.
than Tua. Because
If
Malik Willis is better than Tua. So if we were going to build a bronze statue, if Tua brought us a ring, then we have to treat Malik the same way.
I disagree, and the only reason why I disagree, Color, is if they were gonna make Tua a bronze
Well, I
statue,
disagreed with treating Tua that way, so I'm in agreement with you on that.
then they better make a gold made out of 22
And well,
karat
they
gold
said, Pete,
statue.
they said,
Not
hold
bronze,
on, Pete,
gold.
hold on, Pete, hold on, hold on, because I agree with you on that respect. But remember, they said that because Marino couldn't even get us a ring, the next quarterback that does is better than Marino. That's what they've been saying.
Is that what they've been saying?
And you know that's what they've been saying.
All the next and again, all our next quarterback has to do, whoever that may be, whoever that God blesses to win us a Super Bowl, that quarterback, all that would mean if he does it and gets a Super Bowl ring is he accomplished a Super Bowl victory over Dan Marino. Let's not act like Marino
Of
never been to
course.
the Super Bowl. He just
I'm
lost
not.
the Super
I'm
Bowl.
not. I'm telling you what
Yeah.
they have been saying.
No.
I'm telling
Yeah.
you what the narrative has been. I'm not
Yeah.
saying what I believe.
I get it.
Marino went to the
I know.
Super Bowl his
I know.
first
But
year, I believe.
they have
I
been
believe
wrong for
anyway.
the longest. They have been wrong for the
He didn't
longest.
win it.
So only because the next quarterback wins a Super Bowl, Color, doesn't mean we throwing away Marino's statue to put this Malik Willis guy's
I
statue.
agree, but I'm talking to all the people that said they would for Tua. Are they going to be the same way for Malik?
Mm.
It's
I
been
knew a color
fake
said that.
I would venture
Color,
a guess.
Color,
I would venture a guess and say no.
Color,
Yeah.
I don't know.
Because
I
because
believe
Tua is a patrician. Because Tua is a patrician and Malik is a plebe. That's just the way it is. And if anybody wants to keep ignoring that, we're going to go the same way Rome did. Because that's all it is anymore, Pete. Patricians and plebes. That's all it's ever been.
Oh. Marino didn't win a Super Bowl. It wasn't because of Marino.
For a plebe any day of the week. I will stand for a plebe till the day I die. Malik Willis has every opportunity to be a homos novi. Okay? He has every opportunity to be just as good as anybody has ever been. I'm sick of people hanging monikers on people before they've even taken a snap for us.
But I'm not gonna lie, Color. It's about time, bro. We gotta
Positive
find a
and
franchise
negative.
quarterback. We got to find a franchise quarterback. This is what I was trying to
Well,
allude
how
to
are we going to
earlier.
ever do that? How are you going to ever do that if we're hanging labels on every guy we bring in here?
We got to figure it
It's a
out. And
fair
I think the
question,
time
bro.
is now.
It's a fair question.
I didn't.
How the hell are you ever going to find a guy if nobody is ever the guy?
Every guy.
I haven't labeled anybody.
If everybody's a bridge, if everybody's a brick, holy shit, we've built so many bridges here. We've brought so many bridge quarterbacks in here. We should be walking to the moon right now.
No. You know which one? You know what? The way you're upset with the bridge quarterback is how I'm upset at fans when they just throw around game manager quarterback. Like if game manager.
Oh, I agree. I agree with that too. I agree with you there too. Because you know what, Pete? Every quarterback is a game manager. Every quarterback is a game manager.
That's not true, bro. I honestly believe
it is true.
Considered a game.
If you let me finish my statement, you'd understand.
But I'm gonna tell you why.
If you let me finish my statement, you'd understand why it's true, Pete.
You're gonna understand.
Pete, if you let me finish my syllogy, you'd understand why it's true. Okay? Every quarterback is a game manager. They either manage to win or they manage to lose.
I agree. End of
story.
I agree, but mine has a little bit further into it because game manager of a game.
I know what you mean. I know what you mean. I know what you mean. The guy is not off script. You're saying that the guy is not off script. Okay, I get that. But we need to stop with this game manager language because every quarterback is a game manager. That is their job.
Yeah.
It's how they manage it that we nitpick. How they manage it that we nitpick. That's what we nitpick.
And in order to be considered a game manager, Cutler, you have to have a lot of quality traits. For example, you need to know the playbook. You need to have full command of the offense, meaning you have to be able to audible whenever you want as a quarterback. It's up to you. If the coach
ideally, you want to be an extension of the coach. Ideally, you want to be an extension of the arms and legs for the coach.
Thank
you. You want to be Bob Greasy.
Of the game, and nobody could have not worded it better than color commentary himself.
You want to be a Bob Greasy.
Managing it, or you're gonna lose the game managing it because at the end of the day,
you're also. But when I say that, I'm talking. But when I say that, I'm talking about the connection through the brain. Okay, has to exist. Then it's arms and legs for the coach. And Andy Reid has better arms and legs than Jim Harbaugh right now.
Yep.
That's it.
You gotta know how to. You gotta really.
It doesn't mean Jim Harbaugh doesn't have great arms and legs. You know.
To be a game manager, you gotta really be an assassin. You gotta kill that clock. You gotta know how to play with the time. You got to know how to chew the clock, when to go fast, when to score. Like, you got to...
See, how many games, how many New England games with Brady did you sit there... How many New England games did you sit there watching Brady going, God, this is the most boring football I've ever seen, but I wish we could do this.
You know, as a Dolphin fan, what I hated the most from Tom Brady, and this is what I knew, and this is why I was always confident on saying this about Tua. Tua stresses out the defensive line the most out of any quarterback in the league. The quarterbacks that get rid of that ball super fast stress the defensive line more than anybody else. They stress them more than a Lamar Jackson who's fast and runs a 4-3. You get what I'm saying? And that's what I hated the most about Tom Brady. Being a Dolphin fan, young in my age, like when I was a teenager and Brady had this dynasty going with the Patriots, I was like, bro, Jason Taylor could never kill Tom Brady. This Jared Aldridge.
Well, the reason being, Pete.
I used to be like,
but there's a good reason for that. There's a very good reason. There's a very good reason and a very simple, actually, reason why he was able to do that all the time.
It's all
And
the
it has to
plan.
do with
It's
their
all part
system.
of the plan. Yeah, it's all part of the
That's what I'm
plan.
saying. It's their system.
Yeah.
He has the ability, Pete. He has the ability because of not only his mental ability, but the ability in the system that they run to where he goes up to the line. He may even do a hard count to get the defense to show themselves. But even if not, he can look at the setup and say, okay, I need to have Wes Welker at this particular spot of the field
Yeah.
in order for any of this to work on this play because of the way this defense is set up. This is where the exploits are going to be. So he could literally bark out one word, and everybody on the team would know what route they have to run now, no matter what the play called for. And that would put Wes Welker in a wide open spot of the field every single play. And that's why it looked like nobody could stop Wes Welker.
Yeah. Absolutely. As soon as Tom Brady figured that you're running a zone defense,
very simple.
Wes Welker already knew what to do. He already know what to do. Hey,
research the Earhart-Perkins system. Research the Earhart-Perkins system, and you'll see just how simple what I'm talking about actually is.
And Color, another thing I realized, and it's the Hall of Famers. To me, the best quarterbacks that I've ever witnessed on the planet is Tom Brady and Peyton Manning. And one thing both of those
Peyton Manning. I would have said Peyton Manning. I would have said Peyton Manning, bro. But just so we're on the same page.
Peyton Manning is
well, not favorite, not favorite, not favorite, not favorite. But when it wait a minute, not favorite. But when it comes to like literally having a Xbox controller in your hand at the line of scrimmage, dude, that's Peyton Manning, bro. Oh my God, that guy was ridiculous in Denver, man. Oh my God, ridiculous in Denver.
Somebody in the chat said it a little while ago. Peyton Manning couldn't even throw 35 yards, and he still won a Super Bowl. And it's about your
far better. He was far better a complete quarterback in Denver than he ever was in Indianapolis, dude. He was amazing in Denver, bro. People don't even realize, man. He would just sit there and just own the defense. He could sit there and bark out shit and literally make the defense dance, bro.
He used to be that in Indy, though, Color. He was that in Indy. He was that smart. He was the
He was just so a fine wine in Denver, though, bro. He was like, you know what I mean?
Tom Brady is pinky, and Tom Brady is pinky, and Brain was Peyton Manning. But what I realized about Tom Brady, right? Because that's the one we saw more games of, and we were Dolphin fans, and we had to watch more of Brady. To me, Tom Brady played all 4 quarters of the game like it was a 2-minute
every play
drive. Yes,
bro, you're stealing my words, Pete. I'm not. You don't know you're doing it, but you're stealing my words.
But Color, let me finish, bro. And what was so important about those 2-minute drives is he knows in the first quarter the defense is gonna allow those little Kevin Falk, Deion Lewis, little 3-yard passes.
You're almost there, Pete. You're almost there, Pete. You're almost there.
Like in the first quarter, he's chopping you away, right? Now the defense is like, yeah, we're just gonna.
You're getting closer. You're getting warmer. Let me explain to you, Pete. Let me
man used to eat you alive.
Let me put it.
Stress.
Pete, let me put it in the words that I've been using for 5 years now to explain exactly what you're saying. Right? When you're watching a football game, everybody watches them. We're sitting there in the first quarter, right? And we all know the network goes to a commercial break, right? And you come back and it's 1st and 10. And, every game, every team, that play is going to be a halfback dive for no yards and everybody is going to take another breather. Not Tom Brady. Tom Brady sees that play as the last play he's ever going to play in his career. He sees every single play that way.
Bro.
It's not about just taking plays off or not taking plays off. It's that every single play he approaches as if it's the last one he's ever going to take the snap from. And that's why he's the GOAT. Every single play.
Yep. Yep.
When the whole league is taking a break on a play, he's throwing a touchdown.
He's not getting a 1 yard halfback dive. That's not acceptable.
When the referees are still kicking their wedges out of their ass after the commercial break.
He'd rather get a 4
When the
yard
cornerback is still adjusting his cup after the commercial break, he's getting burned by Wes Welker. And it is that simple.
And honestly, I do believe that they cheated.
And Tom Brady would not argue with me right now. Tom Brady would not argue with a word I've said.
You still got to go play football and perform, but I do believe Peyton Manning was cheated out of at least two Super Bowls because the Patriots, they were doing that wrong. They were cheating. They were spying. Like, let's be honest, bro.
Well, people forget that when they put Eli over Peyton.
You think, but Cullen, you think they decided to cheat against Chad Pennington and Cleo Lemons? Oh yeah, let's cheat again. No, they decided to do that because Peyton Manning was around. That's who the Peyton Manning was.
Well, isn't that who busted them? Isn't that who busted them? Pete, isn't it the Colts? They're the ones that busted him.
It was in the Colts playoff game that they found the deflated interception.
Deflategate. Yeah.
So they found that the ball was kind of flat, and he caught that interception easy.
And to be honest with you, bro, Pete, to be honest with you, I've always been honest about this, dude. I've never, because I can't, I'm a Dolphins fan. Obviously, I have a bias, and I can say, oh yeah, he cheated and all that. But in that issue, dude, having played wide receiver, I would not have allowed him to do that. I would have known already, and I would have said, dude, you need to put more air in the balls. I can't catch this flat-ass piece of shit. Like, if it was that noticeable, the receivers would have been bitching at Brady, bro. Trust me. It is so much easier to catch a nice, taut football, dude.
Slightly deflated color, it's actually easier.
It's harder to catch. No, it's harder to catch. I'm telling you. It's not that it's harder to catch. It's that no. Listen to me. Fundamentally, the way I catch a football with my eyes and all that, when I go to reach to take that ball out of the air, if it's slightly deflated, it's a little trickier to grip it, to grab it. That's all I mean. I'm not saying it's harder to catch it. I can catch anything. My point is that if I was a receiver for Brady and the ball was deflated like that to be noticeable, I would have said, hey, bro, this is a pain in the ass.
It probably looks different in the air, too. Doesn't it? I don't know. I'm guessing. It would look different in the air. Just
what happens is you get more elasticity. So when it hits your hands, it's more likely to bounce like away from you before you can close your grip.
Mm-hmm. I know what you mean, but
when it's nice and tight, when it's nice and tight, when it's nice and tight, hold on, Pete. When it's nice and tight, the ball sticks to your hand even without gloves.
In a cold, windy game, it's easier to throw that ball that you can kind of like grip, because when it's slightly deflated,
that's true.
You could kind of
that's true.
A little bit. When it's fully aired up,
that's true.
Hard, it's too hard. It's hard to throw that ball. So
that's true. That's true. But I would ask. That is true, Pete. That is true. That is true. But I would ask my quarterback for a little compromise if that was the case.
And especially it would be easier to catch it with one hand in case you needed to, like the cornerback. Draped over.
Nah, bro. It would be easier I'm telling you, Pete. I'm telling you, it's not. When the ball is tighter, one-handed, all I got to do is tip the ball to myself. I don't need to grab it.
Yeah, that tip the ball to yourself thing is crazy.
When the ball is tight, like that, it'll stick to my one hand. My hand is big enough, Pete, as a receiver. My hand is big enough to not matter whether it's flatter or not. I want the ball to be as crisp and tight as it can be. That my quarterback will be comfortable with. You know what I mean? And obviously Brady is comfortable with a little, a little squeegee.
Yeah,
To me, it's
Craig.
hard. I'm just one guy, Pete. I'm just one guy. Maybe all the receivers in the league would say, Color, we disagree. It's better to be flatter. I don't know. But for me, it was easier to catch it when it's more taut.
Look. Earlier, Color, Craig was up here talking about he don't really care. It's only OTAs. These guys are in shorts. It doesn't matter, right? Now he's over here saying, I cannot wait to see Malik throw the ball to our receivers. Yeah, Craig. That's why I'm complaining
Because we
and
want to see
crying up here
something.
on the panel. We haven't seen it, bro. We haven't seen it.
I don't think they're doing that on
But yet
purpose,
the
Pete.
Falcons, are throwing. I mean, I don't know what they're doing, but they got me stressed out, Color. They got me stressed. They got me feeling like the Dolphins got the better end of
Blame
the
it on the
stick, right? I mean, like
defense.
the
Just being
Falcons got the
careful.
better.
Just being careful. They're just being careful with the number one guy, dude. It's so, like, typical, man. You know what I mean? When you're the number one guy, bro, it's like you're on a whole different time, on a whole different calendar than everybody. You know what I mean?
I just
You're on
hope.
the
You know
coaches.
what?
You're on the
You know
coaches'
what, Color?
schedule.
Malik might have to take every play like it's his last play too. He ain't dumb.
Well, then that'll make him
Malik
great.
ain't dumb.
That'll make. Well, I should say that would make him the best he's ever gonna be. I don't know if it'll be great. I
You
just
you
know it'll be the best he's ever
you,
gonna
you,
be.
you know how I know Malik knows he's not dumb and it's just not given to him? He's not going around satisfied that he signed the contract, showed me the money. He ain't none of that. He's showing up to rookie voluntary camp, working hard and trying to solidify his position, bro. He's showing up. He's showing up when he don't have to, Color. It ain't mandatory.
Hey, you know who else? You know who else? And this is why I take issue to what people were saying about Tyreek being done with that game. That's another guy that treats every single play like it's the last one he's going to play because he loves being on the field so much, and he loves owning cornerbacks and safeties so much that like it's a thirst for him, and that's Tyreek Hill, man. I just never will buy this nonsense that he quit on our team that night, dude.
I
No
already
way.
told y'all he never quit on the team. He quit on Tua, bro. Never forget. There's a difference, Color.
I don't think
There's a
I don't think
difference.
he quit on anybody. I
He
think
didn't.
he was done. He was saying, "I'm done. My body is saying no."
That's a good point too.
Well,
But I still
I
keep
was
it
at
as
the.
he didn't quit on the team. He quit on this Tua thing because that's when he realized this ain't gonna work out. Like
Well,
I'm only one
if
guy.
I were to go that far, then I'd be with you on that level. Yeah, but I don't think he quit at all. Just personally, I think it's nonsense. When you're a guy a competitor like that, like dude, you don't even realize how bad I want to be on that grass, dude. When I'm at the stadium and I smell the grass, dude, I'm just like I
Yeah.
want to get right out there and join them, man.
Yeah, I agree, Color. I'd be the same way, Color.
Still at
I'd be
my
the
age, man, I'm
same
like,
way.
if my hands could still work, dude. Oh my god, if my hands could still work, I'd be showing you. I'd be all having all kinds of content on our channel, bro. I'd be showing you all kinds of amazing stuff. My hands
That
still
was
work.
the Jet game was the one game I went to in 40 years or so,
I might even
and
do that if I could get
when
rid. I'm
Hill
sorry,
got
John. If I
hurt.
could get rid of the pain, I'm sorry, John. If I could get rid of the pain, I might even still show you amazing stuff, and I can't even bend my fingers. Sorry, go ahead, John.
Oh, well, I was at that Jet game when he was got hurt, and it was my first time, so I kind of took in the atmosphere more than I kind of missed part of the game. I just took in the atmosphere, and all of a sudden there was a whole crowd of people go around on the side of and it was Hill and they were everybody was on their phones and looking to see the replay of what happened, but it happened so quick I never even saw it happen. But I just know that there were a whole bunch of people around him real quick. But
yeah, Tyreek Hill, to me, a lot of people might not agree, but he's probably the best Miami Dolphin football player to ever wear that jersey.
Oh, probably.
Based on his skill, like how good of a football player he was. Yes. He's probably the best player.
Yeah, as far as eliteness, him and Marino and Taylor. As far as elite,
and what they did for the franchise for 30 years.
Just elite talent, right? Just elite talent.
Yep.
Based on elite talent alone. Marino, Taylor, Tyreek.
Right.
Absolutely.
You got to put Ricky up there too, but I still believe he impacted the Dolphins more than Ricky ever did. Shoot.
So Pete,
it's
like
literally
one of the best things to me, one of the best things to happen with TVs, bro, is high definition, man. Because like the first time I turned on a football game on full high definition, like because of the visuals, I could literally just smell the mixture of vinyl and grass. You know, that mixture of the vinyl padding and with grass and sweat, that certain smell on a football field. I can literally smell that coming through the TV, dude. It was so visually stimulating, man. Like they showed one of those shots where the guys line up and put their fists in the dirt. You know what I mean? At the ball level, and I could literally smell the grass, man.
You know, I'd be telling my son, Color, because I bought him a pair of cleats recently, and he likes these nice looking cleats and stuff. And I'm like, you better put these things to work. You ain't gonna just get a pair of cleats and you be trash.
The man that makes the cleats.
Trash cleats.
That's right.
If you don't play good, you're gonna get the trash cleats.
Flip flops on.
Nice cleats to work.
That's right. You put these to work, or you're getting the flip flops. You're gonna have to show me you can do it in flip flops if I ever buy you cleats again. Put them out there on the beach in flip flops and be like, if you can play wide receiver with flip flops on the beach, you can play wide receiver anywhere.
There you go.
It kind of sucks so bad now when you think about Tyreek Hill's talent and how we literally wasted his prime. We literally wasted it.
That was gonna be crazy. That was the sweet spot of the tennis racket, and we blew it, man. You're right, man.
Color, we wasted it. We blew it, bro. Instead of realizing, wow, we just got Tyreek. Let's build around Tyreek. Let's get what fits him the best. Let's see, Tyreek, what do you want? Nah. It was always in their head. It was always in their head as Tyreek is here for Tua. That was the bad, poor mindset.
We gave Tua the big old ladies version of a tennis racket. Big old juicy sweet spot, brand new, right in the middle, and he blew it, man. Couldn't even hit the tennis ball, man.
We had it.
Bro, if I had a tennis racket like that and a racquetball, that racquetball is going to the moon, dude.
Color, I firmly believe, like, Tyreek Hill as a full-time running back, he probably would have had a 2,000-yard season like Chris Johnson. Like a full-time running back.
Pete, remember when we were kids, we used to play baseball in the backyard with a racquetball so we looked like we were superstars? Dude, we'd be launching that racquetball like down the street, man.
We used to hit that thing with a tennis ball. I don't know, a racquetball with a tennis bag. Yep, that's the way to play baseball.
Balls too, man. Yo, we played baseball with tennis balls too, man. You launch them down the
Yeah,
street too, man.
and they were easier to
Metal
catch,
bat.
and they don't break windows, and you ain't got to worry
Exactly.
about denting
Well,
cars and breaking
depends
windows. We used to play in the street
depends on the
baseball every day.
window.
We don't want to hit your car with a
I
real
mean,
baseball, but we're gonna hit it with a tennis ball.
I grew up in the '80s in South Florida. We still had jalousie windows everywhere, man. Yeah, you can still break them with a tennis ball.
Yeah, yeah. There were houses, yeah, where that had jealousy windows too. Yeah.
Most of the rest of the country don't even know what jalousie windows are.
I'll be searching that
Oh
up pretty
wow!
soon, color. But
You
if I
don't know what
had
they
to
are?
assume,
or
Holy
or window
cow!
I'll assume
or
they're
a window
super easy
window
windows to
shaker with
break.
half the jalousie slats taken out.
Yeah. uh, yeah. Yeah.
You
No,
know what?
I
B McDonald's in the chat said, "Oh, Tyreek got his ring. He'll be all right." Even though Tyreek Hill came with a ring, it never felt like he was all right. It felt like he wanted more. He wanted another ring. He wanted to prove, like,
Yeah, he wasn't
man,
done.
yeah,
That
like
was the even
yeah,
if it was only
yeah,
1 or 2 years, Pete. Even if it was only 1 or 2 years, you're right. That was his. That was the sweet spot of the tennis racket for him, dude. No matter what he threw
hundred,
down in Kansas City, bro. That was his spot,
yeah.
man. The limelight in
Yeah.
Miami, all that.
yeah. Damn.
No. I lived. I was in South Florida when I was, let's see, 60, from 67 to 81, or actually 88, maybe. That's how long I was down in South Florida. By Southwest High School, it's by Tropical Park.
And that's like my
And,
entire childhood. John.
What else,
what?
Zach?
I said that's like my entire childhood. I was like 77 to 90,
Yeah.
77 to 90. That's my whole childhood.
Yeah, I
I would
graduated
love
in
to know.
81. I
I
graduated
would
high school
love
in
to
81.
know. I would love to know why B McDonald thinks he'll see Quinn Ewers start by week 9. Like, why week 9?
Ooh,
You know, I'm gonna be
that's a
honest with you,
logical
color.
week if you're expecting. Well, hold on. If you're expecting Malik to falter, that would be a reasonable, kind of week for the change to be made. I would say.
When is the bye week? Is that it?
Week 6,
Well, week
six,
6.
week
But keep
6
in
or
mind,
7.
here's the problem. Here's the problem. Here's the problem with that take. And I'm not saying it's not a good take. I'm just saying here's the one issue with it is that I know that they're not gonna they're not gonna give. We're not on the 7 year plan, so don't misunderstand me. But the fact that we're retooling and renovating or whatever you want to call it a rebuild if you want. It don't matter. But the expectations are so low across the whole team that it's going to be really hard. It's going to be like a pulling a molar to get them to say, okay, enough is enough. We now need to see the other quarterback. So my default position is that we're probably going to see Malik until we're mathematically eliminated from the playoffs.
Yeah, I can see that. Then you would see the other guy. Yeah,
Unless you're talking about a situation in like he's saying, week 9, week 10, where we're winning and the team is coming, and it's obvious that the team is good, and we can obviously see that this is the ceiling that we're going to be with this quarterback. And we don't want to jeopardize continuing to win because of that quarterback. Let's say if that's what transpired. We can make a change with a winning season. That's very rare, though. Very rare for that to ever happen. where a guy is like, we're winning, but it's obvious the quarterback is our issue of taking the next step. They would have to believe that the guy with no experience is going to get us to the next level next to the guy that's just faltering. That is so rare. I don't even know. I might have seen it one time with a. I don't even remember the team.
I was just wondering, maybe he has us going like 0-9 and having Quinn start. Like, I
Yeah,
already know,
but if we're
color,
0
color.
and 5, but that's
I
the
already
thing. If
know
we're 0 and
color.
5, the change will already be made. That's my point, Pete. It won't go to 9 games if we're 0 for. You know what I mean?
Yep, yep.
It won't
I
go
agree.
that long. We're
I
not
don't know
going to
why I
0 and
got it
9
though.
with the same quarterback.
I'm gonna be honest, and I gotta be honest, color. The only way Malik Willis is probably allowed to lose the Raiders game is by a a late game winning field goal, and a crazy field goal to a 61
Oh,
yard
you think
field
he's
goal.
that? You think he's that? You think it's that cut and dry? Like one game? Really? Nah.
It's not that it's one game.
Too
It's
much
that
money
team.
involved for that.
It's that team. It's that team. He's, you cannot lose to Fernando Mendoza, the rookie. You can't. They were the worst team in the league, color. They were the number one overall pick. This
Yeah,
team won 7 games. You can't lose to that.
yeah. On the
And if
other
he plays
token, if you're
bad, and if he
Fernando
plays
Mendoza,
bad and
what are you
loses,
expecting?
if he plays bad and loses versus the Raiders, I just don't think he's gonna have a long leash to continue
Yeah.
to lose and start. So it won't get to 0-5. If he loses to the Raiders, he's losing week 2 and week 3. That's 0-3. He's gone. He's out of
Right,
there.
right. Because but yeah, right. So you're saying that it'll just be a snowball anyway if you don't beat the
Yep.
Raiders.
And here's the other
So that's the
scenario,
other
right?
thing too.
And
Our
let me tell you
schedule is
something, color.
front loaded, man.
It doesn't matter though, color, because you got to remember this whole the Dolphins are not gonna win games narrative is all outside noise. This is not what the players and the coaches in the building believe.
Of
They're
course,
building to they're
of
building to
course. The
win
Jets
a
think that
Super
the
Bowl.
Jets think they're going to win. Yeah, the Jets think
Exactly,
they're going to
color.
win a Super Bowl this year. You're right.
Exactly. Every team is planning. They believe when they make their 53, that's the team that's going to win the Super Bowl. That's what they believe. Every team is planning on that. But even though they're planning on that, it's only outside noise and speculative that the team is going to be trash. Now,
And once that
now,
noise leaks to the inside throughout the season, that's when the season falls apart. You know, like for most teams,
and
like when
the,
that outside noise
yeah,
starts
yeah,
leaking in.
exactly. Once that outside noise is correct on the team, that's when the pressure is going to get to make them a quarterback switch
and
on
sometimes
Malik.
and sometimes it could even be a good team that's winning where the outside noise leaks in and they start to doubt themselves, and then
True.
the snowball starts, then all of
Yep.
a sudden you just lost your 3 of your last 5 and you're like, wait a minute, are we what we were before? That's it.
And I say that because if you pay attention to what the coaches like, undrafted rookie Gronowski. Oh, we wanted, the most winningest quarterback. They want wins. They're trying to bring in that winning pedigree. The most winningful quarterback in college history. We brought him in. So it's only
What in
outside
Division
noise.
5A?
Yeah,
Is that
it is.
Division
It
15A?
is. It is what it is. He's the most. It's college football. People could label it at whatever division they play. They play. And you know what? Knowing that
Well, there is
they
something to be
they
said for
knowing
that.
that
There is something
knowing
to be said for a guy that is not used to losing. I mean, obviously, yeah.
yeah, so knowing that they are trying to win and they need to win, if these guys don't win, Malik, and he has a Deshaun Watson type season, color, Deshaun Watson type season, but we end up with the number 3 overall pick, I don't think that's going to be enough to keep away this regime or this owner from drafting like the number one quarterback prospect coming out?
Well, I mean, as far as Malik goes, if the skill set is there, which I'm intrigued about, you know what I mean? Then, like, how? My only question is he the type of guy that just needed a staff to believe in him? To where he's like, I'm going to take this bull by the horn. I love the uniform. I love the city. This is so much better than Tennessee. This is so much better than back up to a Green Bay quarterback. You know what I mean? How much of that like improves his, morale and his disposition as far as wanting to win and wanting to be a guy and all that, and how much does that translate to the field? That's the only question. I know it's a big question, but it could be easily, like for instance, we could just go to bed and not watch the first couple games. Wake up a couple weeks later, and the Dolphins are 3-0, and we're like, holy crap, Malik is just fine.
Well, Halfley and whoever picked Willis because they were all in Green Bay, so they knew him. They knew what he could do.
I mean, think about it. If your disposition is that, if you're right, John, if your disposition is that same old, he's a bridge quarterback, and I do not expect him to ever be anything. He's not going to reform himself and all that stuff, and you're just that type of person that believes that, then you have nothing to lose if the guy becomes a star.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but
it's the easy position to take.
I get you, Color, but I don't think this regime is going to go with a losing quarterback. Like, I believe if we winning,
fair enough. I'm just not convinced Malik is a losing quarterback. I'm just not convinced Malik is a losing quarterback. That's all.
Yep. I think this regime would prefer normal average stats.
I don't know why people are already, and I don't know why people are already convinced of the opposite, because it's fallacious to be convinced of anything, right?
Well, I like what he put up, but again, I've only questioned the height.
Saying you're convinced he's going to be good or bad. Saying you're convinced saying you're convinced he's going to be good or bad makes you some kind of Gnostic special knowledge person. No, it's an opinion. You know what I mean?
Everything's an opinion, because we got to see him.
We have a choice whether to take the positive opinion or the inverse opinion. But we don't have a choice of what we're convinced by. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You're either convinced or you aren't.
Yeah. I've only seen what he did in Green Bay clips
can be like the reasons why you're convinced can be like more extreme than another person or whatever, but you still don't choose what you're convinced by. You're either convinced or you're not.
Right.
Anybody tells you they choose to believe something is lying to themselves and lying to you.
You know what I'm convinced of, though, Color, under Malik Willis leading us? The perfect scenario. And the perfect scenario is like there for the taking. With a quarterback like Malik, you don't need to have Randy Moss and Terrell Owens and Tyreek Hill all on your roster. But what you definitely need is an elite running back. You need a running game to take the pressure off of Malik. Malik's skill set alone, as long as he knows how to buy time perfectly, work it off the play action, get some yardage on the ground, running, keeping the defense honest, he's going to get open looks. He just needs to get the ball and deliver it. Simple and plain. And if he could do that effectively.
And he has a strong enough arm to do that. He has a strong enough arm to do that.
And as long as Halfley comes in with his job, which is turning this defense around and making it special, especially with turnovers,
Color, I don't bull crap you
Right.
guys when I tell you guys
See,
in
that's
that
the
scenario,
that's
in
the
that
benefit of.
scenario,
Mhm.
we are a playoff team, and I don't care what a fan tells me. If our running game, A chain,
Well,
is
Pete, that's
again
the benefit
top
of
of
the
the league,
West Coast. That's the benefit of the
Yeah.
West Coast. It provides for a quick turnaround, and it also creates a situation where you're going to know right away whether your quarterback can get it done or not. It's designed to make it easy for the quarterback. So you're going to
yeah.
know right away whether a guy gets it or not.
Hmm.
So
That's why
guys,
these
we don't.
coaches can make
But color,
decisions so much
color.
quicker than we traditionally have because they look at a guy like Jordan Love out there and they're like, well, we win with him.
Color,
Everything
the
else is
sweet spot,
adjusting the West Coast to make it work. You know what I mean?
the sweet spot for Malik would be to like have his pass attempts be somewhere between 22 and 26 pass attempts per game. Like, don't let the
Yeah,
game go to.
yeah.
You know what I mean?
With the
Control,
occasional
control.
occasional 19 and the occasional 35-40. That's what
That's where
wouldn't
you.
that's kind of what everybody wants out of their quarterback.
Oh, so
You know, I just want to know, Pete, when it comes down to it, if he's got to throw 40 times and lay down 400 yards and 4 touchdowns, I don't need it every game. I just want to know he can do that. Because if defenses know he can do that, the rest falls into place, man.
hmm
And let's be honest.
That's all it is.
Based on.
That's
And
why.
let's
That's
be
what it
honest,
means
color.
to say that the quarterback is everything. That's what it means to say that the quarterback has to be first and has to be. You have to make sure you got the guy. That's everything. Yes, the team wins the game. Yes, quarterbacks need their teammates. Yes, we understand all that. But the quarterback is the reason. Has to be the reason because everything else falls into place. That's how football works.
do you think we're gonna pick up another
Everything
wide
becomes
receiver?
easier.
You think we're gonna pick up
When your guy is like Josh, when your guy is like Josh Allen and he can look down the field at a defense and just dot the ball wherever he wants because his arm is, because he's playing with a junior ball from his perspective. That's what I'm talking about. So that argument we were having about yesterday or the day before about arm strength not mattering, complete bullshit. It absolutely is everything. Give me a dumbass box of rocks with a strong arm, and we're going to the Super Bowl. And I
No, we're
know
not.
Anthony Richardson, and Jamarcus Russell, and all the. Okay, fine. There is a level where you're just too dumb. I get it. But that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the average sample size quarterback. Give me the guy with the rocket arm. The rest will fall into place, as Buffalo has proven.
What has Buffalo proven, color? Division titles.
Okay,
They lose the big
we're gonna
games.
go to the Super Bowl only thing. If you're talking about Super Bowl only, then the conversation ends at Patrick Mahomes, dude. Come on, man. If you're taking it to that level, the conversation ends with Patrick Mahomes and Matt Stafford
I'm gonna be honest
at
with you,
this
color.
juncture.
I think Pete was
If
talking
we get a
about
Josh Allen,
winning the
I'm
Super Bowl.
satisfied. You know what, color?
When you talked
You
about
know
the
what, color? I'm gonna be honest with
Talking
y'all.
about taking a guy. I'm talking about a guy. I'm
I'm
talking
jealous
about
I didn't
taking a
go
guy
through
with
that Dan Marino
absolutely
career.
Pete.
Oh,
I'm talking about taking a guy with absolutely nothing between the ears and having a perennial division winner, 13-win team going deep in the playoffs every year. That's what Buffalo proved you can do.
Yep,
mm.
yep. I agree. When you got that quarterback,
And now
you
Josh
feel
Allen
like
is
that.
the greatest thing
And as
since
long as you're
sliced
winning a
bread. But
playoff
what
game
is he
here and there,
really, bro? What does Josh Allen really do, Pete, to get himself out of trouble. He just muscles it,
Run.
does he not?
Yeah,
Whether
he
it's
runs.
running,
Yeah.
passing, whatever. That's why his turnover rate is high sometimes. That's why he's volatile with the
Well,
turnovers.
Dan Marino had a high rate
We pick
too.
on him for good point, John, because we pick on Josh Allen naturally so because we're Dolphin fans about his
Yep.
turnovers. But that's the same exact thing they were hanging on Dan Marino in 1989
Yeah.
before his resurgence.
But Dan Marino never worried about it because he could, next time it was a short-term memory for him.
John, don't you remember? But don't you remember constantly having to argue with your friends and family about his interceptions?
Well, I never had to worry about it because
maybe that's just my experience. Maybe that's just my experience. I don't know. I was constantly arguing with kids at school and friends and family about his interceptions.
My parents never really watched it, the football, but I never worried.
I was torching him about interceptions.
Yeah, well, I never worried about it because I was a season ticket holder for a year, and I watched I watched them, and
a fan at the time.
I wasn't worried whether he had 3rd down and 20 because I figured he had the Mark brothers, and I knew he could do it.
Plus, you've been in that stadium because you've been in that stadium a dozen times and watched him do it. So, to you, from your perspective as an actual stadium goer, it was different perspective. But what I'm saying is, you ask most fans, especially most fans up here in Palm Beach County, they'll tell you the media was relentless on him about interceptions, dude.
Yeah.
They would not stop.
I was in the Orange Bowl when Dan Marino. So it was the last year when they were in the Orange Bowl. That's when I was
What was that, 87, 88, 87 or 88? Was it 89?
Actually, I don't know when they left, but I remember there was the last year because
I think Joe Robbie. I think our first season in Joe Robbie was 88 or 89. I want to say.
Yeah. Well, I couldn't afford to go to Joe Robbie when I was sitting in South Florida. I never drove.
I just think it's ironic for how Dolphin fans treat Josh Allen about his interceptions. It's like we would be like if that was a different name besides Josh Allen, but the same abilities, right? And we had him as our quarterback, man. What interceptions? What are you talking about? That was the receiver's fault. We'd be coming up with everything, man. Trust me.
No, but he threw a lot of interceptions, but he also knew when to throw it away. I mean,
I'm allowed to dishonor myself. I'm allowed to dishonor myself. Yeah, you're absolutely right. I'd be fraudulent. I'd be one interceptions. I didn't see no interceptions.
No, I always knew he could come back, so we were never worried about it. I never did.
Malik Willis is only 6'1" nonsense. He towers over that podium compared to Tua, and they had Tua listed at 6'1". What are we talking about here? Can we stop with these fake metrics that these players are putting out?
Are you
the
bringing
media?
up what we were talking about earlier? Are you bringing up what we were talking about earlier?
Well, maybe I am. Maybe I am. It was just a fleeting thought, actually.
What they said?
It just hit you. It just crossed you right now out of nowhere. You just.
well, when we had Teddy in the building, Pete, I went to camp that year. And I'm standing out there looking at these two, all three of the quarterbacks after practice was over. And Skyler and Teddy are standing next to each other. And Teddy, we all know, is a tall dude. Okay? Really tall in person. You're like, oh, wow, that dude's really tall. You know what I mean? And Skyler was eye to eye with him. Yet when I look at Tua standing next to the both of them, I'm standing over Tua, and I'm 6 foot. I'm 5'11", listed 5'11". So tell me how these guys. Well, you know what they're doing, Pete? You know what they're doing? I'll tell you what they're doing. I'll tell you what they're doing. This is how they're getting away with it. Fraudulent. They're measuring these guys while they're laying down. That's what they're doing.
No, actually, it was me that brought it up today, Color. And the reason I brought it up was because I
Right?
saw Quinn Ewers standing next to Malik in the OTA picture video. And Quinn Ewers looks completely taller, way taller than Malik Willis.
Really?
Like a helmet
See,
size.
at
He
the
looked like a
podium,
whole
Malik
helmet
Willis
size
looks.
taller.
Dude, the podium is at waist level with Malik.
Yeah, I thought they said he was built bigger.
Maybe they use different podiums. I don't know. Maybe they use different podiums. But my
Well,
theory
they
about
could.
them measuring them while they're laying down is valid because you are longer than you are tall. You realize that, right? Measure it. You'll realize you are longer than you are tall.
But Color, I would like to ask you and
You
John,
mean when you're laying down,
how are
you're
you
taller?
measuring? Like,
How
let's
do you-
No.
say,
What I'm saying is without pointing your toes, if you were to just
Yeah.
lay down as if you were standing there and you're just laid down and measured yourself, the length would be longer than it is if you measured yourself standing up head to toe.
How do you figure that? How's
because
that
I guess
work?
laying down, I guess you get to
Because
tiptoe in the
because
air.
when you're when you stand up, gravity closes
Oh, it
all of
makes
the
you
gaps, the
shorter.
little gaps that are in your
Yeah.
body.
Right. I
And
could see that.
it ends up
Okay.
being like 2 inches. It ends up being like a couple inches.
Yeah,
Don't
because
tell
my
me that,
dad
Color.
does. My dad said he's probably a little shorter now, than when he
I want to
was.
You
see
are
if I can
you
hit
are
that 6
longer
foot
than
marker
you
laying
are
down.
tall. It is a fact.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah.
So if they're measuring these guys while they're laying down, that could explain why their numbers always seem to be a little inflated.
Huh.
Maybe the short guys
Maybe they
found that
measured.
loophole,
Maybe
Color.
they measured Tua laying down. Maybe they measured Tua laying down, but Malik standing up.
It could be. They want to get to a little bit taller.
We don't know what kind of games they play when it comes to that stuff. And you can
If
do
that's a
it without
loophole,
being fraudulent. You can say,
Color.
"Oh, you didn't tell me I had to be standing up."
Yeah.
That is a loophole.
Imagine being the NFL team selecting the quarterback that's going through a loophole for height.
Well, we obviously did. Because people literally think that these guys are as short as Tua is. They've never seen these guys standing next to each other in person. Like with Achan, when somebody says, "Hey, he's too small a guy to pay all that money to," blah blah blah. It would be there's two people, right? They both say that. They both say the same thing. If the person saying it has been to camp and actually seen Devon Achan standing next to Jalen Wright and Ollie Gordon, I would give more credit to what they're saying than the person that's just saying it from Canada. Because Devon Achan, like Jalen Wright, is a monster compared to Devon Achan.
Yep.
And Jalen Wright is not like a monster running back per se. Okay.
Nope. And they both.
So for somebody that's seen these guys in person, to say they're concerned about Achan's size when it comes to that contract, they have a valid criticism over the guy that's sitting in Canada that might say the same thing.
Yeah, but You kind
And
of
that
worded
doesn't
it
mean the
perfect,
guy in
color.
Canada hasn't been to camp. That doesn't mean that the guy in Canada hasn't been to camp to see for himself. So I'm not trying to just say just because you're in Canada. No, I'm saying that I would take the advice. I would understand the concerns more from somebody who's actually seen these guys in person next to each other. Because trust me, Jalen Wright is like 1.5 Devon Achan. Like, or I should say 2.5, like 2.5 times the size.
Muscle wise,
And
yeah,
Ollie
I agree.
Gordon
The way
is and height, frame, everything. Pete, Ollie Gordon is that much bigger than Jalen Wright.
Yep. But yet they don't want to put no
Now,
respect on
obviously,
Achan.
there's something to be
Here
said
what
for agility. There's
but
obviously
but but but
Achan's going
color
to be
but
the
color
most
you
agile
just
out
pretty
of the
much
three.
using Jalen Wright as and A-Chain as examples of, oh, A-Chain is too small, he won't be durable, is a great example because when you think about it, Jalen Wright is big, strong, fast, just like A-Chain. He runs a 4.3, but yet he can't seem to do the things A-Chain can do. So it kind of like people got to realize, like, look at the
but who
different
who
skill
who's sitting
sets.
behind?
Look
But
at
who was sitting behind the joystick, Pete? Who was sitting behind the joystick, though?
The coach. So what are you saying?
I mean, who's the one? Who's the one putting Jalen Wright out on a counter trap while throwing Devon Achan up the middle on a dive? Who's the one doing that? Who's the run running Achan off tackle instead of running Jalen Wright off tackle?
they were running the same plays for the different guys, color.
No, that's
It was an outside
bro. My
zone.
point
It
is
was is that
watching
the
Jalen Wright.
vision that
What?
A
Okay,
chain.
what I'm saying, Pete, is watching Jalen Wright trickle down the sideline, down east and west to find a hole to cut up into is not his skill.
I know
That's
that,
not his
but that,
specialty.
but
That's
this
why
is
they
His
what I'm
have
saying.
different.
specialty is hitting that hole off tackle and meeting the linebackers while the linebackers are still backpedaling. That's his
So you say,
skill.
yeah, you don't want Wright to be like A-Chain, and you don't want A-Chain to be
Jalen
like
Wright,
Wright.
you use Jalen Wright. Jalen Wright is beast mode. You use Jalen Wright like Marshawn Lynch. They have the same body frame and size. When you ever see Marshawn Lynch tippy toeing east and west down the line looking for a hole to cut into? When you ever see him run like that? Oh, wait.
Pete, is Pete there? He left. I thought you were talking to him.
Man, and maybe I'm overhyping Wright. Maybe he just doesn't have the ability. But I would love an opportunity to be the guy at the helm with a guy like Jalen Wright.
That's it. My devices are crapping out, running out of juice, guys. We've been on 5 hours. I love this.
You've been on
I
more
love
than
it.
that. You've
All
been
of
on
you guys
longer
are
than 5
awesome,
hours,
man.
haven't you?
It's
No,
been on
you've
for
been
how
on.
long?
No, you've been
What?
on longer than that,
And
haven't
I
you?
feel like
No, it's been over 5
again, I'm going
hours
to
and
harken
18
back to
minutes.
the pedigree. Pete, I'm going to harken back to the pedigree. I honestly believe guys that have come from an organization like Green Bay know exactly what I'm talking about with a guy like Jalen Wright and how to use him. Man. So we're going to
I
get a
agree.
clear
I
picture
agree. I
now.
agree. Color, what you're
So
saying is
now,
right.
what I'm
What
saying
you're
is,
listen to me.
if he's still struggling halfway through this season, if he's still struggling, then I'm going to be on board with you that he didn't live up to what I thought he could be. And I'll be a man and say it. But I'd like him
Yeah,
an
but
opportunity in a whole nother regime and a whole nother system
Yeah,
with guys that really understand his type of running back.
and with a
He's Aaron Jones,
better,
bro.
and with a maybe better offensive
he's
line.
not that
I mean,
swifty as
we're
Aaron Jones. Aaron Jones is like Aaron Jones is
Not
really
quite as
shifty.
shifty. You know what, dude, you're right. Aaron Jones is a great running back, dude. That dude
Yeah,
is
he
like
is, bro.
right between He's like right between Devon Achan and Jalen Wright, bro. Like seriously, in body frame and shit. He is. You're right. He is a little more agile than Jalen Wright for sure.
Jalen Wright is almost like he's like a
But
little stiff runner.
Josh Jacobs though, I don't know. Jalen Wright, Josh Jacobs, potential. You see what I'm saying, Pete?
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
That's the type of running back these guys are used to using.
Ground
That's
and
why I
pound.
was kind of surprised that they ended up making the move. I'm surprised they ended up making the signing, bro. To be honest with you, I was wrong about that, and I stood corrected.
Hmm.
That was actually surprising to me. Not because I'm hating on HN. I love the guy. I've got 2 of his jerseys, but I just didn't think they would do it.
No. Yeah, I said I wouldn't be surprised if they moved off of A-Chain, but no, they stuck with him.
Yeah. A lot of you
But to be
guys
honest
thought.
with you,
A
Pete,
lot of you guys
to be
thought
honest with
A
you,
Chain
Pete,
was out the door.
your point about us taking this season seriously, though, is kind of backed up. It's evidenced by the fact that we kept HN.
No, good
So
point.
people
Good
shouldn't be
point.
so hard on you about that, man. You know what I mean? Like, why would we not take the haul for HN if we were intending to blow this season? You know what I mean?
These people think because we cut Tua and took on a historic dead cap, and yet let me tell you something,
Well,
Feller. You know what these fans think? Oh,
Actually,
we don't have
we have
300
money.
million to use like these other teams. That's bogus. Other teams deal with dead cap as well. Maybe not as much as us. I get it. But guess
look at the
what?
way the Saints got out of it a couple years ago, bro.
Not even the Jets just finished blowing a lot of money like 2-3 seasons ago. They blew a lot of money. They built this team. And all of that, they
Do
got
we
to
have to
use
point
all
any further?
300 million. And what
Pete,
happened?
Pete,
And
do
what
we have
happened?
to
They
point? We
went.
don't have to point any further. We don't have to point any further
Then we
than
had two hell.
head for the mountains of Bush, bro. The Rocky Mountains. That's as far as you got to go.
And
Okay.
Colorado.
Look what
Yeah.
Denver did. Look what Denver just did.
2 years in a
Getting
row they
rid
made
of
the
Russell
playoffs.
Wilson, eating that
2 years in a
entire
row.
cap. And what are they doing right now?
Yep. They would have been in the Super Bowl in the second year of Russell Wilson's
Yep.
big dead cap hit.
Aren't they still paying Russell Wilson? Aren't they still paying him?
This would be if we go the Broncos scenario, it'll go like this. This season here, we make the playoffs, right? With Malik Willis. I believe they won a playoff game last year, right? Or did they lose in the first round? It doesn't even matter. We make the playoff. And then next year, when we're taking up the second dead cap hit of Tua, Malik makes it to the AFC Championship game. You see that? That's what Bo Nix and the Broncos and Sean Payton just finished doing.
I thought sometime in a few months we're going to have 150 million.
And
or
you know what's
140
funny?
million.
And you know what's funny?
But don't they still? Aren't they? Well,
when you go back to the offseason of the Broncos when they hired Sean Payton, they were saying the same exact takes they're saying now about Miami with a first-time head coach. Imagine that. They had Sean Payton.
Yeah, so we might get blown out. We might get blown out this year, 70-20. You know,
he cut Russell Wilson that year, and after that, they were saying, "Oh, it was a good cut by Sean Payton." The Broncos, they let them build. They got to build. They got to deal with this dead cap. The Broncos in that building didn't care what the outside people thought. They went in, won football games, and now have one of the best defenses in the league. And they made it back-to-back playoffs.
And did they have to draft a bunch of wide receivers and edge rushers in the first round to do it? No.
Nope. They had their crappy offensive line. They won games. They controlled the clock.
Aren't they still on the hook? Aren't they still on the hook for one more year for Russell Wilson? Don't they have to pay him still?
No, I think it was last year. It was 2 years.
They're done. They're done. All
Yeah,
right.
I could be wrong, so maybe you guys might have to double check that. But if I remember
Well, I'm just
vividly, it's
even.
only a
The
2 week.
point remains. The point remains that they're paying him to sit on the couch.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Yep.
yet they're still winning. By the way, it's already hitting the pocketbook, Pete, because we're playing Denver in Denver this year, and Denver is one of Mom's favorite vacation spots. We'll say. So we're going to that game.
You gonna
She
go
loves the
Swiss game?
Broncos. That's her second team. You know what I mean? Like she loves their mascot, the thunder and lightning, all that. She's a horse person. You know what I mean? And all
Do
that,
you
right?
know? Do you remember
That's her
their
second team.
original helmets? You remember their original helmets?
Yeah. Well, she's already looked at prices this far out for that game, dude. Yeah, you're talking like $300-400 already for nosebleeds, dude. They're expecting to win this year already. They're expecting to pick right back up where they left off.
Color. People call me
That
crazy,
fan
right?
base is hungry.
Color. People call me crazy, right? But last year, before the season started, I was telling people to be high on Bo Nix. It's on my
Look.
YouTube. I was telling people, look at Bo Nix, pay attention to his game. I compared him to the next Josh Allen. And I
Wait a
even
minute,
told
Pete.
y'all, I don't even like Josh Allen that much no more because I love what I'm seeing from Bo Nix because I like a young Josh Allen. Josh Allen is now old now. Today was his birthday. He turns 30. Now we're seeing a 24-year-old Josh Allen.
Already?
He
Already
just turned 30
30?
today,
Oh my!
color. Yeah. Why do you think Mark jumped on the
Wow,
panel?
where's the
I
time
reminded
going,
him,
dude?
color, Mark
His
jumped
career
on
is
the
almost done, dude.
It flies.
Mm-hmm.
It flies when you get
Long
older.
story short, I was
His
telling people
career
to
is
be
almost
high on
done,
Bo
bro.
Nix. And then check this out, color. The first year with Sean Payton, I see Sean Payton and Bo Nix. They do this little rollout play, color, where he snaps the ball, and it doesn't matter if he's under center or shotgun. It's not like a bootleg or anything. It's just like a quick, they snap the ball, and it's a quick rollout to one side. Quick. It's like a quick movement. Offensive line moves and everything. And it's like,
That's their
he
gravy.
does that.
That's the one play
So
they
the
practice
rookie,
100 freaking times in practice.
that's what they do a lot. Sean Payton and Bo Nix, they move out of the pocket. They roll out a lot, and he passes and runs. And I started seeing that his rookie year, and I said, man, he's only going to get better from this, and he's going to that
Right.
playbook
Because
is going
what's
to
Sean
adapt. This
Payton
is
doing?
really hard to stop because So I looked at it, I projected
What's
it.
Sean Payton doing? Sean Payton was used to play calling for a shorter quarterback like Drew Brees, right? So Sean Payton understood what I used to say all the time about if your guy has a problem with guys in his face, okay, you can either move him out of the pocket or you can move the pocket away from him through counter traps and stuff like that, right?
Yep.
Find himself with a wide open field in front of him. That's what Sean Payton had to do with Drew Brees. And masterfully he did it, obviously. Now you've got Sean Payton with a guy that's, a foot and a half taller than Drew Brees, and he can still run the same scheme. That's deadly, dude. That's why, I mean.
And that's exactly why I projected it, color, that the Broncos and Bo Nix, I told people, and I was like, bro, this might be deadly. And sure enough, and I honestly thought, color, at first, when I was watching rookie Bo Nix, I said, man, this is like Bo Nix he's working, basically, he's working that simplistic offense that Sean Payton did for his rookie. He's working it at an elite level. That's what I initially thought. Then year two, last year, I'm like, if he grows on that, I think he's going to be like better than Caleb Williams, all of this. That's what I projected. And I turned around.
But again, it's so far in the first couple years, Pete. But Pete, what is seen Bo Nix through in his first couple seasons in the league? What is it that has seen him through the bumps and bruises, dude.
I want to show
What is
y'all
it?
like on the
He is
computer,
injured.
bro.
He
I
is
wanna go
injured, isn't
like I
he?
could click any
Strength.
thought Broncos game and
Arm
it'll pop up
strength.
quick.
Did,
Yes.
did,
Strength.
so- did someone
Arm strength.
did
So
someone
color, this is what I'm trying to get
color?
to, right?
Did
So
someone
Sean Payton
show a
he
picture
didn't
of him
have no
with his
receivers,
leg
color. He
looking
didn't
like an
have
arm?
Hold on, one at a
he
time,
did
guys.
John, what were you asking, color?
No, Bo Nix. Someone showed a picture of him, his leg, and it looked like an elbow, an arm.
No. You see, that's why you can't. That's Alex Smith's leg, and they made it
Oh,
seem like
Alex
that was
Smith.
yeah.
Oh,
So they put Bo
Oh,
Nix's name on Alex
gross.
Smith's leg. Yeah.
yeah.
But what I was gonna say,
Gross.
color. Long story short, so I could let you guys go. I really
Yeah, it
want.
was Bo.
I really want to implement that offense, color, with Malik Willis, dude. Look at it. Look at it. Because they didn't
Well,
have
yeah.
color. They didn't have wide receivers. They only had Cortland Sutton. That's all he has. And Cortland Sutton, I like Cortland Sutton. So let me not like act like he's not. I love Cortland Sutton. But he's like a guy like you gotta use the way they used him. I'm not gonna lie. You can't just use him like Keon
Dude, he's
Coleman, sending
exactly.
him.
He's
Yeah.
he's a lot like Chris Chambers, man. Would you agree there?
Yeah, exact, but bigger. He is Chris Chambers, but bigger.
Yeah.
Exactly, color. That's a beautiful comparison of Cortland Sutton, color. Wow.
Like how
But
you
bigger.
how you use him. Like he's just phenomenal, but you can kind of only
Yeah.
use him this certain way. You know what I mean?
Yep. And with those rollouts, what I was saying with that, I do believe that'll be perfect football because it's not like a simple one read offense like we did with Tua, but it kind of is like a simple one read offense. But the difference is it allows the quarterback to make that decision. If it's there, pass.
Right.
If not, I have a good lane to run.
And what allows the quarterback to be that late in his decision making and still get the ball there?
Well, he
It's
could
not even
run.
about that. It's about doing it on time.
His arm
Because
strength.
if you do it on time, the pass is either going to be open, or if not, the rollout happens so quick, the decision is made there. It's not open.
Yeah.
Boom,
Right.
run, and the quarterback is running for 5-6 yards.
Yeah,
Easy.
that's
Bo
you
Nix
know
is
what
getting
that's
easy.
it's an RPO, dude. That's a read option.
Yeah,
That's all that is.
but without the play action. You see how special that is, color? Without the play action. That's why I want to show y'all. And it's not just it's consistently every game.
So you could almost call that more of a run and shoot, dude.
Run. Yeah, I told you, he's snapping the ball, and as soon as he gets the ball in his hands, he's running to one side, rolling to the right, like running to the right, looking to pass.
Right. He's always in motion. He's always getting away. That's run and shoot, dude. That's run and shoot, man.
His feet never stop, bro. He's never gonna stop there, and like, of course, he does that. But that was like their main offense, and I just fell in love with it. I knew it was gonna be effective, and the man.
And I think that he's somewhere if you look at it as a run and shoot, I think he might be somewhere between. And I don't mean like career wise and overall like these guys that'll be these guys, but like ability wise and the way he operates, I would put him somewhere between Warren Moon and Randall Cunningham. Like they're both running run and shoot, right? But Randall Cunningham is running the run and shoot more like a Lamar Jackson figure, where Warren Moon was running the run and shoot more like a Dan Marino figure with better legs. You know what I mean? And somewhere in between that is Bo Nix, dude.
Dan Marino never ran, really.
But I'm saying that's why we didn't run the run and shoot. Warren Moon had better legs, so they ran a run and shoot, but he didn't quite run the way, like utilize the run the way Randall Cunningham did.
Yeah.
And I think Bo Nix is somewhere in between the two in that regard. And I know everybody's going to say that I'm saying he's as good as Randall Cunningham and Warren. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying the way he operates the run and shoot is somewhere between the two of those guys' style.
I gotcha.
Color.
But the point I was trying to
And
make
John.
about arm strength is that in his first 2 seasons, all of the bumps and bruises he's had to deal with rolling out, running this style offense can all be made up for because of how strong his arm is. And I don't care if anybody denies that.
I just came back. I'm running out of devices. I'm done. I'm cooked. I'm putting one to charge and the other one is
He's
dying.
running out of devices.
I'm done.
He's like, I've got
just made me laugh.
I've got a wall. I got a wall of cell phones.
Color, they read the title, and they get upset just by reading the title. Look what I'm being told. Go be a Falcon fan. Tua always looks good in preseason.
That's good.
It's got to be CCR. No, CCRR is a Falcons fan anyway.
Yeah.
No, that's a shout out to Tashawn Chisholm.
That's good though. That's about right too.
They read the title and Color. They read the title. What the hell, Pete? Talking about,
Gary?
man, hold on, man. I'm about to tell him to go be a Falcons fan. I can't stand that, man.
Gary's the Falcons fan, dude. Is that? Or no, Gary's the Carolina Panthers fan. That's right. That's right. Gary's the Panthers fan, right?
But I'm gonna end the stream with this, Color. Last little situation. Remember when Michael Vick got out of prison and the Eagles picked him up with Andy Reid?
Mm-hmm.
He came back. He just came back out of nowhere, like boom.
Bro, his arm was so strong. Oh my god! And that when he was an Eagle, dude, his arm was so strong, dude. Unreal.
Michael Vick had something to prove, right?
He probably worked out in prison if he was in prison.
Malik Willis, the next Michael Vick. Malik Willis, the right-handed Michael Vick. They did him dirty in Tennessee. Think about this. The man came out. Malik Willis came out of his own mouth and said, I wasn't prepared to play football as a rookie.
There you go.
He had to play.
There you go.
He said that. But only because he said that don't mean he didn't deserve more time to learn and develop.
Well, again, for a player to say that, Pete, he's putting it on himself because he's an honorable person. But when I hear that, I hear a person telling me Tennessee didn't do me no favors. Tennessee allowed me to not care about football the way I didn't care about football.
Exactly. So what did you say earlier?
That's what I hear.
Confidence? How high was his confidence in Tennessee?
Probably low when they're putting Tannehill over him, dude.
And Will Levis.
Yeah.
Will Levis.
And what? Oh, and I hate to say it, but what is the one characteristic they both share compared to Malik Willis? I mean, it's so obvious. Even if people don't realize they're doing it, dude.
What?
I'm just saying, man. Will Levis, really? I'd take Colin Kaepernick over Will Levis, dude. Yet Will Levis has a job.
So now his confidence is low. His energy's low. He's still biting, chopping at the wood. Lands in Green Bay in a trade. Knows he's the backup. Gets his opportunity again on a team that actually appreciates him. And he plays phenomenal. Now he lands in Miami on the same team with the same kind of regime that they saw him playing. They can't go back against Jordan Love. These guys escape Green Bay, come to Miami, and bring their key to the city, Malik Willis, because they know he's about to be the next Michael Vick in this league.
You know what? I don't know if they think they know, but I think that they believe enough to make the bet, Pete. You see what I'm saying?
I'm gonna tell you right now, Color. I'm gonna be honest. You do not make this deal on a contract if you don't know that at worst he's
something.
Be
that if you don't know something,
at worst he's gonna
right. I mean, Tampa.
Yeah.
Right. Exactly. Tampa knew exactly what they were getting with Baker Mayfield, bro. They had no expectations beyond that, and they have gotten exactly what they expected, maybe a little bit more.
You know what? It's funny.
You know what I mean?
That, and you reminded me about something because this dude, Real Talk,
and it's the same. It's roughly the same amount. It's roughly the same amount of money.
You know, Real Talk Perez was going hard on you yesterday, and now I got to go hard on him, right? When the Buccaneers signed Baker Mayfield, he was up on our panel up here. I told him, I said, man, I was hoping the Dolphins get Baker Mayfield, but you guys got one, bro.
Yeah.
I really like Baker.
We trapped on him.
Perez was
we trapped on him.
I think you were up here. We were telling him that they did a good job getting Baker Mayfield, and he went against the grain, Color, and he started saying Baker sucks. Baker ain't gonna do crap. This and that. And he was the one that started bringing up Odell Beckham failed in Cleveland because of Baker.
Hey, Tampa Bay as a city. Tampa Bay as a location was made for Baker Mayfield, dude.
Yeah, Real Talk Perez was loud and wrong on Baker Mayfield in Tampa, even though, like I told you, Color, shout out to him, you know, that he's earned a little bit of respect around here. Because he did come, and he did say, "Yo, I was wrong."
But let's be fair to him,
Pete. You know,
right? So let's be fair to him and explain why he was wrong. Let's be fair to him and explain why we think he was wrong, or at least for myself, it's simply because of what Baker has already put down. That people just ignore, and the reason I know people ignore it is because we as Dolphin fans crapped on him. He's one of the 15 quarterbacks that we had a chance to get that we decided Tua was better than.
Yep. And he tried to use the excuse that
it didn't matter. It didn't matter how many times. It didn't matter how many times that we pointed out he took the Browns to the playoffs. None of that mattered. It didn't matter that the Browns is a crap organization. And he still, through all of that nonsense, still got them to playoffs.
Yep.
And won. And he goes into Tampa with that record, and they don't give him Jared Goff money?
You know what it was? He was media driven. A lot of these Tampa people, they were media driven because if you go back, Color, and again, I love these takes. You know why? It resembles what they're doing to the Dolphins right now with Malik Willis, Color. You go back.
Well, despite what Real Talk thinks about me, it's the same takes I've made from the very beginning.
Check this out, Color. Tom Brady leaves the Buccaneers. Voila, Super Bowl champions, whatever. Bruce Arians is gone. Whatever situation happened there, now they got Todd Bowles.
Yeah, they're still rocking Todd Bowles at head coach.
Yeah, exactly. Now they got Todd Bowles, and they get Baker Mayfield.
It's to Todd Bowles, but it ain't like he's proven himself to be some kind of Super Bowl magnate. You know what I mean?
Facts, Color, because it was a problem. There was a lot of drama in Tampa with the coaching selection. How they didn't even want Todd Bowles, but then they ended up bringing him up anyways, in-house division.
I love Todd Bowles. I think he is that caliber, but he still hasn't proven it.
But the media wasn't high on Tampa. They were saying, "Oh, they got Baker. They're gonna go through a rebuild. They should trade Mike." That's when the trade Mike Evans allegations first started coming. When Brady left, it was retire or trade Mike. These media-driven fans. And Tampa didn't do any of those bad takes people were saying. They stayed solid, and Baker went to the playoffs. I mean, it ain't no Super Bowl. You can't judge a team's success by only winning a
No,
Super
but
Bowl.
you know
Either, right,
what?
Color?
But you know what? But you know what? But you know what? But when he walks out onto that field, what does he expect to do?
Win a Super Bowl.
Win.
Yep. The whole team. And he's still on the team.
And
So
that
even though
dude,
he hasn't won a Super Bowl,
lays
doesn't mean he
his
can't
heart
win a
out.
Super Bowl.
That dude lays his heart out on the middle of that field for 60 full minutes every time he steps out onto it, bro.
And that's
I'll
all
take
you
that any day of the week. Any day of the week, I'll take that as a fan.
That's how Malik Willis was too. You saw that Ravens game that they were getting blown out by?
Let's not forget. Can we remind ourselves where Baker Mayfield was drafted? Can we do that, please?
He was number 1 overall. He went against
overall?
Josh Allen. Bro, the Browns suck. They took Baker Mayfield over Josh Allen.
Wait a minute.
And I like
They were
Baker
able
Mayfield.
You mean to tell me they would have been
But
able
Pete,
to take Josh
you don't
Allen?
think they would have squandered? You don't think they would have squandered Josh Allen?
I think they would have had a better. But being Cleveland, Color, you don't think?
No, okay. You're right. They wouldn't. You're right. They wouldn't have went 0-16. You're right.
But being
They would have
Cleveland,
saved themselves
that's the typical-
that category.
Like I'm shocked Cleveland didn't take a swing on Anthony Richardson yet. I'm shocked they would go after Shadur Sanders, a little timing, weak arm.
You don't know why though. Yeah, but you don't know why. Shadur Sanders is a placeholder for money and for hype. Now I'm not saying he can't come through himself, but I'm talking about how they see him. Because I don't know if you've heard the reports coming out of Cleveland, but Deshaun is front running again. Watson is front running again.
Yeah. I saw him drop a dime.
Maybe he was just injured.
He dropped a dime earlier today on Twitter. Long pass to David Boston, bro.
Maybe he was just injured. Oh, not only that, I find it so funny how we're like, okay, Deshaun Watson, it can't keep on the field for whatever reason. Now, when Tua couldn't keep on the field, eventually we started to question the coaching and the training staff. Right?
Yep.
So it's not out of the realm that the coaching staff affects whether a player is injured frequently or not. It can affect that. My point is, it's your responsibility as a coach, and you are no longer the coach there. It is your responsibility to keep your players on the field. Okay? So Stefanski can't keep Deshaun Watson on the field. No matter what the reason is, Stefanski completely blows the Deshaun Watson wad. Gets fired. Okay. Now he's in Atlanta and he's doing what? With who?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm supposed to take that seriously?
Exactly.
And now Deshaun Watson, out of the blue, is front running the Cleveland locker room again.
I'm telling you right now, there's two teams I look at.
I feel bad for Falcon fans, dude. I really do feel bad for Falcon fans, man. They're just getting sold a bill of goods, dude.
The Falcons screwed up when they started adding Matt Ryan in the building and having him have all that control. What? Matt Ryan? Seriously? That's. I don't think that's.
No, I mean I shouldn't say I feel bad for Falcon fans. I feel bad for Falcon fans that believe that any of this is what they're actually trying to build for the future. You know what I mean? They're biding their time right now. That's what they're doing. It just is what it is. It's my opinion. It is what it is. It's not like they're a bad organization per se. They're just biding their time right now. That's what it is. And now watch. Slowly as we get closer to the season, number one is either going to get cut and not make the
Yep.
team, or
Yep.
they're going to hype him into QB1 over Penix, one or the other.
And then if that were, I don't see that happening. I see the other thing happening. I highly doubt.
Well, whichever you see happening, it's not going to be in between. I don't think he'll make the team if he doesn't make number one.
You don't think he'll just be the backup?
I don't know, bro. That's up to him. Traditionally, his mentality, given the fact that he can sit there and make $90 million not doing one single thing, I think he would probably just walk.
Because the Falcons are in a bad position, but at the same time, they're in a good position to be selecting number one overall next season.
Yeah. Yep. And then that's the thing.
That
If
thing
we
is
see
about to
Tua
get
being
blown up.
thrust up to the number, right? If we see Tua thrust up to the number one role before the season even starts, then we know that's what they're doing. They can't possibly think that Tua is the guy. There's no way they can think that, dude.
You know what the stupidest thing was going on the internet about that? Yeah, Tua could go to Atlanta. It makes sense. He's left-handed like Michael Penix. So a quarterback.
Maybe I'm being unfair. Maybe I'm being unfair. Maybe I'm being unfair, Pete. No, maybe I'm being unfair. Maybe I'm not being unfair because I'm basically calling Tua a bridge. Okay, maybe I'm being unfair, but I also spent 5 years watching the guy play.
Yeah, I was about to say it's probably a bridge. He is a bridge for him probably because he's only $1 million
It's not as if I'm. It's not as if I'm a. It's not as if I'm an Atlanta fan. It's not as if I'm an Atlanta fan that doesn't really know that's calling him a bridge. You know what I mean?
Color, the first person that was on this fighting this whole bridge crap that I don't like the bridge. I had to fight that. So I'm with you, Color. I don't like this whole
Green Bay fans. That's my point. Green Bay fans aren't calling him a bridge. That's my point.
John,
Green Bay fans aren't calling him a bridge. We are.
But John, if
we don't know nothing.
Something, you got to remember something, John. There is different type of bridges. There's nice, complete, really safe concrete bridges. And there's some bridges that are scary to walk over.
They're drawbridges.
The one with you put your foot through the plank. You put your foot through the plank and you're almost,
yeah. So I don't like the word bridge because I don't know what bridge they're talking about, Color. You know what I mean? They're not specific.
The worst kind of bridges. And there's the worst kind of bridge you can face. The drawbridge. That's the worst one.
He's a drawbridge.
One that tends to hit the lever.
Especially if you're caught on the bridge when they draw it up.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
That's when you go into.
I was going. He's going to Atlanta.
One other thing, guys. Since you guys are both from South Florida, you'll get this. What's the worst thing about a drawbridge? You're always caught sitting there waiting for the damn thing.
Yeah, you are. Yeah. No, I mean, right now I'm on
the drawbridge.
And then you get mad, Color, when you look at the boat that passed by, and now you're mad. That boat could have went under the bridge. They didn't even have a big antenna.
That pisses me off more than anything, man. Oh my God, that pisses me off.
They have the drawbridges because of the sailboat. But
I really do. Because what happens is they're supposed to open it like on the quarter hour. So if there's like any kind of traffic, even if it's a little raft, they'll open it up if it's on the quarter hour.
Right. Well,
So that's what I hate
I'm
when they
I'm
start
by
calling about these bridge quarterbacks because they never tell us if it's the San Francisco bridge. They don't tell us if it's
Right.
if it's a bridge in the middle of the jungle
Biscayne
somewhere.
Bridge.
yeah.
One connecting from one creek to the other side of the creek.
It's funny because when I moved here in Justin Beach,
Chesapeake
I had we
Bridge brings you
did
right underneath the water, dude.
we did have drawbridges on all three bridges. The Stewart and Justin Beach and Fort Pierce, and
Well,
they
the one in
changed it now.
Riviera, the one in John, the one in Riviera that heads over to Singer Island, that one's always been hasn't been a drawbridge. That one's always been tall enough. That's
Yeah,
the one right
well,
there by the Port of Palm Beach.
the Stewart, Justin Beach, and Fort Pierce are now they took the drawbridges out and they put regular bridges, where the boats can go underneath. So, but we used to have
Yeah,
drawbridges when we moved here.
The bridge that goes over to Mar-a-Lago on State Road 80, Southern Boulevard. That bridge is a drawbridge,
Uh-huh.
and it's a pain in the ass because that one, that's a major choke point when that bridge goes up, man. Oh my god!
The one that
Right at
affected
the
me the
south end of
most,
Palm Beach, it's tough. It's rough.
the one that
Right.
affected me the most, the bridge, due to me having to be there a lot in that area, is the one by Las Olas on Andrews Avenue, downtown Fort Lauderdale.
Oh
That's
yeah,
the worst.
oh yeah. The one going, the one going.
Yeah,
Is that the one on Sunset Avenue
that
or Sunset Road or whatever it
that's
is?
the one.
Yep.
It's right there
Boulevard.
by the courthouse in Fort Lauderdale, but on Andrews on the on the
Yep.
other little. And I'm gonna tell you right now, that one felt like what you said, Color. Every 30 minutes, it was going up and down.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And the line would be back to like I-95, dude.
And you know what was crazy? If you're going, let me see. If you're going, I would say what?
You have to go north, right?
North. If you're going north on the bridge from the south side and you're crossing it over going north, when you go down that ramp, that bridge, and you go down, that's a dangerous. Because if you notice, you go around the corner. As soon as you go around the corner, right there, you either got to hit the brakes, or you keep going because it's a green light. But the traffic light is literally as soon as you turn the corner and you're already catching speed coming down the bridge. As soon as you just drive a little, you can, so you're catching speed
right at the trough,
and and right at the drop, that's when you finally, you're already turning, you finally see the traffic light, and you're like, oh, it's red. Now you slamming on brakes.
Oh,
and stuff. That section is the worst creation there.
Fort Pierce had that problem when they had the drawbridge, and you had to wait for the drawbridge and came down. And you went over, and there was a stoplight. And
Pete, does Hallandale Beach Boulevard still flood out on the east side of 95, bro? Where it was like 4 foot deep in the afternoon, man. Like be cars floating over the I-95 like every single day, man. I mean, we're talking like 4 feet of water on any given thunderstorm, man, on Hallandale Beach Boulevard. It's crazy.
I'm gonna tell you right now, because I deal with that type of stuff, Color, weather and stuff. So the worst flooding areas right now is like in Brickell, downtown Miami. It'll flood. Your car will be underwater and just a light rain. In Cape Coral,
you know what they need to do? They need to dredge up
near downtown Naples. That thing floods. Is the most insurance claims come out of there as well for flooded cars. And it's not
Pete,
hurricane rain. It's literally just a normal
afternoon thunderstorm.
Afternoon thunderstorm. It just rained for a bit. Everything gets flooded in certain areas. Like dang, North Miami floods.
They need to
floods.
They need to dredge up. They need to dredge up the walls of seaweed they got up here in Lake Worth now and just deposit them on in front of the beach on the Miami beach. Dude, the seaweed is so built up here now, man. I don't know what happened, bro. It's crazy.
Well,
There's like
I'll
a
tell you what.
wall of seaweed right before where the water laps, dude.
No, and it was happening here by not too long ago. It just happened in Sanibel, right? Sanibel Island. I was there. It stinks, bro.
Mm-hmm.
It stinks. It's like one side of the water is super
Well, you
clean,
guys are on the
but
oil side.
it
You guys are
stinks.
on the oil side. That kind of stinks sometimes, man. Like
It was
Pensacola, Florida, or I'm sorry, Panama City Beach, dude, smells like dead fish, bro.
the worst.
Like white sands, beautiful horizon. The Gulf of Mexico is like can be like placid in the morning, like a lake. Well, it stinks like dead fish, man, all day long.
I saw a pair of dolphins swimming when I was there at Sanibel. There was some dolphins swimming. I was like, oh, look at those dolphins. I started calling one, Quinn, come over here, Quinn.
Yes, Quinn.
I named that dolphin Quinn immediately. As soon as I saw it, I already knew that was Quinn. You were.
We get manatees
Well,
out of
Pete,
my
there's
door.
St. Augustine. There's a dolphin reserve, like a dolphin park, right up in St. Augustine, and there's a dolphin there named Miramar.
Mm. You know, Sanibel is called Dolphin Island, pretty much.
Yeah, you know what's funny? I've never even seen a dolphin in the wild in Florida. Been here my whole life.
You're kidding.
If you go to Sanibel, you'll see them all the day.
I'm not kidding.
That's
The only dolphin I've ever
that's
seen.
The Dolphins Island.
The only.
I promise you, Color. If you go to Sanibel Island, these huge mansions, huge. I mean, I think the owner of Florida State lives over there because I passed, but that house was.
Well, you're gonna hate me. You're gonna hate me for this, Pete.
Mailbox, all of the houses.
Hate me for this, Pete. The only dolphin I've ever seen in the wild was in Boston Harbor. No, it was in Boston Harbor. Yeah, when I took the ferry from one end of the harbor to the other, there was a dolphin that popped up out of the water next to our ferry, dude. I swear to God.
They do that.
They're way up.
In Sanibel?
Are they in Boston?
Actually, look.
This was in Boston Harbor.
You got to go through Sanibel. You got to go through Sanibel, and then while you're going through Sanibel, you get to Captiva. It's on the same, pretty much the same island. And there's a spot where there's a.
So here I am. Well, John, let me set the stage. Here I am living in St. Louis, Missouri, already away from home, right? And I had to go to a class for my job in Lowell, Massachusetts. So here I am living in Missouri, spending a week or two in Massachusetts. We go to Boston on the weekend, right? And I take the ferry. It's like a tourist thing, you know. I take the ferry across the harbor, and there pokes up a dolphin out of Boston Harbor. I had to go home to Florida in like 5 years at that point.
Color. I was trying to tell you guys. In Captiva, there's a huge rock where you can park and pay city parking and everything. And right next to there's a huge. People go there with cameras just to take pictures of the dolphins because they're all going to be there. They're all going to be there. That's where they go. You see them lined up there with big cameras, long, waiting for the dolphins.
Well, I'll have to get over there, man. What time of the year is there not a whole bunch of people there with cameras? Still dolphins.
I don't. There's been a few times I've went and I was surprised I didn't see nobody with a camera.
Well, you're a local, so you can tell me like when are the dolphins there that the tourists haven't got there? That the tourists haven't got there yet. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but there is always someone fishing. That's one thing. Always somebody fishing on that road.
I live on Hutchinson.
Is the armed fisherman over there, Pete? You ever see the armed fisherman?
What do you mean by that?
There's a guy down in the 305 that walks around with an AR strapped to his back, and he calls himself the armed fisherman. because in Florida, you are allowed to open carry as long as you're on your way to a hunting exercise or fishing exercise. So he is on his way to fish all the time. He walks around all the canals with an AR strapped to his back. He's called the armed fisherman. He's got a YouTube channel, bro.
And in Florida, you don't have to open carry to be hunting. You can just open carry if you want.
Well, what I mean is certain maybe type he was carries or something. And what he's testing is what happens is he'll be by a canal that's like near 95 or the turnpike.
Yeah.
And like the local police or the local sheriffs that happen to be manning that area of the highway will come mess with it because they don't know the state law. You know what I mean? And that's that's his YouTube content. Is trying to bait the local cops and the local sheriffs into messing with him.
Man. People dumb. People, and you know what? I'm actually
Well, he does. Look, I know he does it for clicks.
Color. I would actually. You got into a conversation.
But the clicks are important.
So deep on.
The clicks are important.
I can't.
What he's actually doing is important. You know.
I hear what you're saying. I would love to keep this conversation going, everybody. It's actually a good one. Trust me, especially with that. But I only got 2% left, and my devices are all dying.
I was deadening it for you, Pete.
I just checked the other one; it was 8% charge, and I'm just going back and forth. 8%, that was going to die, and then by the time I switch, this was going to go back.
I was deadening it for you, Pete, by bringing up the non-football content. I was deadening it for you. I was segueing for you.
Yeah, I see a lot of manatees where I am. I'm right off the Indian River, and we have manatees coming right up to my river.
I'm gonna tell you right now, there's something really deep going on. A bunch of manatees died at the Waterfish plant over here in Fort Myers, and they're under fully investigation. Oh yeah. At the water plant, out of nowhere.
Power plant?
Well, hey, make sure you
Do you know they like the power plant? A lot of them like the power plant because it's warm water.
Yeah,
it's warm water,
and
that's what they want.
They're popping up dead nonstop, and that's usually where they go to hang out. And now they're going there and they're just dying. And supposedly they're doing.
Well, Pete, make sure you give Quinn an extra can of sardines for me, man.
That's the thing. When you got these people out here on that rock fishing, color, the Dolphins don't never want to come close, bro. That's why get these fishermen off this rock. We gotta, we want to get these Dolphins close, feed them some fish, give them something. But anyways, you guys, I appreciate.
Pete's gonna be out there. Pete's gonna be out there with a can of sardines, going, "This one's for color. This one's for John. This one's for Real Talk Perez." He said you could have one too.
That's a Tampa Dolphin. Get him out of here.
That's good hearing from you, Pete.
Shout out to
Color and Pete.
Hey, later, guys.
Peace.
Yeah. You
Fun
take
as
care.
always.